Chapter 2349 Ancient Water God. They were unable to find Alung, so Miss Mirror brought Han Sen back to the peak. Fortunately, Han Sen only seemed to have a case of the flu. It wasn't as big as a deal as it could have been. Back on the peak, Miss Mirror had someone erect a tent for Han Sen so he could rest. Han Sen felt incredibly dizzy. He didn't try to fight through it and stay on his feet, though. He just slept beneath a blanket. It wasn't as if he could challenge Miss Mirror, even if he wanted to. If the woman sought to bring him harm, he would be unable to fight back. And no one could do anything to Han Sen since Miss Mirror was keeping watch over him. Plus, the Blood Kirin was happy to guard Han Sen's tent. Thus, Han Sen was able to sleep soundly. Because Han Sen felt so dizzy, it wasn't long before he slipped into a sound sleep. He didn't know how long he was asleep, but when he finally woke up, he felt considerably better. His symptoms had vanished. He stretched and climbed out of the tent, then immediately froze. He had gone to sleep in a tent atop a mountain, but now he climbed out onto a white beach. The tide was lapping against the shore only a few short meters away, the gentle waves breaking across the sand. Han Sen turned around and realized he was on a small island. He could see every inch of the small island with just one pan of the head. That island was no bigger than a baseball pitch, and 2 palm trees stood close by. The sight made Han Sen frown. It was very surprising that someone had been able to teleport Han Sen there, especially under the watchful gaze of Miss Mirror. She was supremely powerful, after all. Although Han Sen didn't know the full extent of Miss Mirror's powers, she was King Bai's right hand. That had to be some sort of proof she was a beast. The Blood Kirin was still standing guard outside the tent, but it seemed strangely calm. If it had been teleported away with him, and it showed no reaction. While Han Sen was thinking, a wave that was a few hundred meters tall suddenly spawned in the sea. It came for the island like a mountain collapsing, and the roar it made sounded like the end of the world. Han Sen's stomach dropped, and he quickly used the story of genes. Because his body was so packed with Kingis, the story of genes was the only geno art he could run smoothly. But the wave didn't break across the island. It stopped in place, hovering right before the landmass. The water gathered up into the face of a giant sea god. It glared down on Han Sen, who was still on the island. "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" Han Sen asked the giant sea god thing. "You don't remember me?" the sea god growled. Han Sen did think the face was rather familiar, so he looked closer. He soon noticed that the face that had been composed by that swelling of water was none other than Alung's. "Alung?" Han Sen was surprised. "I am the Alpha of Water. I am ancient water god." The sea god's voice sounded like a tsunami. The sky changed color, and a harsh wind blew, making Han Sen's clothes flap madly. The volume was so loud, Han Sen felt as if his eardrums would rupture. "You are ancient water god." Han Sen was frozen. He seemed to remember that he had told Alung he was going to eat the water god origin. Read more chapters at List Novel. No wonder Alung's expression looked so weird when I said that, because Han Sen wanted to slap himself. He wished he hadn't said something so stupid out loud. Those were thoughts that he really should have kept to his inner ramblings. Han Sen knew wallowing in regret would be pointless now, though. He coughed twice to Ancient Water God and said, "Mr. God, please don't be mad. I was only kidding around." "You were joking." Ancient Water God made an expression that was almost like a smile, but not quite. "Yeah, it was just a joke." Han Sen nodded. He kept casting the story of genes. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could withstand the might of a deified being. Now, he could only think about running. Luckily, Ancient Water God was on the verge of becoming a god spirit. Han Sen needed to escape back to the sanctuary, wait until the deified died as he tried to level up, then come back after. The worst thing was, Han Sen's body was too full of Kingis to cast the Blood Pulse Sutra. He couldn't use his Blood Pulse powers to return to the sanctuary. "Allow me to continue the joke," ancient water god said. His body shattered and became a heavy storm. It was going to drown the entire island. The water poured down around Han Sen, soaking his clothes. He looked like a wet chicken, but he wasn't injured. The ancient water god hadn't put any power into the water, so it just felt like a particularly intense rainstorm. "I was just talking. I didn't actually do anything." "You don't have to be this mad at me," Han Sen said, feeling frustrated. Boom! Ancient water god didn't appear again, but something exploded through the water not too far away. A silver dragon had emerged from the sea, and its silver light gleamed like the glory of the sun. Silver rain showered from the creature, and its presence was pretty terrifying. Roar! The silver-winged dragon roared into the air, and its silver king area spread to cover everything in sight. Han Sen's body felt as if it was stuck in the mud, and he could barely move. The silver-winged dragon opened its enormous mouth, revealing silver light that looked like a swirling galaxy. It was going to consume Han Sen's body. The silver-winged dragon came to consume Han Sen, and he found himself standing right in front of its gaping maw, no larger than one of the dragon's teeth. In the silver-winged dragon's king area, Han Sen found it hard to move. He wouldn't be able to avoid the silver-winged dragon's attack. As the story of genes continued to run, he reached out and wrapped both of his hands around one of the dragon's teeth. It was like two bulls colliding, and he tried to stop the silver-winged dragon. The silver-winged dragon's weight slammed into Han Sen, pushing him down into the sea. Han Sen held tightly to the dragon tooth as his body was shoved deeper and deeper into the water. He couldn't stop the beast. Han Sen ran the story of genes as hard as it would go, attempting to shove back the silver-winged power. As the dragon plunged through the water, it created a substantial backdraft. If Han Sen let go, he would be pulled into the dragon's mouth. The silver-winged dragon was scary. Han Sen struggled to keep his grip on the dragon tooth, but the water pummeled his body constantly. He trembled under the force, and he felt as if his arms were going to get ripped off by the power. Boom! Suddenly, Han Sen's body was shining gold. Gold light beamed from every inch of his body, interspersed with tiny symbols. Because of the silver-winged dragon's attack, the Kingis inside of him had activated. The gold Kingis cycled furiously through his body, making Han Sen feel as if an endless amount of power was now coursing through his veins. The scariest thing was, it felt like everything in existence was lending him power. Mountain and valley, sun and moon, and every plant in existence were all fueling Han Sen's strength. Chapter 2350 Water God Level Up Catcha. The gold light spun. Han Sen's hands were so strong that he managed to pull two of the dragon's teeth right out. The silver-winged dragon raised its head and shrieked. Blood gushed from the gaps of the missing teeth. The dragon blood diffused into the sea, dyeing that portion of the water red. Han Sen was now holding two dragon teeth in his hands. He swam through the water toward the dragon again, then threw the two broken-off teeth into the dragon's belly. The silver-winged dragon curled its body in pain at the blow. It really wanted to bite Han Sen, but when it lowered its head, a gold fist smacked into its jaw. The dragon's huge body was sent soaring away with the force of the punch. It floundered through the air, still writhing in pain. Han Sen looked at what his fist had done, and he could scarcely believe it. His power was so strong when it combined with the power of the Kingis. He had managed to break the silver dragon's king area with a punch and send the beast flying. A powerful king creature didn't stand a chance in rivaling Han Sen's newfound strength. It was difficult to imagine how strong he had become under the buffing of the Kingis. As a Gunna woman was sailing over the ocean, the surface of the water suddenly exploded in front of her. The water fountained up like a spring, and a silver dragon flew out of the sea, screaming. Its body was twisted and bleeding all over. Xiao's face paled. That's a silver-winged dragon, a king-class xenogeneic. Before Xiao's could compose a second thought, a gold shadow emerged from the water in pursuit of the dragon. The gold shadow chased after the silver-winged dragon, throwing punches with blinding speed and power. The dragon was taking a pummeling from pure physical power. The dragon's Silver King area was ripped apart by the attacker's fists like a soap bubble being popped. The silver-winged dragon's blood and scales were flying everywhere. Sharp cracking sounds echoed over the water as the dragon's bones started to break. Catcha! With its bare hands, the gold shadow ripped the dragon's head off its body. The beast's blood sprayed across the sky and descended like rain. Han Sen. When Xiao's got a better look at the attacker, her eyes widened in surprise. When she met Han Sen among the dragons, he could barely fight Dragon 9. Now, he had just killed a silver-winged dragon with his bare hands. That was unexpected, to say the least. Xenogeneic King hunted, silver-winged dragon. Xenogeneic gene found. Obtained silver-winged dragon beast soul. Han Sen was left clutching the dragon's head. He punched and the dragon's skull cracked open, revealing a draconic orb that fell into Han Sen's hand. It was the silver-winged dragon's xenogeneic gene. Han Sen put away the dragon orb and looked over at Xiao's. He looked happy. The Kingese started to fade, and Han Sen moved over to Xiao's. Read more chapters at List Novel. Long time no see, Han Senator, I can't believe you have become this strong, Xiao said, her voice friendly but her body slightly tense. You have the wrong person. I am Bai Yi, 16th Prince of the Extreme King, Han Sen said harshly. Xiao's looked surprised. She looked up at Han Sen with evident confusion. Han Sen didn't explain anything further, and he asked Xiao's, why are you here? Have you seen any other creatures about? Ancient water god had brought Han Sen there, summoned a water dragon, then disappeared. Han Sen had no clue where he currently was. Xiao's shook her head. Ancient water god showed himself. He is going to level up to become a god spirit in Half-Star Bay. Everyone in the vicinity is headed there, but I've come all this way and I haven't seen anyone. Half-Star Bay. Han Sen frowned, as he didn't know anything about the place. I am going there right now. If you're willing to come, Prince 16, we can travel there together, Xiao's offered. Okay. Han Sen nodded. Why are you here, Prince? Xiao's didn't believe his claim that he wasn't Han Sen, but she also didn't challenge him on it. When she spoke to him, she referred to him as Prince 16. I was just out for a nice swim. Han Sen had no intention of explaining how the ancient water god had dragged him out there. After pausing, Han Sen asked, there are so many creatures here that are hoping the ancient water god will fail. Won't that make him angry? Xiao smiled and said, ancient water god is known as the god of life. He never kills. People here are happy to watch him ascend, and it's not as if people are going to disturb his leveling up process. He won't get mad. Han Sen thought to himself, ancient god is an interesting race. If I had P** set off any other deified elite, they definitely would have killed me. He left me out there and sent a silver-winged dragon after me once I woke up, but it seems that he didn't really want me dead. Han Sen traveled with Xiao's all the way back to Half-Star Bay. As they approached, they noticed giant waves rolling across the sea. The waves were so high that they seemed to soar across the sky like dragons, and they got taller and taller as time went on. The clouds seemed to rip apart, reducing to whiffs of nothing. In fact, dimensions were twisting across the entire planet, and strange scenes unfolded everywhere Han Sen looked. We are too late in reaching Half-Star Bay. Ancient water god is already in the middle of leveling up to become a god spirit. Xiao sighed. They pulled to a stop. Han Sen kept watching the twisted sky. It looked like something was about to appear in the twisted clouds. The wavy seas suddenly all surged in one direction. A giant body was forming on the horizon, pulling its mass from the seawater. All the water on the planet was being drawn to ancient water god, and his body swelled bigger and bigger. The endless sea dried up quickly, leaving the creatures in the ocean gasping on the dry seabed. Without water, their death came in minutes. Ancient water god's body stood so tall that it looked like it was holding the sky. The massive figure turned its head up, looking at the sky above. Water is life. It is at the basis of everything. I am an ancient spirit. I am the god of water. I crush the world in the name of the water, and I will earn the body of a god spirit. Ancient water god's voice echoed far beyond the planet he stood on. Throughout the universe, wherever there was water, the ancient god's power began to flow. It was like all the sources of water were giving their powers to him, right then and there. The water of the universe was now all moving, headed for ancient water god's body, strengthening him. The terrifying sight made many king-class beings want to kowtow before him. Boom! The fabric of space was torn, and an old and mysterious palace was revealed. When it emerged, the water of the galaxy came to a stop. Every drop of water that was going to ancient water god hovered in place. The Geno Hall. Han Sen was shocked. It was the second time he had seen the Geno Hall. The last time he saw it was when Kong Fei started a war. While Han Sen was staring at the Geno Hall, the black crystal armor inside his Sea of Soul suddenly released a mysterious substance. It wrapped around Han Sen, covering him completely. After that, Han Sen couldn't even detect his own presence. It was as if he didn't exist. Han Sen quickly thought back to the time with Kong Fei. When the Geno Hall appeared previously, the black crystal armor did something similar to this. Is the black crystal armor connected to the Geno Hall? Or is it simply afraid of the Geno Hall? While Han Sen pondered this, he heard ancient water god roaring to the sky. I have the name Water God. I am the Alpha of water. I am going to become the water god spirit, and no one can stop me. When ancient water god roared to the sky, the water that had been suppressed by the Geno Hall began flowing toward him again. It was like a bunch of stars amassing in ancient water god's body. As the additional water strengthened him, ancient water god's body grew powerful enough to tear the fabric of space into shreds. His enormous form rose, heading for the Geno Hall. Han Sen stared up blankly. Ancient water god's power must have been practically endless to have reached such a high level. His body was unimaginably large, and it drowned the nearby planets as it moved. Seawater was the only thing visible in any direction. Han Sen looked to the sky and saw that even the sky had been overtaken by water. And yet somehow, above that ocean, the mysterious Geno Hall was still visible. Ancient God is scary, Han Sen thought with trepidation. He had seen many deified elites since coming to the Geno universe, but this was the first time he had ever seen destructive power on such a massive scale. If ancient water god wanted to kill, he could destroy an entire system within the space of a second. No living creature could block that sort of power. Xios looked up with wide eyes, and she said, ancient gods are born deified, and their lifespan is 1 billion years. Few creatures can ever hope to rival the ancient god in this universe. Boom! A loud noise boomed above them, forming massive waves on the surface of the hovering water. Then, a heavy rain was unleashed. A shockwave rolled out from the water, shaking the mountains as it brushed their peaks. Han Sen and Xios were blasted away by the scary shockwave that had been released. It was as if they were struggling against the rush of a tsunami, but their efforts were futile. They were tossed aside like ants. Pang! Han Sen's body hit a mountainside, and the peak collapsed. Blood trickled from Han Sen's mouth. He used all his power to repel the force, but he couldn't hold back the overwhelming shockwave. He couldn't even stand up straight. Boom! Another shockwave rolled across the sky, and lots of heavy rain followed in its wake. The rain slammed down like a tsunami, shoving Han Sen back even further. As the blows slammed into Han Sen and damaged his organs, they triggered the Kingis. Shining gold symbols appeared across Han Sen's flesh, making him far stronger. Han Sen regained his feet against the force pressing down on him. Xiao's hit the bottom of the sea and was pressed into the mud with the dying ocean creatures. She was about to be buried inside a crevice that appeared in the bedrock. Han Sen frowned. He broke through the tsunami-like shockwave and raced next to Xiao's to pull her out of the crevice and the sea. He grabbed Xiao's and looked up into the sky. The turmoil and heavy rain that followed obscured his vision, casting the entire planet into chaos. He couldn't see anything. Ancient Water God was still roaring above him, and he heard the sounds of big waves hitting space. The impact seemed strong enough to make the stars themselves rattle and shake. Countless mountains were crumbling under the onslaught. This level of power was far beyond what Han Sen could comprehend. With the protection of the Kingis, Han Sen barely managed to stay upright in the storm. He stood atop a big rock, looking up at the sky. He wanted to know what Ancient Water God was doing, but he couldn't see past the wall of rain. Xiao's was close to becoming a king, but she could only hide in the shelter provided by Han Sen's stalwart body. She held on to him tightly to avoid getting pulled into the bottom of the sea again. The whole universe appeared to be shaking under that tumultuous sea. Ancient Water God's voice resounded throughout the universe with deafening volume. Han Sen couldn't see the actual battle, but he could hear in Ancient Water God's roar that the creature was fighting. It sounded like the ancient god was putting everything he had into the fight. Pang! Suddenly, Han Sen heard a strange sound, like a stone door grinding open. A light shone through the air. That light beamed through the water above, cutting clean through all of the chaos. Han Sen had been nearly blind earlier, but now he could clearly see through the storm. That light didn't seem to be at full strength, though. It was as if someone had pushed open a door to let the light of a flickering candlestick seep out. The Geno Hall's door has opened. The water kept smacking Han Sen in the face, but he was still able to see what was happening clearly. That light was coming from the Geno Hall's door, which had been pushed open a little. I am a god spirit, and no one can stop me. Ancient Water God kept roaring. His enormous body was trying to force its way into the gap of the Geno Hall's door. Did he succeed? With the purple-eye butterfly running in his right eye, Han Sen was staring at the Geno Hall's door. He didn't know exactly how someone became a god spirit, but judging from what Ancient Water God was doing, Han Sen could guess that the ancient god was making his way into the Geno Hall. Perhaps if he entered the hall, he would become a god spirit. 1,000 races had lanterns there, but they were just lanterns. Entering the Geno Hall as an individual was a different matter. Only a race's Geno lantern could reside in the hall. Now, Ancient Water God was trying to force his body into the Geno Hall. He wanted to go in, but it wasn't clear what would happen if he succeeded. The enormous body pressed against the door, waves continually slamming into its surface. The water was going to rush into the hall at any second. But suddenly, Han Sen saw a hand emerge from the gap of the ajar Geno Hall door. That hand was so beautiful. The moment the hand emerged from beyond that gap, it pressed against Ancient Water God's body and drove him back. Then the hand vanished behind the door again. The Geno Hall's door shut. The sea hung above them, perfectly still, and the storm stopped. The door was closed, and the light was gone. Han Sen was now unable to see the Geno Hall. All he could see was that blue sea that had taken over the sky. The next second, a red dye began to spread through the water. It opened like a flower. In moments, the water in the sky had become a sea of blood. With a boom, the bloody sea collapsed. A rain of blood poured down, covering everything in crimson. A creature that terrifying lives in the Geno Hall. Han Sen felt a chill prickle his skin. The hideously powerful ancient water god had been killed by little more than a slap. The black crystal armor's behavior worried Han Sen, but he tried not to let it show. The armor was probably connected to the creature inside the Geno Hall, he surmised. If the armor was discovered, Han Sen could not fathom the consequences he might have to endure. The ancient water god had been killed by a single blow. Han Sen would be annihilated by a small fraction of that force. He would probably be crushed into jelly. The ancient water god's blood rained down on everything around them. The blood rushed into the sea, giving the dying creatures another chance at life. The oceans filled in once more, albeit in a bloodier hue. Han Sen noticed the green growth as small plants spread across the nearby rocks, and he allowed the blood rain to fall on him. The rain soaked his clothes, and it felt like life force was falling directly onto his skin. He also detected traces of the ancient water god's presence. It was quite faint, however. Most of the creatures on that planet were primitive, with only a few xenogeneics among them. With the blood rain's nourishment, though, the ordinary creatures started to change. Their genes were upgraded, and they evolved into lower-class xenogeneics immediately. Although they were at the bottom of the food chain, they had been given the opportunity to grow. Ancient water god failed after all. Xiao sighed. That result was actually expected. Many elites from the ancient god, very high, and extreme king had failed in the past. Where is the ancient god origin? Han Sen searched through the rain. He couldn't see anything that might resemble an ancient god origin. Xiao said, ancient water god leaked the news about his own attempt to ascend. He wanted to attract water element elites so that if he failed, one of those elites could carry on with his ancient god origin. He must have selected someone before he tried to ascend. The ancient god origin will most likely be inside the person or creature he selected. Perhaps in a few hundred years, there will be a new ancient water god. Han Sen nodded. He didn't think he stood a chance. Given how badly he had set off ancient water god, he was lucky the ancient god hadn't killed him. It was unlikely he'd be given the ancient god origin. As Han Sen was deep in thought, something fell from the sky in the blood rain. It began to curve as it fell, heading directly toward them like a meteor. Han Sen was shocked. The wall of water came to a standstill directly before Han Sen. It turned into a water tornado that danced around him in a slow circle. The ancient god origin. Xiao whispered hoarsely. Han Sen stared at it in shock. Despite the grudge between him and ancient water god, the deified had actually given him the ancient god origin. It didn't seem possible. The water flew around Han Sen a few times, taking a shape that vaguely resembled a dragon. It spoke to Han Sen quietly, then went to rest in his right hand. Han Sen opened his hand as the water drop fell into his palm. It became a water orb that looked rather like an egg. It solidified pretty quickly, turning into a perfect crystal orb. The crystal orb had a watery pattern on it. As the orb touched Han Sen's skin, his original Water King body reacted. The original Water King body had previously been affected by the Kingese, but now it was erupting like a volcano under the vibrations of the crystal orb. Han Sen was so happy. If the mere vibrations of the ancient god origin could help his original Water King body, then crystal orb was even stronger than Han Sen had realized. If he could eat it, perhaps the original Water King body could level up. Because Han Sen had used the Blood Pulse Sutra to refine the original Water King body, it didn't consume any of his energy. Thus, the original Water King body would remain at the first tier of King class, which was as far as Bai Yi had developed it. It would be incredibly difficult for Han Sen to level it up further. But the crystal orb's power blended into the original Water King body, and under that power, the original Water King body had a bit of a breakthrough. Han Sen didn't have time to explore all the potential uses of the water orb, for he soon saw a few shadows headed his way. They must have belonged to the people and creatures in the vicinity. They had seen the ancient god Origin descend in that direction, so they had come looking for it. Han Sen hid his crystal orb, but it was too late. The shadows were approaching rapidly, and after they saw Han Sen, they swooped in to attack him without saying a word. The King-class elite leading the charge activated his water area around Han Sen, then sent a slap toward him. The attack was nowhere near the power displayed by ancient water god, but it was enough to throw up some tumultuous waves. The other attacking elites also possessed water powers. Elites who had affinities to other elements wouldn't benefit very much from the ancient god Origin. Han Sen coldly grunted. He activated his original Water King body, instantly releasing his own King area. He threw a punch towards the King-class elite. The two King areas collided, and the attacker's third-tier area was suppressed by Han Sen's first-tier area. The rival King area cracked immediately. Pang! Han Sen broke the enemy's King area, then thrust his hand forward, driving it right through the enemy King's chest. They were both using water powers, but normal King-class elites lacked the bodies of the extreme King. The other elites coming to attack Han Sen stopped, shocked by his violent display of strength. They pulled back slightly, not daring to come any closer. If they wouldn't come to him, then Han Sen would go to them instead. He cut down 3 kings in under a second. People were as infuriated as they were shocked. "The original Water King body is too strong," shouted a voice. But as everyone else ran away, Han Sen saw someone emerging from the blood rain. They were holding an umbrella, and they exuded a smothering sense of pressure that was now bearing down on Han's senior, 1000-chance umbrella. "It's the pirate's 9-headed bird," someone screamed out loud. Han Sen focused his gaze on the newcomer, turning his back on the elites who were now running away. The newcomer moved with deceptive slowness. At least 100 miles separated the person from Han Sen, but the newcomer crossed that distance in only a few steps. Their umbrella was raised. They looked at Han Sen and smiled. When Han Sen saw the person's face, he could tell it was a very ordinary one. But while the slender face was unremarkable, the eyes were beautiful. They were like 2 crescent moons. Han Sen didn't know anything about this 9-headed bird, but Han Sen could tell that they were King-class from the energy they were emitting. They might have even been half-deified. The 9-headed bird stopped. They looked at Han Sen through the blood rain and smiled. "Prince 16 by E, am I correct? You know it is me, and you still dare to approach. You are brave." Han Sen growled. "We pirates have never lacked guts." The 9-headed bird stopped smiling, and their expression became unreadable. "So, leave your ancient god Origin behind and get lost. Either that, or I'll have to call King Bai to come pick up your dead body." "Ridiculous!" Han Sen shouted, pretending to be angry. He used his King area to cover 9-headed bird. The water area shrouded 9-headed bird, turning into a rain of water that restricted 9-headed bird's body. 9-headed bird didn't move. He stood still with the umbrella open, and he allowed Han Sen's water area to restrict his body. "Why haven't you moved?" Han Sen asked with a frown. "I am afraid," 9-headed bird said coldly. "Afraid of what?" Han Sen asked. "I am afraid my strikes will be too fast, and you will be killed too soon. It isn't like I am afraid of the extreme King." "You're nothing more than a nuisance," 9-headed bird said in a calm voice. Han Sen laughed and said, "In this world, everything has a cost. If you ever find something that is truly free, please let me know." "You are right. Although pirates are never at a disadvantage, it's rare to find something as valuable as that orb." I might not ever find anything like it again. I'm not afraid of going to some trouble to obtain the ancient god origin. Nine-headed bird smiled darkly. His sword light lit up, cutting through Han Sen's king area immediately. The sword light surrounded his body, holding back Han Sen's water area. You are half deified. Han Sen looked at him. Nine-headed bird approached Han Sen, striding through Han Sen's king area as if it was nothing. An ominous sword light glowed from his umbrella as he got close to Han Sr. I am half deified, and you only have a first-tier king area. You might think that I will hesitate to bully someone so weak, but we pirates are not afraid of looking like the bad guys, Nine-headed bird said. He closed the umbrella and thrust it towards Han Sen like a rapier. The sword light looked rather simple on the surface, but there was a hidden sword mind in the strike. It hid the strike's true depth. Han Sen used his original Water King body and his body became water. He shot toward Nine-headed bird like a water dragon. Han Sen was driving toward Nine-headed bird's body. Nine-headed bird's umbrella, which looked like a sword, suddenly opened again. Han Sen's watery form slammed into it. Pang! Han Sen was thrown back. His water body returned to a humanoid shape, and he was about to leap toward Nine-headed bird again when a sword light came down on him. The strike had been perfectly hidden, and Han Sen didn't see it until it crushed his body. The water that had composed Han Sen's body shivered, trying to gather itself up again, but something was keeping it from drawing together. Because of this, it remained spread in puddles, shaking and twitching. Nine-headed bird lifted his umbrella and smiled. My split-day sword light can't destroy your original Water King body, but I can keep your body from drawing together again. It might not kill you, but it can seal you for 10,000 years. Prince 16, you should just give me the ancient god origin. That will save us both the trouble. As he finished his threat, Nine-headed bird suddenly frowned. Han Sen's water had begun shining gold. Every drop of water had a gold kingies flickering inside it. Catcha! Countless water drops regathered, and the hidden sword light that had suppressed Han Sen was now crushed. The shape of a human reformed in front of Nine-headed bird. Nine-headed bird squinted at Han Sen in surprise. Your body contains that much kingies. How did you do that? Han Sen didn't speak. The kingies of his body were quivering. His bones were roaring and shaking. He punched towards Nine-headed bird. When he punched, although there was no power in the thrust, he had the support of the ground and the sky. Everything in that world was shaking under the weight of the kingies. He got a quiet response. Nine-headed bird's face turned grim. He put away his umbrella and gathered up his sword mind. The sword was aimed at Han Sen's fist. He struck, but at first, there was no sword light. Pang! As the two strikes collided, gold light and sword lights went everywhere. Countless sword lights fell like rain toward Han Sen, sometimes making it all the way to his skin before the kingies would flicker and ping them away. The fist and the umbrella ground against each other. The powerful half-deified was sent flying away under the force of Han Sen's punch. His umbrella was bent backwards like a bowl. Incredible power surged through Han Sen's legs, and he chased after the arc of Nine-headed bird, still throwing punches as he went. Han Sen's attacks were like sea waves, getting heavier and heavier. The power of each punch was stronger than the last. When Han Sen had seen ancient water gods' shocking water power, he had immediately realized that he could combine it with the Extreme King's shocking sky punch. Nine-headed bird's face changed. He kept trying to dodge away from the string of attacks, but no matter how unexpectedly he tried to move, the world answered to the beck and call of the kingies rattling inside Han Sen's body. Nine-headed bird couldn't escape now that Han Sen had locked onto him. Pang! 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 The fist and the umbrella kept coming against each other in the sky. In just a few punches, the king-class item was broken under Han Sen's fist. *T. Shouldn't you have called that the battle god king body? This is so *King ridiculous. Nine-headed bird kept shouting as he fought. He was a half-deified being, but he was using every ounce of his power to hold off Han's senator, and still, Han Sen had him at a severe disadvantage. His bones were cracking, and it sounded like they were going to snap. Xiao's and the others were watching the two fight in the sky. As she watched the gold shadow slowly beating the *T out of Nine-Headed Bird, she was very surprised. No wonder the Extreme King are one of the top 3 races. Nine-Headed Bird of the pirate is very strong, but he still cannot go against someone with the blood of the Extreme King. That king area, at its first tier, is suppressing the half-deified Nine-Headed Bird. The Extreme King are scary. Nine-Headed Bird, upon hearing these comments, became furious. He knew that Han Sen was much weaker than him, but the Kingis powering Han Sen's body were simply too powerful. The whole universe and all its creatures were answering to Han's senator. His every punch was combined with the power of the sky and the ground. It was enough to surpass Nine-Headed Bird's own power. Nine-Headed Bird was punched in the face. He was sent flying away again, sputtering in anger. *CKU. If I don't attack with everything I have, you'll think I'm nothing more than a house cat. Time to show you that I'm a tiger. He shook his arms, and a black light glowed out of his body. His arms became black wings as his body began to swell. He became a disturbing black bird. The weird bird looked like a dark cloud with 9 heads. The eyes had gold lights within them, and its claws carried clouds. When the bird flapped his wings, wind and fire were summoned. It rose overhead like some demon of the apocalypse. As Han Sen's punches rolled across the sky like waves, the Nine-Headed Bird released a strange, vibrating scream. That sound could break stone, and the sky seemed to tear under the weight of the voice. The bird's talons fell to intercept Han Sen's fist. Pang! The fist and the talons collided with each other, but this time, it was Han Sen who was blown backward. The Nine-Headed Bird flapped its wings and dove after him. The bird kept screeching weirdly, its eyes like thunder. Han Sen prepared to move forward and attack again, but the Nine-Headed Bird just hovered in the air. All 9 of its heads were making strange sounds, like a demon mumbling. As the mumbled chant continued, a weird black area covered the region. Han Sen walked toward the Nine-Headed Bird. Darkness flowed from the creature, consuming all that could be seen in every direction. Han Sen knew that the darkness was coming for him, that it would trap his body in less than a second. Pang! Han Sen hit the darkness, but it was like he was striking a plate of steel. The impact made his hand go numb, and the wall of black around him remained unmoved. The darkness seemed to solidify into walls of flat stone. It enveloped the entire area around Han Sen, trapping him inside a small box. Han Sen kept punching the black stone around him, his Kingis continuing to shine. But even so, the black stone didn't break. Dark demonic symbols began to appear across the surface of the stone. The sky above has a bird of 9 heads, and hell below holds the suppressing demon coffin. No matter how strong your Kingi's body is, you cannot escape the binding area of my demon coffin. Nine-Headed Bird's voice sounded in Han Sen's ear. Han Sen examined the demonic symbols across the stone. One of them looked rather like a bird's head, and it turned and squawked at him. Xiao's and the other observers saw the black coffin close around Han's senator. The pitch-black coffin was disturbing to look at, and a 9-headed bird stood on its lid. Each of the bird's 9 heads looked off in a different direction, and it kept the coffin suppressed. A demonic air swirled around the coffin, and no matter how Han Sen tried to attack, the demon coffin would not budge. Han Sen's fist kept striking, but he couldn't break through the suppressing field of the demon coffin. The demonic symbols flashed across the coffin's interior, and a bird head appeared again. The weird bird eyes stared at Han Sen and the creature chuckled. Don't waste your breath. My suppressed demon coffin can bind both gods and demons. Even if a deified was in your place, they wouldn't be able to break out of this coffin. You can hand over the ancient god origin now. If you don't, and the suppressed demon coffin falls into the demonic abyss, even I won't be able to help you out. Han Sen ignored the bird. He kept punching against the suppressed demon coffin, but it was proving to be futile. Han Sen's power slammed uselessly into the demon coffin's walls. There was a power, like an abyssal one, absorbing his strikes. He was unable to hurt the demon coffin. Han Sen summoned his purple-eye butterfly. He had a look at the demon coffin, and he learned that the demon coffin wasn't a solid item. Instead, it was being continually formed and fueled by power coming from the demonic abyss. It was connected to that abyssal and demonic world. Furthermore, the coffin was now slowly falling into that place of darkness. The suppressed demon coffin's demonic air had grown strong, continually replenished by the streams of darkness coming from the bird's 9 heads. The eyes of the fiend were unleashing a demon light, which seemed to be making a path for the demon coffin. The demon coffin was slowly descending into the dark as tentacles made from a dark substance pulled it down. Just as 9-headed bird had said, not even a deified would be able to escape once they fell into that dark abyss. Prince 16, you are so talented. You also have the protection of the Kingis. You could achieve so much. Why throw away your life for the ancient god origin? You will live a long and good life, surrounded by many beautiful women. You will reign over all of the extreme king. Dying is not worth it, said the bird's head in a tempting tone. It had emerged from the coffin walls again. Han Sen found it annoying, so he punched it. The bird's head vanished back into the coffin, and Han Sen's power was absorbed by the stone walls. Han Sen's head spun with thoughts. This demon coffin area is so weird. I'm afraid ordinary power cannot break it. The Kingis are strong, but they are still combined with my flesh, which means I cannot control them. I cannot cast the Kingis beyond my skin. Relying on the power of the Kingis to break the demon coffin's area will be pointless. 9-headed bird, if I go into the demonic abyss, this item will be useless for you, too. You will lose the ancient god origin, and you will also become an enemy of the extreme king. Do you want to be killed? Han Sen said. Others might be afraid of you and the extreme king, but we pirates are not. You should just hand me the ancient god origin while you're ahead. Otherwise, you're going to be buried in the demonic abyss. Extreme king or not, it does not matter to me, 9-headed bird laughed sinisterly. Han Sen didn't move, and he said, unless the very high were supporting you, the pirates wouldn't dare to go against the extreme king by themselves. You need to think about this. I'm carrying thousands of Kingis. I'm a genius unlike any the extreme king have ever had. Father really loves me. If you bury me in the demonic abyss, what do you think my father will do? Do you think the very high will fight the whole of the extreme king on your behalf? 9-headed bird went quiet, then hissed, do not talk crap. Give me your ancient god origin if you want to live. Otherwise, even if king by himself came here, you would still die in the demonic abyss. I'm very bad-tempered. I only respond to the nice cop. Trying to intimidate me like this will never make me hand over the ancient god origin, no matter how dire my circumstances might be. Han Sen paused, and then said, but if you want to make a wager with me, and I lose, I will give you the ancient god origin. 9-headed bird frowned and asked, what are you proposing? You have used the suppressed demon coffin to trap me. This is nothing. You and I stand here without dodging. You punch me, and I punch you. Whoever moves first loses. That will test the real mettle of a man. If I lose, I will give you the ancient god origin, Han Sen said. 9-headed bird's eyes flashed. He gave Hansen a look of scorn and said, "You have the Kingi's body, which makes you stronger than my half-deified body. Why would I agree to this wager? I won't use the power of the Kingi's." "If I use the Kingi's power, I also lose," Hansen said. "Are you serious?" Nine-Headed Bird's eyes flashed. He was staring at Hansen as he spoke. "I promise in King Bai's good name." "If I break my promise, then King Bai will die," Hansen said. When Nine-Headed Bird heard Hansen use King Bai's name to make the promise, he believed him. He still harbored some suspicion, though. "I'm willing to make this gamble. But I will have to hit you first. If you move or use your Kingi's, then you lose." "Sure," Hansen answered quickly. Nine-Headed Bird, hearing Hansen answer him so quickly, grew even more suspicious. After a moment of thought, he said, "We can only use our own power to fight. We cannot make use of xenogeneic treasures." Hansen's face paled slightly. He cocked an eyebrow and said, "Isn't it normal to make use of xenogeneic treasures?" Nine-Headed Bird grinned widely. "Using xenogeneic treasures is worse than using king areas. You don't like my suppressed demon coffin area, yet you insist on xenogeneic treasures. About that." Hansen's face still looked worried. "Hurry up and make your decision. The suppressed demon coffin is on the verge of falling into the demonic abyss. If you do not decide now, then you won't be able to turn back." Nine-Headed Bird laughed again. "Sure. I agree, but I will have to take the first swing." Hansen could see that the suppressed demon coffin was teetering on the edge of the demonic abyss, and it made him grit his teeth. "No, I will hit first," Nine-Headed Bird replied instantly. Hansen's face kept changing, and he didn't speak. A scary demonic air had made its way inside the suppressed demon coffin. The coffin warped, and the tentacle-like strand of demonic power was feeling its way forward, coming for Hans Sr. "Fine. We agree, then." Hansen screamed when he saw the dark, demonic tentacle reaching out lecherously to touch him. He, that is it, then." Nine-Headed Bird snickered. The suppressed demon coffin then opened and Hansen emerged. Suppressed demon coffin was consumed by darkness as the black tentacles surged up around it and pulled it down into the black. Hansen floated down until his feet rested on the surface of the water. He had no plans to escape. He looked at Nine-Headed Bird and said, "I will remain standing here. You can use whatever sort of power you wish, and if my feet cause any ripples in the water, then I forfeit and lose." When Nine-Headed Bird heard Hansen's declaration, he drifted down to the sea's surface as well. His bird with 9 heads appearance returned to something human-like again. He smiled and said, "As I should have expected from a prince of the Extreme King, you are true to your word. I don't know if you pirates are trustworthy, but the Extreme King are," Hansen coldly said. Nine-Headed Bird smiled and said, "There is no need to try to provoke me. If you keep your end of the bargain, I will not break the rules." "Good. You strike first." Hansen stood atop the sea, unmoving. "Sure, I'll strike first," Nine-Headed Bird said, but he continued looking at Hansen without attacking. Nine-Headed Bird was certain that he could defeat Hansen as long as the Kingi's were not a factor. Making Hansen move would be easy. But Hansen was a prince of the Extreme King, so Nine-Headed Bird knew better than to attack carelessly. He considered the best way to move Hansen from his spot. "What? You still haven't attacked? Is a half-deified being terrified of me?" Hansen laughed. Nine-Headed Bird lifted his lips in a sneer. "Didn't I tell you? Trying to provoke me won't work." After that, Nine-Headed Bird looked at Hansen and thought to himself, his original Water King body cannot be destroyed. Even if I completely wreck his upper body, his legs might remain untouched. No matter how powerful my hit is, it's not guaranteed that I can move his feet. Thinking of that, Nine-Headed Bird had an idea. He prepared to strike. Hang on. Han Sen suddenly raised his hand to stop the man. What? Are you regretting our agreement? Nine-headed bird stared at Han. Senator Han Sen laughed. I have nothing to regret, but before you strike, we should discuss our deal. What game are you trying to play now? We already established the terms of our bargain. You give me the ancient god origin if you lose. It's that simple. Nine-headed bird frowned. I will relinquish the ancient god origin if I lose, but what if you lose? If we don't sort out that aspect of the bargain, you might keep trying to take my ancient god origin after you lose. I have no protection here, Han Sen said. If I lose, I won't try to take the ancient god origin again. Even if you threw it on the ground before me, I wouldn't dare to pick it up, Nine-headed bird said. Awesome. Come on, then. Han Sen activated his original Water King body, and his entire body became translucent. He stood atop the sea as if he was connected to it. So you were planning to use the original Water King body to win. That was a poor choice. Nine-headed bird coldly hummed. He raised his hand, and a black demonic air gathered in front of his fist. It formed a ceaselessly swirling black hole. BZZT. Nine-headed bird punched toward Han Sen, and space itself trembled around his fist. The black hole moved directly toward Han Sen, and its frightening power tugged on everything around it. Han Sen was still some distance from the black hole, but it was already pulling at him. His water body shook, as if the water of his form could break away and be sucked into the black hole at any time. Nine-headed bird's attack didn't strike Han Sen's body directly. Rather than being intended as a destructive attack, it was meant to affect Han Sen's balance. Its magnetic force would keep pulling until Han Sen's body was sucked inside. Because Nine-headed bird had greater power, Han Sen's body would be drawn in by the black hole. There was no way he could lose. Han Sen barely seemed to notice the black hole, though. He remained motionless atop the water. He was not moving into the black hole. Nine-headed bird frowned. His attack was better than any Han Sen could unleash without using his King's power. He should have been falling into the black hole. But Han Sen wasn't moving. He wasn't using the King's or some sort of xenogenic treasure either. Nine-headed bird stared at Han Sen in confusion. Han Sen laughed. He had suggested this bet because he knew he would win. He wouldn't take this risk on a whim. Nine-headed bird couldn't see anything strange about Han Sen's stance, but Han Sen still could have used some sort of trick without his knowledge. Han Sen had suggested this bet because he had the silver-winged dragon beast soul. King-class xenogenic beast soul silver-winged dragon, area type. Han Sen didn't know if only king-class beast souls had an area-off effect, but at that moment, it was the only area beast soul that he had. The silver-winged dragon could deploy a water area, but it was different from Bai Yi's natural water area. This water area was called the dragon area. The sea dragon had the soul of the sea, so if Han Sen used the dragon area in the water, he could become a part of the sea. His body melded with the sea itself. Han Sen stood atop the sea, using the power of the sea to keep him erect. Although he couldn't control it with accuracy, he couldn't be moved unless Nine-headed bird summoned enough power to shift the entire sea. A bar of iron might be easily moved, but if it was welded onto an aircraft carrier, no amount of pulling could force it to budge. Of course, a stick couldn't control an aircraft carrier. But merely remaining stable was enough for Han Senator with the dragon area. Standing atop the sea made Han Sen effectively immortal. Nine-headed bird could do nothing to him. Nine-headed bird kept increasing the strength of his black hole, but he was unable to move Han Senator. His eyes began to widen. Xios watched the contest, frozen in place. She had no idea how Han Sen was pulling this off. Nine-headed bird, can you keep going? Han Sen smiled. Nine-headed bird grunted coldly. He dismissed his black hole, then lowered his arms. He spoke to Han Sen, "Come. If you can move me, then I lose. If I do not move, then I will attack again. We will decide the victor then." "Then I will start," Han Sen said, summoning his wings. He flapped his wings and flew far away. Nine-headed bird's eyes bulged. Han Sen was about to disappear from his vision. He was so mad that he turned into the nine-headed demon bird again. He ran after Han Sen and angrily shouted, "Disgusting extreme king! Are you going to embarrass your father like that? You lose." Han Sen stopped. He turned around and looked at nine-headed bird with a grin. "What is this bullsh*t?" Nine-headed bird slid to a stop. His face turned a sickly green as he realized he had just been tricked. He had lost because he chased after Han Senator. He had fallen for the simplest of ploys. Han Sen had obviously planned this. Because Han Sen let nine-headed bird strike first, nine-headed bird had a chance of winning. That was why nine-headed bird agreed to the bet. But Han Sen's dragon area defeated nine-headed bird's first attack, and the moment he stopped attacking was the moment he sealed his loss. "Can I go now?" Han Sen smiled at nine-headed bird. "Get lost. Do not let me see you ever again." Nine-headed bird's face was contorted with anger. Without waiting for Han Sen to respond, he turned and flew away. Han Sen was surprised. He hadn't expected nine-headed bird to keep his promise, but it was a good thing he had. The dragon area's power came from its connection to water. If Han Sen was sealed inside the suppressed demon coffin, he would lose his connection with the sea and get pulled into the demonic abyss. Unless Han Sen used his super god spirit body, he wouldn't have been able to defeat nine-headed bird. Without any hesitation, Han Sen flew up into the air and headed back to Half-Star Bay. He didn't say another word to Xios. If Miss Mirror hadn't left yet, that was where she would be. Too many elites wanted to get their hands on the ancient god origin. Staying next to Miss Mirror would be the safest thing for Han Sen, as it would prevent others from trying to take the item away from him. Although Han Sen could probably escape, Bauer was still with the Extreme King. So, Han Sen felt obliged to remain. He flew for a few hundred meters, but suddenly, he felt the crackle of lightning all around him. A giant that looked like either a demon or a god hung there in the clouds. A hand came slapping down towards Han Senator. The hand slowed down, and the air around Han Sen concentrated until it was as dense as a steel board. Han Sen couldn't tear through the air. He couldn't move his body. A deified elite. Han Sen felt a chill, and he prepared to fight back. Just as he was about to lash out, a sword light appeared and slashed across the big hand. "Arg!" The giant in the clouds screamed and pulled his hand back. The godlike eyes looked down to where he had been struck. A beautiful woman holding a copper sword in her hands had emerged. Miss Mirror. Han Sen was so happy. That giant stared at Miss Mirror, then disappeared. He seemed to be afraid of Miss Mirror, and he obviously didn't want to make an enemy out of her. "I cannot believe ancient water gods selected you." Miss Mirror came before Han Sen and looked at the ancient god origin he was holding. "Isn't that why you brought me here?" Han Sen said. "I was just here to try my luck. I didn't place any hope in you, so I didn't expect you would succeed," Miss Mirror said simply. Han Sen touched his nose and looked at the blood-red sea. Miss Mirror seemed to know what Han Sen was thinking. In a neutral tone of voice, she said, "Extreme King ships are here. They will take over the planets that were touched by ancient water god's blood." Miss Mirror hadn't come for the ancient god origin at all, she just wanted to claim the system that had been flooded with ancient water god's blood. After ancient water god's failure and the subsequent dispersal of his blood, the primitive creatures of these planets would now grow strong. Even barren planets would now flourish because of ancient water god's lifeblood. The watery area that came from ancient water god's blood had an incredible life force. It could grow many scary xenogeneics. This was exactly what the Extreme King needed. On the flip side, the ancient god origin wasn't as important. It could only be used to grow one strong water element elite. It was nothing compared to the value of an entire system. Han Sen followed Miss Mirror back to the ship, and he saw that the Extreme King's ships were splitting up to guard the individual planets of the system. Han Sen found the Blood Kirin was on their ship, and he was surprised that it had sat and waited for him the entire time. It obviously wasn't the mindless beast Han Sen had believed it to be. When the Blood Kirin saw Miss Mirror, it looked hostile and scared. Han Sen could guess why. Ancient Water God had moved Han Sen far away, and the Blood Kirin wouldn't listen to Miss Mirror's commands. She must have used some sort of trick to get the creature on board a ship. This woman is too tricky. I don't know what she wants. Why didn't she tell anyone else that I'm not actually Bai Yi? Han Sen stroked the ring on his finger and thought to himself, it most likely has something to do with this ring. But she didn't force me to take the ring off. Why? Han Sen didn't understand. He knew he would have to stop thinking about it. He brought out the xenogeneic gene of the silver-winged dragon and swallowed it to refine it. Duke Gene +1. Duke Gene +1. The Duke Gene announcements kept sounding off in Han Sen's head. He received 10 Duke Genes in total. If I can get a few more King-class xenogeneic genes, then I won't have to worry about the story of genes. Han Sen was both happy and worried. Miss Mirror didn't remain on the planet for long. She had been needed during the takeover, but she wasn't in charge of building up the planet. Her task was finished before most of the Extreme King's ships even arrived. Han Sen knew Miss Mirror had many elites around her, but they didn't appear in her proximity. Taking such an important system would be a bloody affair. The ancient god wouldn't give up the place easily, so both sides would make sacrifices in the attempt to claim the system. The price would be high whether they succeeded or failed. After going back to King's Kingdom, Han Sen took the Blood Kirin with him back to Planet Water Zone. Miss Mirror didn't detain him, and she said nothing more to him. No one else sought to trouble him either. That made Han Sen even more worried, though. He didn't know what was going through Miss Mirror's head, and he had no idea what her ultimate goal was. I can just put Bauer back in the sanctuaries. That will be safer for both of us, Han Sen thought in irritation. He would need to take Bauer back from Lan Haixin. Before Han Sen could find Lan Haixin, though, she came looking for him. She looked fairly moody, too. Bai Yi, did you forget something? Lan Haixin found Han Sen in the garden and looked at him with a raised eyebrow. She didn't say what she wanted explicitly because she was still suspicious about Han Sen's identity. Last month, on the 9th. I remember. But Miss Mirror took me somewhere to do something. I had no choice, Han Sen said with a shrug. He then thought to himself, it is fortunate I have Bauer as a spy. It is good that you remember. But since we missed it, we must now wait another 2 months. You better behave over the course of the next 2 months and stop giving me trouble. After Lan Haixin spoke, she left. She didn't even spare him a second glance. Because Han Sen was uncertain of Miss Mirror's ultimate goal, he didn't dare take any obvious risks. He remained on Planet Water Zone and spent his time hunting down Duke xenogeneics. He wanted to fill up his Duke genes. Han Sen found a few Duke xenogeneics, killed them, and consumed their Duke genes. Their xenogeneic genes increased his Duke gene tally by 1 point each, so leveling up was a very slow process. It wasn't as fast as eating 1 king xenogeneic gene to claim 10 Duke gene points. He didn't want to cause much of a ruckus. He needed to be patient and slowly trawl through Planet Water Zone in the hunt for Duke xenogeneics. What is this? Han Sen came across a little mountain moving across the bottom of the sea. It slid forward at a very slow pace, but Han Sen could tell that it really was moving. When Han Sen rode the blood Kirin down to get a better look, he realized that it wasn't actually a mountain. It was a conch. The shell was 100 meters tall. It was black and grayish, and it looked like stone from a distance. Beneath the conch, the white skirt of the conch was revealed. It was slowly flapping and moving across the sand. Feeling Han Sen and the blood Kirin draw near, the mountainous conch moved its flesh and released a blue light. It covered an area of 1,000 meters, cloaking Han Sen and the blood Kirin at the same time. The blood Kirin was angered. His blood air exploded out from him as he thundered toward the sea conch. Han Sen didn't know what the sea conch's area did. It didn't seem to affect Han Sen directly. The blood Kirin soon came before the sea conch, though, with that blood air swirling all around him. The sea conch retreated back into its shell as the blood Kirin's claws skittered across the hard surface of the shell, leaving some scratch marks across it. The blood Kirin roared in fury. It kept swinging its claws at the conch, trying to break through the shell. But despite its strength, the blood Kirin couldn't leave behind anything more than light scratches. The conch shell was 100 meters tall, so those scratches were inconsequential. A king-class enigenic. Han Sen was delighted by this discovery. If its shell was that sturdy, the creature must have been king-class. A weak king-class, judging by its fleshy body, but a king-class nonetheless. The blood Kirin continued striking the shell, but each blow left less and less of a mark. It was rather confusing to Han. Senator Han Sen pulled out his ghost teeth knife and swiped across the shell. It did nothing, and his performance paled in comparison to the blood Kirin's. Han Sen frowned. He pulled out his thunder god spike, summoned its lightning, then thrust it toward the sea conch's shell. He wanted to paralyze the beast. After that, he could flip it on its back and slay it from below. But the creature's shell seemed to insulate it perfectly from the lightning of the thunder god's spike. That made Han Sen raise an eyebrow. This guy's shell is really hard. But it is so big. I bet it would make an amazing armor. The shell was far too large to be used for a single set of armor. Still, it would make an excellent construction material for something larger. Before Han Sen could make something out of it, though, he first had to kill it. He tried all sorts of different powers, but his strongest attack could only deliver a mark that was a few inches across. It had no effect on the sea conch. Let's flip it. Han Sen called to the blood Kirin. Gathering their strength, they turned the sea conch over. After flipping it, though, they realized it was sealed on the bottom. There was no way in. The opening was blocked by the same material that composed the rest of the shell. As they looked over the creature again, Han Sen and the blood Kirin realized that the marks they had left on its shell had vanished. Their efforts had been wasted. This isn't right. This guy probably has a third-tier area. How else could the conch shell be so hard? Even the blood Kirin, with an attack at full power, only leaves a small mark. Han Sen looked around at the blue lights of the area that was all around. How does this conch have such a powerful king area? They had been there for a long time, but the blue light hadn't done any damage to Han Sen or the blood Kirin. It certainly wasn't meant as an attack. Is this a weakening area, perhaps? Han Sen considered the possibility, but it didn't seem quite right. If it was a weakening area, he should have been able to feel his own power losing strength. Han Sen wasn't sensing any energy drain, though. His body was full of vigor. If it isn't a weakening type, then could it be a cell-strengthening type? Does the blue light increase the shell's strength? Han Sen stroked his jaw as he thought about this, but he ultimately discarded this idea as well. If it was a cell-strengthening area, the sea conch wouldn't have needed to release the light into such a large area. The wider the area, the more spread out the power would be. The cell strengthening area would only be required around the shell itself. Why would the creature need to extend its reach so far? If it isn't a weakening or a cell strengthening area, what is it? Han Sen stared at the sea conch as he mulled over the conundrum. The blood Kirin had a short temper, and its inability to damage the sea conch's shell was making the blood Kirin more and more furious. It kept trying to bite the shell, but nothing worked. The marks they left were becoming lighter and lighter. Hang on. The blood Kirin's power hasn't weakened. In fact, his anger has made him even stronger. Why are his scratch marks becoming lighter? Han Sen stared at the scratch marks on the conch shell. After a while, his eyes sparkled. Is his area power? Han Sen swam next to the conch shell and stroked the scratch marks across its surface. The blood Kirin stopped attacking. Not long after, the scratch marks were gone. The healing unfolded before their eyes. If even a top-class half-deified creature like the blood Kirin couldn't break the conch's shell, then the shell was unbelievably hard. Han Sen didn't think that the strength was coming from the material of the shell, though. The conch shell was very hard, but its incredible resistance was because of the creature's king area. Han Sen didn't know if his guess was correct, so after a moment of thought, he took the blood Kirin and left. They departed the sea conch's area of blue light. The sea conch behaved as if it knew what they were doing. It spread the blue light further, but the max range was 2,000 meters. It couldn't extend the light beyond that. When Han Sen and the blood Kirin got far enough away that the sea conch couldn't feel their presence, they hid behind a big rock. Han Sen used his purple-eye butterfly to observe the sea conch in the distance. The sea conch waited there for a while. It must have been almost half an hour before the creature emerged from the shell to look around. After a while, when it didn't see Han Sen and the blood Kirin in the vicinity, it shut off its blue light. Upon seeing that, Han Sen summoned spell. He turned her into a sniper rifle and took aim at the sea conch. Pang! Without hesitation, Han Sen squeezed the trigger. The bullet fired out of the barrel and broke through the water. It was silently headed for the sea conch. Normal bullets would face too much resistance when fired underwater. The shot would become weaker the farther it had to travel, and the sea conch would likely notice its approach. But Han Sen had his original Water King body and Sea Dragon area. He combined with the Sea of Planet Water Zone itself. He used his water powers to create spells ammunition, so the bullet also had water abilities. Rather than being slowed down by the water it passed through, the bullet was actually buffed by the sea. It flew toward the sea conch silently, like a phantom. But Han Sen wasn't firing at the exposed flesh of the creature. He was firing at the conch's shell. Pang! The bullet hit the sea conch's shell, punching a small hole straight through. The sea conch shook and immediately activated its blue light. The light quickly covered the sea conch's shell, protecting the small hole. So that's how it works. Han Sen was happier. He looked at the bullet hole and noticed that some white juice was flowing out of it. Although the wound was very small, it proved that his bullets could pierce through the shell and damage the creature's body. Now Han Sen knew for certain that the light made the conch's shell so hard, not the material of the conch shell itself. Han Sen's shot was far weaker than the blood Kirin's attacks, too. But still, his bullets were able to penetrate the conch's shell. The blood Kirin's claws were only able to leave light scratch marks upon it. It was obvious by now that the difference was because of the blue light area. Han Sen stayed where he was and lifted his sniper rifle to aim at the sea conch again. He fired a few times, all of his bullets flying true and striking the shell. None of those bullets were able to break the conch's shell, though. Under the glow of the blue light, they left small marks on the surface of the shell. When the bullets go through the blue area, they don't lose speed or power. But when they strike the conch's shell, they don't have the impact that they should. Han Sen looked at the sea conch with interest. After a while, the bullet hole Han Sen had made filled in and disappeared completely. The conch's recovery power was very strong. No wonder Bai Yi left behind a king xenogeneic. He probably couldn't figure out how to kill it, he didn't leave it alive because he wanted to. Han Sen laughed. Since Bai Yi had been unable to kill it, this was a good opportunity for Han Senator. He and the Blood Kirin remained in hiding, and he was determined to kill the king-class xenogeneic. He only had guesses about how to bring the creature down, though. He didn't have a surefire way of breaking the blue light area, so he planned to wait there until the sea conch relaxed. The sea conch had learned from Han Sen's previous attack, and it didn't reveal itself so quickly this time. It took a few hours before the sea conch was willing to reveal its flesh once more. This time, however, it didn't deactivate its blue light. It continued using the blue area as it traveled into the deeper recesses of the sea. Han Sen thought the thing would be heavy and slow, but it ran away like a rabbit. Han Sen watched the small mountain flee into the deep sea, creating eddies and vortexes as it went. Han Sen used his purple-eye butterfly to keep an eye on the thing as he pursued it, waiting for the moment the creature decided to relax. Now that the sea conch had been damaged, it was being careful. It was moving fast, and it carefully maintained its king area the entire time. Han Sen wasn't in a rush, though. He just continued to follow it. The creature was too big to hide from him easily. Plus, Han Sen had 2 water areas. Escaping from him in the water would be practically impossible. Han Sen was very confident in his water-aligned powers. But Han Sen noticed that his current confidence had come a little too soon. When the sea conch passed by another underwater mountain, it disappeared. After it climbed behind the mountain, it didn't re-emerge. Han Sen thought it might have come back to its home, but when he looked around the mountain, he couldn't find the sea conch anywhere. Weird. Where did it go? Han Sen looked around, but he saw no sign of the creature. The gap between the mountains was small, so there was nowhere else for it to go. The sea conch was too big for Han Sen to have missed it if it came out. That was why Han Sen waited near the mountain. But there was nothing to see. The sea conch had truly vanished. You think you can escape my sight that simply? You are too naive. Han Sen used his purple-eye butterfly and his Dongxian aura to scan for the sea conch's molecular trail. He found it and began following. Han Sen quickly realized that there was a small hole in the ground near the mountain. The hole was the size of a man's fist. The sea conch's trail disappeared into it. The conch had tricked him. That sea conch can change its size. Why didn't it display that power earlier? Han Sen wondered. Blood Kirin, go in and take a look at what it's doing. But don't alert it to your presence. Han Sen wasn't very good at changing the size of his body, but the Blood Kirin was a professional. It could change its size effortlessly. The Blood Kirin roared. Its body shook as its bones shrank. It became one size smaller, and then it continued to reduce until the red beast looked like a little toy. Then, it climbed into the hole. Han Sen waited on the outside. He looked around and examined the trench that led to the hole. Han Sen had studied the Xianmen techniques left behind by Mr. White. He learned a few of the skills, but they were very simple. He only mastered a couple of their methods of calculation, but if a situation was quite simple, he could use those techniques to provide some insight. The underwater mountain was very special. There were many mountains nearby, and they were all connected together. The mountains were shaped like volcanoes with craters at the top, and there were large holes in the peaks. From above, the 9 mountains looked like a chain of interlocking rings. Han Sen remembered in the Xianmen technique that this kind of environment was called the 9 rings. If that sort of landscape was in the Alliance, no one would have dared to live there. Such a place had a lot of bad luck, and people who chose to live there would suffer the consequences. But that theory might not have applied to the Geno universe. Mr. White said the Xianmen techniques required many improvements for the Geno universe. Techniques and powers were different in the Sanctuary and the Geno universe, and he was interested in researching those differences. Han Sen was checking out the mountain when a white shadow suddenly appeared from the peaks. It was a big electric eel that was 12 meters long. As it swam, its white scales sparked with electricity. It looked weirdly pretty. Another king-class xenogeniac. Han Sen frowned. This was unexpected. As far as Han Sen knew, Bai Yi cleared planet water zone a long time ago. Even Lan Haixin hadn't bothered sending out hunting parties. But now, Han Sen had met 2 king-class xenogeniacs in a row. Both were in the same vicinity, too. This posed a big problem. Pulling out his Thunder God spike, Han Sen went towards the king-class electric eel. Han Sen didn't really care what change planet water zone was experiencing right now. He was just going to kill any king-class creatures he found. Getting king-class genes was good for him. He used his original Water King body, then unleashed his dragon area as well. Han Sen moved like a water dragon as he rushed toward the big electric eel. The Thunder God spike flickered with scary silver lightning, and the sound of thunder rumbled along its path. Han Sen's king areas entangled the giant electric eel. The water restricted the eel's body, and the creature swam extremely slowly, as if it was moving through mud. While Han Sen rejoiced at the success of his attack, the electric eel suddenly loosed a crackling discharge of lightning. The lightning created a scary thunder area and merged with Han Sen's own area. The electricity shot through the water and into Han Senator. His hair instantly poofed straight out and began vibrating with the force of the current. Pang! Han Sen's electrified body bounced away. He came to a stop after arcing through the water for a long time. His tongue felt numb. A king area focused purely on attack is too scary. And that electricity has a strong paralytic effect. This is at least a 6th-tier area. This electric eel will be hard to deal with. Han Sen held still in an attempt to hide himself, but the electric eel was already rushing toward him. Its thunder area came with it, and streams of electric chains shot out of its mouth. Han Sen used his water skills to dodge the thunder area and the lightning chains. Fortunately, he still had the benefits of his water areas. He moved much faster in the water than the electric eel did. If not for his speed advantage, he would have already taken more hits. That would have been extremely painful, even if his body could withstand it. After dodging out of the eel's immediate attack range, Han Sen summoned spells dual pistols and started firing. It wasn't the Sea Conch, so Han Sen didn't have to worry too much about its blocking abilities. When the bullets entered the thunder area, the eel reacted immediately. It spewed more of that lightning to destroy the incoming bullets. But 1 or 2 of the bullets still managed to strike the eel's scales. Familiar symbols began to shine across the impacted scales, showing the results of Han Sen's turtle skill. The turtle skill took effect, and after a few more shots landed, the electric eel was much slower. However, the lightning on its body was still incredibly strong, and the creature's thunder area covered the surrounding region, so Han Sen couldn't get close to the creature. Pang! Spell became a sniper rifle, and Han Sen fired a bullet toward the electric eel. The bullet shattered the eel's scales and tore into its side. Purple teeth power spread across the wound. Han Sen's techniques weren't king class yet, and his original Water King body only had a 1st-tier area. Taking down a king-class xenogeniac with a 6th-tier area would be incredibly difficult. Luckily, the turtle's skill worked well against the eel. Because of that, the foe was unable to catch up to Han's Senator. He led it to the seabed, firing continually at the creature. Teeth power continued to shred its wounds. As it lost more and more blood, the electric eel's area grew weaker. Xenogeniac King hunted, electric dragon. Xenogeniac gene found. Han Sen watched the giant electric eel's body sink while the announcement played in his head. It is a shame I didn't receive its beast soul. An electric beast soul would have been very powerful. Han Sen swam over to the electric eel's body and dug out its energenic gene. He summoned his Shadow Queen Bee and let it eat the big electric eel's body. Shadow Queen Bee hadn't matured yet, and Han Sen was already a duke. The Queen Bee wouldn't be useful to him at this point, but since he had the meat available, he might as well let her eat it. Otherwise, it would all be wasted. Shadow Queen Bee crawled over the body and ate with difficulty. Han Sen swallowed the entire electrified bone that was the xenogenic gene. He also used his consume talent to refine it with haste. A numb feeling swept over Han Sen's body. It was like his cells were electrified, and they began to vibrate with energy. Duke Gene. Duke Gene. When Han Sen finished refining the electric bone, his Duke Gene tally had reached 84. He was close to having 100. If I kill 2 more King-class xenogenics, I'll have maxed it out. And then, I can open the story of Gene's first gene lock. As Han Sen was calculating, he heard a boom in the distance. Something tore its way out of the little hole under the mountain, dramatically widening the opening. The blood Kirin emerged from the swirls of debris and returned to its ordinary size. Blood dripped from the blood Kirin's mouth, and grievous injuries marred its scales. It was in very bad condition. Pat-ong. The blood Kirin made it back to Han Sen, then fell onto its stomach on the seafloor. It struggled to get up. Wounds covered its legs, and one leg had been twisted 90 degrees. Black blood oozed around the wound. The black blood drifted into the water around the blood Kirin's body, then turned into some sort of small black bugs. They latched onto the blood Kirin and started nibbling on its wounds and scales. The blood Kirin was a cruel and violent beast, but now it was actually squealing. Han Sen was shocked. The blood Kirin was a half-deified xenogenic that was nearly peerless, and judging from the way it had been injured, it had encountered something other than the sea conch. The blood Kirin's blood continued to become bugs, and Han Sen couldn't determine what sort of power had been used against his companion. Han Sen was still holding the Thunder God's spike, and he poked it into the blood Kirin's wound. The black bugs began to shriek as Han Sen electrified them, and after a minute, they all fell off the wound. Those bugs vanished, but the blood gushing from the blood Kirin's wounds was turning into more black bugs. If that continued, the blood Kirin's veins were going to run dry. Han Sen looked at the little bugs, and he realized they were actually small sea conches. Han Sen used his purple-eye butterfly to see what was going on with the blood Kirin. Many small, black sea conches were squirming around inside the blood Kirin. There were too many to count, and the sight of them made Han Sen feel sick. At the rate that the blood Kirin's body was being devoured, it wouldn't be long until only its bones remained. Han Sen wondered how he might save the blood Kirin, but then something else came crawling out of the hole that the blood Kirin had expanded. The newcomer's body swelled back to normal size. It was that same, king-class sea conch. Before Han Sen could react, another sea conch emerged from the hole. This one was beautiful and full of color. Its shell was like a crystal, and its colors shifted and glowed like a rainbow. When Han Sen saw that beautiful sea conch, the color drained out of his face. Han Sen knew with a single glance that he was looking at a deified creature. It was nothing like the black, mountainous sea conch. Han Sen grabbed the blood Kirin and turned to run, but it was too late. A rainbow-like aura covered the sea around him. Han Sen felt like his body was stuck to the ground, and he was unable to move. Many rainbow-colored substance chains were rising through the water to bind him. D***MNit. Why is there a deified creature here? This is bad. Han Sen activated his super god spirit body without hesitation. His body immediately became transparent. He shone so brightly that the colorful substance chains heading toward Han Sen suddenly lost their target. Rather than attempting to fight back, Han Sen's first reaction was to lift the blood Kirin and run away as fast as he could. Even the weakest deified would be more than a match for Han Senator. The rainbow crystal sea conch wasn't as powerful as ancient water god, but it still wasn't something Han Sen could fight against. If Han Sen became king class, perhaps there was a chance he could fight off a deified. But right now, Han Sen was just a duke. He needed some outside help just to fight a half-deified being. Fighting a deified would be suicide. A half-deified was like an incredibly powerful king, but deifieds were on a different level entirely. The rainbow crystal sea conch saw Han Sen traveling freely through its substance chains, and it rocked back in apparent shock. Its crystal body flashed, and the substance chains turned into rainbow-colored glass. The glass surged up around Han Senator. Han Sen poured all of his power into his super god spirit body, running his technique as hard as he could. The weird power was injected into the blood Kirin, and the blood Kirin's body became similarly transparent. Under the force of Han Sen's will, the blood Kirin's body also adopted the qualities of super god spirit mode. Han Sen lifted the blood Kirin higher and hit the rainbow glass. They shot through it like ghosts, the glass wisping around them as if it wasn't even there. The rainbow glass was unable to stop Han Sen and his super god spirit body. But the super god spirit body had a time limit. Han Sen was carrying the blood Kirin as he fled, and that cost him even more energy. After they escaped the rainbow glass, Han Sen ran back in the direction he had come. The rainbow crystal sea conch managed to catch up. Countless substance chains rose from the ground and continued their attempts to capture Han Senator. He brushed right through them at first, but after a while, he was unable to sustain the power requirements of the super god spirit body. Every time he passed through the rainbow glass, it cost him a lot of energy. When Han Sen hit the next pane of rainbow glass, he felt as if he had thrust himself into sticky liquid. It was difficult to wiggle his way through. Han Sen knew that this was the sign that he was losing his super god spirit body. If this continued, his super god spirit body would entirely fail. He would be unable to break the substance chain glass with his power. What do I do? Do I have to jump into the sanctuary? If I go back to the sanctuary, the blood Kirin will die. Han Sen thought rapidly, but he couldn't come up with a solution to his predicament. The deified xenogenic speed would make escape virtually impossible. Han Sen used all of his strength, but it was useless before that absolute power and speed. Super God Spirit Body's ability to make him invincible was the sole reason he hadn't been trapped. Han Sen's heart was burning. He knew he could escape to the sanctuaries, but his greatest worry lay in the blood Kirin. Han Sen carried the blood Kirin's bleeding body, and luckily, his super god spirit mode had lent some of its strength to the blood Kirin. Han Sen's power killed the small, black sea conches and made the blood Kirin feel better. But now, the two large sea conches were still a serious problem. One was a king with a powerful king area, and the other was a genuine deified xenogenic. Even if he used his super god spirit body to attack them, he wouldn't be able to save the blood Kirin. In Underwater Town, Bauer was eating lunch with Lan Haixin. Halfway through her dessert, Bauer's face paled. She suddenly leaped off her chair. "Bauer, what is it?" Lan Haixin looked at Bauer with confusion. "Stomach ache. I have to go to the bathroom," Bauer said, then left the room with the little red bird in tow. "This kid." Lan Haixin shook her head and smiled. She looked so happy. She had really come to love Bauer, and she even kept Bauer in her room with her at night. They were like real sisters. Bauer ran to the garden and bit her finger. She let a droplet of blood fall on the little red bird's forehead, and she said, "Little red bird, my stupid father is in trouble. My blood will guide you to him. Go and save him." After that, bow threw the little red bird upward. The little red bird flapped its wings and became a red light. Then, it disappeared from the town. Han Sen was still holding on, but his super god spirit body was flickering. It was almost gone, and it could disappear completely at any second. Han Sen's body struck the rainbow glass again, and now, it was as if he was striking leather. Han Sen gritted his teeth and pushed forward, but he was squashed out. The super god spirit body couldn't hold on any longer. Han Sen fell out of that mode and returned to being a human composed of ordinary flesh again. Han Sen tried to use the super god spirit body's remaining power to attack the sea conch, but it wasn't that useful. The super god spirit body buffed Han Sen quite a bit. It could ignore the defenses of creatures and attack things directly. Even so, attacking a beast that was 2 levels above him was pointless. Pang! Another pane of rainbow glass fell. It was going to cover Han Sen and the blood Kirin, and so Han Sen tried punching it. His fist was lit by King Geese, but he was unable to fracture the rainbow glass. Han Sen kept punching the glass, and the sounds of the blows echoed over the seafloor. Han Sen's bones were about to break and his fists were bleeding, but he couldn't break the rainbow glass. The power of Super Spank struck the substance chains of the rainbow glass, but even that was bounced back. Super Spank could find a single link of the chain that was weak enough to break. The blood Kirin fell on the ground, looking to be in a really dire condition. It was still able to release horrid screams as it tried to struggle back to its feet and fight against the rainbow glass alongside Han Senator, but after a few tries, it collapsed again with blood spewing from its mouth. The black stone sea conch moved alongside the rainbow crystal sea conch. They were moving slowly. 2 sea conches climbed atop the rainbow glass, looking at Han Sen and the blood Kirin through its transparent surface. The black sea conch's eyes looked very human. They glared at Han Sen with disdain. The rainbow crystal sea conch looked at Han Sen with its dreamy eyes. And then, the rainbow glass surrounding Han Sen began to shrink. It was squeezing Han Sen and the blood Kirin together. The faces of Han Sen and the blood Kirin were squashed together. Han Sen hesitated, trying to decide if he should take the blood Kirin with him to the sanctuaries. Even if the powers of the sanctuary harmed the creature, it was better than being squeezed into a sausage then and there. The rainbow sea conch didn't move. It kept pushing the glass down on Han Sen and the blood Kirin in a cruel bid to crush them. The black sea conch was standing just outside the glass, and it seemed darkly amused. It moved around a little, and small black things emerged from its shell. They were the black sea conches. Those small sea conches surrounded the glass like a tide of water. There was a countless number of them, and they looked like a cloud of ink. Han Sen felt a chill as he looked at them. If the glass squashed him to a pulp, he wouldn't feel safe dying. His dead body would be devoured by the hungry sea conches. As Han Sen gritted his teeth and prepared to use his Blood Pulse Sutra to return to the sanctuaries, a beautiful red light appeared above him, shining down into the depths of the sea. After that, Han Sen saw a burning flame swoop across the sea. It was like a fiery phoenix coming down from the heavens. The strange-looking red light was its flames. The black sea conch and the rainbow crystal sea conch noticed the phoenix. The black sea conch was frightening, and it immediately retreated back into its shell. Its blue light appeared a moment later. The rainbow sea conch gathered its rainbow-colored substance chains into powerful waves of rainbow glass that went right for the phoenix. Pang! The glass covered the phoenix. The black sea conch poked its head out when it saw the fire phoenix get trapped. It was so happy that it jumped a little. Pang! The next second, the phoenix shrieked, and the red flames of its body rose. The incredibly hard glass turned to lava beneath the strength of the bird's flames. The melted glass began to run like candle wax. The phoenix flapped its wings, and the glass shattered completely. Even the shards soon melted into a red liquid. The underwater landscape was smoldering, and the light danced strangely over the seafloor. It was shockingly pretty. The rainbow sea conch saw all this, and even more rainbow substance chains lashed out crazily. They became another weird shape of glass that headed for the phoenix. The phoenix flapped its wings and spat out some gold fire. The fire pierced through the rainbow sea conch's glass and kept on going towards the beast. The rainbow sea conch's eyes opened wide. It gathered up power upon its shell, and then its body retreated inside. The gold fire splashed atop the crystal conch shell. Instead of breaking the shell, though, the fire burned around the shell and made it shine like a rainbow. The phoenix looked at Han Sen and the blood Kirin. It spat a fireball toward them and melted the glass that had trapped them. Little red bird. Han Sen and the blood Kirin escaped. Han Sen, upon seeing the red phoenix, was ridiculously happy. He exclaimed, "The sun raven's body and the bird's nest weren't wasted. The little red bird is good." The little red bird flapped its wings and sent even more fire toward the rainbow sea conch. The scary gold fire wrapped around the sea conch like an embrace of flames. When the fire rose, the rainbow shell became a golden color. The shine dimmed. Han Sen glanced over and saw the black sea conch trying to escape. So, Han Sen summoned spell as a sniper rifle and fired a bullet at the conch's shell. The black sea conch hadn't wanted to draw the phoenix's attention, so it hadn't made use of its king area. It was slow, and spell's bullet hit the shell and broke it. The beast started to bleed. The black sea conch squealed. Its situation had become even more desperate, so it unleashed its blue light and began moving away as quickly as it could. "You want to run away?" Han Sen pursued the creature, continuing to shoot at it. The next bullet went through the blue light area and struck the black sea conch. It flew through the hole made by the previous bullet, and this time, blood flowed out like a spring. The black sea conch's recovery powers were strong, but that bullet hole wasn't recovering in the least. The bullet hole existed on the beast as if it was a separate entity. It wasn't healing. That was the work of spell's eternity skill. It made a solid wound that was impossible to heal again. That skill was more than a match for the black sea conch, too. Even a deified creature might not be able to break the power of that eternity skill. Han Sen got closer to the black sea conch, and he turned spell into dual pistols. He fired them repeatedly, and every bullet struck that same bullet hole. Ever-increasing amounts of blood poured from the black sea conch. The blue light area combined with the sea conch's shell and created an excellent defense system, but the flesh of the sea conch didn't have a high level of defense. Plus, it wasn't nearly fast enough to evade the bullets. Before long, it had been shot many times in that same spot. The black sea conch's body began to tremble. Its flesh shook, and black clouds poured out of its flesh. The black clouds were swarms of little black sea conches. Han Sen's body shone with kingis. The little sea conches tried to drill into Han Sen's pores, but they all broke against the kingis. The black stone sea conch couldn't run, and the little sea conches were unable to do anything to Han Senator. The big beast had been shot, and it was rapidly losing blood. The purple teeth power kept spreading into it as well, making the wound even worse. The black sea conch's climbing ability slowed. The blue light had weakened. When the blue light was fully extinguished, Han Sen fired his pistols to completely shatter the creature's shell. Without the protection of the blue light, the conch's shell crumbled under the onslaught. Xenogeniac King hunted, move mountain sea conch. Xenogeniac gene found. Obtained beast soul. Han Sen happily went to check out what type of beast soul he had received. King class Xenogeniac beast soul move mountain sea conch, area type. Han Sen was shocked. He hadn't expected to receive another powerful area type beast soul. He didn't know if King-class area beast souls were extremely common or if he was simply lucky. Han Sen summoned his new beast soul to find out what it was like. Han Sen's body shimmered with blue light, the same light that he had just seen the Move Mountain Sea Conch use. This delighted Han Senator. He wanted to investigate the blue light further, but the rainbow sea conch was starting to emit some strange wheezing noises. Han Sen looked over and saw the rainbow sea conch still being slowly cooked by the little red bird. The creature appeared to be in a frenzy as it tried to run away. The rainbow sea conch kept running, but the fire across its shell couldn't be extinguished. It was like a flaming wheel blazing a trail through the water and across the sand. The fire refused to go out. The little red bird, the harbinger of death. Han Sen was grinning like an idiot. Although he knew the little red bird had become a deified elite, being able to damage another deified elite like that was remarkably impressive. Plus, the little red bird had only recently become deified, so it could probably improve even more in the future. In time, it might grow up to become something like the ancient water god. The little red bird cawed in pride. It flew to the rainbow sea conch, and Han Sen followed it while shouting, "Save his last breath for me. I want to take the last hit." Han Sen chased after it, and the rainbow sea conch eventually found itself unable to move any farther. The meat inside its shell was boiling. The shell had turned translucent white, and it looked as if the creature was being barbecued. Is it still breathing? Han Sen drew his thunder god spike and ran at the fiend. It was a deified xenogeniac, and although Han Sen's chances of getting a beast soul out of it were low, he still wanted to try. The fire around the little red bird's body vanished, and it floated down to land on Han Senator. It opened its mouth toward the rainbow sea conch and inhaled. The gold fire was pulled back into its belly. Han Sen's thunder god spike slammed into the cooked conch meat, but it was like a blade hitting rubber. The spike would not go in. Han Sen gathered up all the power he could, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't penetrate the flesh. As the rainbow sea conch's life faded, its body crystallized. It became more and more resistant to Han Sen's strikes. Han Sen felt depressed. The prize was right there in front of him, but he couldn't take it. Not long after, the rainbow sea conch was completely crystallized. Every inch of its body was a xenogeniac gene. It was like a piece of art made from rainbow crystal. What a shame. The rainbow sea conch was very dead. Han Sen was unable to break its flesh, even though he used his thunder god spike to strike it. Electrocution is a type of damage, right? Will the final hit count as mine? Han Sen felt very nervous. The prospect of earning a deified beast soul was very enticing. Xenogeniac deified hunted, crystal god conch. Xenogeniac gene found. Han Sen felt as if he had been dropped off at the pearly gates at heaven, only to fall way down into the fiery pits of hell. He had managed to get the kill, but he didn't get a deified beast soul. Anyway, at least I got the deified gene. That is the biggest reward, Han Sen mumbled to himself, but he still felt crestfallen. Han Sen sent the crystal god conch's body back to the sanctuaries. Lifeless items weren't destroyed in the sanctuaries, just like the baby sun raven's body. The small black sea conches invading the blood Kirin were gone. It was wounded, but it wasn't in any danger of death. With its life force and recovery speed, it wouldn't take long for the blood Kirin to be back in action. The blood Kirin began to feast on the flesh of the Move Mountain sea conch and what remained of the electric dragon. With gritted teeth, Han Sen gave the Move Mountain sea conch's xenogeniac gene to the blood Kirin, as well. He wanted it to recover the power it had lost. It was 2 days before he made it back to Underwater Town. By then, the wounds on the blood Kirin were no longer visible, but it had yet to fully heal. The blood Kirin had been badly hurt by the crystal god conch, and the little sea conches had ravaged its organs. It had been really damaged. If it hadn't been given plenty of resources to heal, it would have taken a very long time for it to get better. Han Sen kept on exploring the underwater realms, but he was never able to find another king-class xenogeniac. He didn't know why they had found 2 kings and a deified in that one region. Han Sen wanted to go back to that cave and take a look, but he wasn't good at shrinking his body. That cave grew smaller the deeper it went. It eventually reached the width of a needle. Han Sen spent some time digging his way through but found nothing. He decided to give up after a while. I should take the blood Kirin to King's Garden to heal, Han Sen decided. Of course, Han Sen had no intention of provoking the king tree again. He wanted to find a root king dragon there so he and the blood Kirin could absorb some king air. If the blood Kirin could absorb some of that king air, the healing process could be hastened. Even though Han Sen tried to keep a low profile, entering King's Garden still drew a lot of attention. It was very hard to find a primary root king dragon that was unoccupied. Han Sen found one, and after looking closer, he smiled. He lifted his lips and said, "What a shame. It is Prince Swordstar." Han Sen flew over to Prince Swordstar without hesitation. Prince Swordstar was sitting atop a primary root king dragon with a few of his guards. When he saw Han Sen coming toward him, his face changed. "My good little brother, haven't you heard that you should respect your elders? I am taking this primary root king dragon." "Get lost," Han Sen said as he approached. Prince Swordstar was very annoyed that Han Sen had been released from prison by Miss Mirror. Now, hearing Han Sen say this, he was so angry that he shouted, "I should respect our elders, but even if we give it to you, I doubt you'd be capable of defending it. So, what is the point of you having it?" Other princes and princesses knew that Prince Swordstar had brought Han Sen to the sentencing court. With Bai Yi's spiteful personality, everyone knew that he wasn't going to let go of the affront lightly. They turned excited eyes toward the brewing confrontation. "It looks like this big brother should teach you a lesson," Han Sen laughed coldly. His fist gathered up power, and he used the Extreme King's shocking sky punch. He threw his fist toward Prince Swordstar, who was sitting on the dragon's head. "Get them!" Prince Swordstar barked, looking at the blood Kirin in fear. He didn't dare fight. 4 guards suddenly emerged from behind the dragon. 2 of them were half deified. Ordinarily, Han Sen would allow the blood Kirin to fight. But the blood Kirin was still injured, so he couldn't let him go forward. Han Sen laughed and said, "Let this big brother teach you the invincible ways of a real Extreme King." After that, he sent an Extreme King shocking sky punch toward all 4 guards. "Is Bai Yi crazy?" All the princes and princesses were shocked. They knew who Bai Yi really was. Although he had managed to claim the Alpha statue and earn the protection of the Kingis, he still wasn't very high level. He was a first-tier king. With his power and original Water King body, he could fight a single half-deified, but it was simply arrogant to think he could take on 4 at once. "He's asking to be humiliated." "Take him down," Prince Swordstar growled. Bai Yi is getting crazier and crazier. He was lucky to get the Alpha statue and earn the protection of the Kingis, but it's gone to his head. He's become arrogant and blind to who he really is, Prince 19 said coldly. Bai Ling Shuang was near. She frowned, thinking that Bai Yi's behavior was far too reckless. When Han Sen earned the protection of the Kingis, Bai Ling Shuang wondered if she should stay close to him, or perhaps even ally with him. But now that Bai Yi had just become a tiny bit successful, his arrogance had become overwhelming. The thought of joining up with him was severely reduced now. She wasn't afraid of godlike enemies, but she was afraid of teaming up with someone who was gluttonous and uncontrollable. Bai Yi's anger and recklessness would most likely cause her a lot of trouble. Bai Ling Shuang had her doubts about him before, but now he was confirming her suspicions. Han Sen wasn't concerned about what anyone thought of him, though. He was copying Bai Yi's personality and trying to act as the bitter prince would have. Plus, he didn't like Prince Swordstar. This was the perfect excuse for him to teach the brat a lesson. When Han Sen prepared his Extreme King's shocking sky punch, the 4 guards gathered to defend Prince Swordstar. The 4 powerful enemies had to give up on the idea of attacking the Blood Kirin to deal with Han Sen's punch, first and foremost. But they didn't dare to actually kill Han's senator, they just wanted to put him in his place. Killing was a crime in King's Garden, but if they killed the Blood Kirin, they'd be locked up but not sentenced to death. Prince Swordstar's uncle was the captain of the sentencing court, after all. The consequences of killing by on the other hand, would be quite lethal. Han Sen didn't seem concerned about the situation. He used his shocking sky punch at max power, and his punch combined with the water skills he had learned from watching Ancient Water God. He modified the shocking sky punch to accommodate the new ability. When he cast it, the punch was like a shocking sky big wave. A wave was unleashed, and then another wave. The waves continued to roll out, growing in power as they came. He could fight 4 people with this, and the 4 guards were suddenly at a large disadvantage. The 2 half-deified guards didn't dare to fight. They were afraid of killing Prince 16, but a few punches later, their eyes widened. The 4 guards weren't the only ones who were shocked. Prince Swordstar, Bai Ling Shuang, Prince 19, and other royal children stood and watched with mouths agape. Han Sen stood like a king that ruled the entire universe. His punches were heavier than the sea, and they crushed the stars. The 4 guards fell backward with screams that rocked the skies. Their knives, swords, spears, and punching lights were exploding. But even so, they could not break down Han Sen's punches. Under those punches that were like a dragon from the sea, even half-deified guards were unable to keep their heads above water. They were like boats navigating a sea of treacherous waves. It was incomparable to the sky and ground powers that they knew. Old 16 has practiced shocking sky punch to this degree. Prince 19 couldn't believe his eyes. Bai Ling Shuang was shocked, too. Other members of the Extreme King could use a stronger version of shocking sky punch, but they had developed the ability to the 8th or 9th tier. The fact that Han Sen could use such a strong shocking sky punch at the 1st tier was mind-blowing. Not even a half-deified royal child could do what he was doing. Han Sen practiced the most basic shocking sky punch, and other royal children had practiced the more advanced versions. Bai Wei had practiced the Extreme King Final Punch. Its power should have been much greater than the basic version of the skill. Han Sen was using the shocking sky punch, but it had been fused with water will. It was an upgraded version of the skill, a modification that Han Sen had engineered himself. That was why Bai Ling Shuang was so shocked. Tailoring the shocking sky punch into the exact skill he needed wasn't a feat that a simple-minded person could perform. Bai Ling Shuang looked at Han Sen, who was suppressing 4 guards like they were dogs, and felt a flurry of mixed emotions. Prince Swordstar gritted his teeth. He was young, so he had relied on his mother's power. He was fairly well known amongst the royal children, and having a prince like Bai Yi suppress all 4 of his guards was unacceptable. It would have been okay if Han Sen was half-deified and the guards were from a smaller race, but that was not the case. Prince Swordstar's guards hailed from big factions of the Extreme King. The 2 half-deified guards were of mixed heritage, but they had Extreme King blood in their veins. They still possessed the power of a half-deified Extreme King. They shouldn't lose against Prince 16. But now, the 2 half-deified guards and the 2 9th-tier kings were fighting Han's senator and they were suppressed and unable to push him back. Prince Swordstar knew he wouldn't be able to do anything either. It made him feel as if a snake had sunk its fangs into his heart. His face darkened, twisting with hate. I didn't know Brother 16 possessed such a power. How surprising, said a man sitting on a king dragon's head. He was clad in a gold robe, and his voice was hard. There was a green-armored man sitting next to the gold-robed man. He said, I cannot even tell if he truly is old 16. Why are you referring to him as if he is important, Crown Prince? Brother 4, you are wrong. If father accepts him, then that means he is brother 16, the Crown Prince said. Prince 4 chuckled. I don't think so. We both know what old 16 was like. Since when has he been this smart? He's fighting 4 people at once with a punching skill, and he's playing them like a fiddle. That isn't something old 16 could do. He was stupid. The Crown Prince squinted as he looked at Hans Sr., who knows? We cannot tell. Perhaps we have underestimated him. Prince 4 didn't reply. He grunted and stared at Hans Sen, who shone with the glory of both a god and a demon. Pang! Hans Sen punched and struck a half-deified guard. The shocking sky punch had been cast many times, and its power had grown by many multiples. Even a half-deified elite couldn't withstand those blows. Hans Sen punched an enemy's chest plate and caved it in. Blood sprayed from the half-deified guard's lips. No hesitation. The next second, Hans Sen's fist was coming down toward the guard's head like a falling star. The scary power was like a river descending from the sky. Bai. You killed my guard. I will kill you. Prince Swordstar screamed, his eyes turning red. I didn't dare, Han Sen said simply. The scary shocking sky punch landed on the half-deified guard. Bai. Prince Swordstar shouted. He sounded as if he was about to eat someone. Catcha! Han Sen unleashed his shocking sky punch, and the half-deified guard's bones were pulverized. There wasn't a single inch of bone that remained intact. His body slumped to the ground like a sack of mud. Han Sen grabbed the half-deified guard and lifted him back up. The man's body was trashed, but he wasn't dead. Han Sen threw him at Prince Swordstar. As per your request, he is alive, Han Sen said flatly. Bai, I will kill you. Prince Swordstar caught the guard, whose entire body had been devastated. Han Sen had even shattered the guard's xenogenic gene. Prince Swordstar was furious. I have gone to so much trouble to be nice to you. You asked me to keep him alive. I refrained from killing him, and you still aren't happy. It's hard work being a big brother. Han Sen said, then he jumped. The other 3 guards were overwhelmed with a mixture of anger and fear. They wanted to run away, but the shocking sky punch was already coming down on them like the angry waves of a turbulent sea. They couldn't escape that wrath, but if they tried to repel it, that raging power would still crush their bodies. The punching powers came for each of them in turn. The 2 ninth-tier kings went down first, then the last half-deified guard fell as well. Han Sen trashed their bodies in a few quick punches, then tossed their crippled bodies back toward Prince Swordstar. The nearby royal children were shocked. Han Sen's cruel and overbearing skills made them think twice about how they might treat him in the future. Prince Swordstar gritted his teeth until his jaws ached, and he had to resist the urge to attack Han Sen himself. He glared at Han Sen, then carried the 4 disabled guards away. Come on. That Prince Swordstar is such a wimp. He's just accepting that loss. Prince 19 lifted his lips in a sneer. That is why he is scary. That Prince Swordstar isn't one to be ruled by simple emotions. Bai Tsunglang approached. He sighed and said, our generation of the Extreme King is both the most promising and the most hopeless generation there has ever been. There are too many wonderful royal children, and now there are people like 16, 17, and even Swordstar. When the time comes for someone to claim leadership, it won't happen peacefully. Chaos is fun. Otherwise, life is like a pool of stagnant water. That is boring, Prince 19 said. Everyone watched as Han Sen climbed onto the primary root king dragon. No one dared to provoke him, he had just suppressed half-deified guards, after all. The royal children knew they couldn't compete against Han's senator. Even the ones that could fight him knew that they didn't want to do so in King's Garden. Han Sen took the blood Kirin up to sit atop the king dragon's head with him. The other royal children drifted away. After a few hours of daylight, the yellow leaves began to glow. The primary root king dragon roared and dropped underground. Unlike the small king dragon Han Sen had used before, this primary root king dragon was big, and it went far underground. It went so close to that golden spot. When Han Sen had trained with Bai Wei, the source of power had looked like a distant golden sun. Now, because he was so much closer, it was too big to describe. Waves of gold king air began to emerge and flow over Han Sen and the blood Kirin. Any king air he absorbed would help Han Sen refine the powers in his body. The blood Kirin was sucking in the king air greedily, and he looked healthier with every breath. After Han Sen absorbed 30 waves of king air, he heard an announcement play in his head. Duke Jean +1. Han Sen was shocked, but he was also very happy. He said, "Are these waves of king air actually xenogenic genes?" When he came last time, he had been very far from the tree. The king air he absorbed had been too weak to generate a duke gene. Now he had a lot of king air, so he could exploit its full strength. Han Sen hadn't been terribly interested in the king air before, but now he was motivated. He absorbed the king air as fast as he could. He absorbed 50 waves of king air and heard the duke gene notification once more. If this is the case, I don't need to find any more xenogenics. Simply absorbing this king air will give me enough duke genes. Han Sen thought happily. He had claimed this primary root king dragon, and so he was going to absorb the king air like mad. While the primary root king dragon was still underground, Han Sen's duke gene tally reached the prestigious 100. He absorbed many waves of king air, but his duke genes didn't increase beyond that. Han Sen used the 100 duke genes to open the first gene lock of the story of genes. It was a smooth process that went exactly as it had for Jade Skin. After the story of genes had its first gene lock open, he obtained an astral body in the Geno universe. 100 duke genes were gone from his total, and so Han Sen stayed put to collect more of that king air. His duke gene tally started to rack up again. This is some good stuff. Han Sen grinned. He had claimed this primary root king dragon, so he wasn't going to go anywhere. He planned to use the king air to unlock the gene locks of a few different Geno arts. Somewhere far away in King's Kingdom, there was a mountain that hung in the darkness. The mountain looked gigantic, but no matter how long you spent flying toward its peak, you could never reach the mountain. It was known as Extreme Mountain, one of the 3 famous mountains of King's Kingdom. Countless terrifying legends swirled around its existence, and many elites had been killed while exploring its reaches. Many half-deified and deified elites were said to roam there. The secrets of Extreme Mountain had yet to be discovered, as there were many places on the mountain's slopes that not even King by himself would dare explore. On the left side of Extreme Mountain, a ghost-like man walked along a path. Every step he took was like some invincible power was coming down on him, making his body look lighter. By the time he was halfway up the slope, his body appeared half-transparent. He looked as if he was going to fade away at any second. But that man still stared up at the peak of Extreme Mountain, and he kept walking forward in a bid to reach it. Half mountain, half sky, half extreme. One step, one life, one world. When he was halfway up the mountain, he saw that sentence scrawled into a cliff face. It was written in blood. The man saw it, but he kept on going up the mountain. He didn't pay any further attention to the writing. The legends state that those words were left behind by the Extreme King's 7th king. The 7th king went there as a half-deified, and he stopped there to write that down before leaving. After that, all the heirs of the Extreme King that ventured to the Extreme Mountain and went past those words were known to have died. There had only been one exception to that rule. The exception was the previous ruler of the extreme king, King Bao. King Bao went past the writing, but he didn't die. And he never talked about his experiences on Extreme Mountain. All he said was that if there was any person fortunate enough to reach the top of Extreme Mountain, they would become the best of their generation and achieve an invincible body. Far away, across the galaxy, in a xenogenic space that resembled purgatory, there were many creatures from all sorts of different races. They were getting lashed by whips. A hellfire raged everywhere, and they were using shovels, pickaxes, hammers, and other tools to dig into the rock. The stones were dark like ink, but they were also dull. The stones absorbed any light that shone against them, giving nothing back. The Duke-class elites were wearily lifting their shovels to strike the stone. Sparks flew with each hit, and bits of the stone crumbled away and split. The dukes and marquises were like slaves, while the barons and viscounts were relegated to transportation duties. The stones they collected were sent to a stone factory, where all sorts of stone weaponry were forged. A man stood over them, his expression hard. He used a pen to draw carefully across the stone, marking dimensions as if he was planning how the rock should be carved into. The noble workers that were in charge of carving and grinding looked at the man with great envy. The nobles were like Hell's guard dogs. The Hell race ruled, and all other races existed as thralls. Even the kings of other races were treated as mere slaves. There was a crystallizer man who was a marquis, and he looked very weak. Over the past few months, he had been used by the Hell. He was skilled enough that he didn't have to perform the menial tasks of labor. He was able to enjoy many resources, as he was a person that the Hell looked at very differently. Ningyu, you have done well. What should we do next to increase efficiency? Hell King squinted his eyes, looking at the young man approaching the palace. The crystallizer had captured his curiosity. The man was an outsider marquis, but many Hell nobles had praised him over the past few months. That was a big deal. Not even kings received that treatment. Hell King planned to ask the man's advice to humor his own curiosity, then toss the man back in with the slaves. After all, everyone knew that only the Hell were important. Other races were designed to be slaves and nothing more. As time went by, Ningyu gave suggestions to the king every once in a while, and all of his suggestions had increased the efficiency of their work. It saved the Hell King a lot of time and trouble. Every time Hell King wished to send Ningyu back to the other slaves, Ningyu would come up with an even better plan. When Hell King heard his designs, he would allow Ningyu to stay even longer and put those new designs into action. After a while, Hell King wasn't the only one who had grown used to the presence of Ningyu. The whole Hell society had become accustomed to him. Blood! Blood! There is blood! Screaming sounds howled out of the stone factory. Ningyu frowned and looked in their direction. A big rock had been cracked open, and a red liquid was oozing out of the gap. It smelled like blood. The slaves were running for their lives, and Ningyu stared at the big black rock. This wasn't the first time this had happened. In Ningyu's first few months there, this had taken place 3 times. The first time they found a black rock that bled, there was a red bug inside it. The monster had ended up killing a few thousand slaves and guards. In the end, Hell King himself had to show up and kill it. It was the only way to get rid of the bug. The second time this occurred, when a black rock started to bleed, the slaves of that area became infected with some sort of toxin. They endured it for 10 days before their bodies dissolved into liquid. At least 10,000 died in that incident. The third time they discovered a bleeding black rock, a little green sword came out. It pierced through the head of the Duke who had been inspecting the stone. Then it flew into the sky and disappeared. This was now the 4th incident that Ningyu had seen. Red liquid welled in the cracks, and it was like blood tears were rolling out, one by one. Suddenly, Ningyu saw a finger appear through the gap. The finger glistened like jade. It was beautiful, but the fingernail shone a disturbing shade of red. Even looking at the unsettling sight would leave someone shivering. 1 finger, 2 fingers, 3 fingers. More and more fingers appeared through the crack. When all 10 fingers appeared, there was a loud cracking noise. The fingers tore the rock in half. A woman wearing creepy red armor emerged. Her red eyes gleamed, staring down at the creatures that were all running away in fear. Suddenly, the woman moved. She was like a demon, straight from hell. She turned into a bloody shadow, and wherever her blood-red fingers went, creatures screamed. Blood fountained from their bodies, and in no time at all, many creatures had been reduced to shreds. The terrifying woman showed no sign of backing down. Hell King and the other kings of their race went to meet that wicked force, and the entire land turned into a bloody battlefield. The hell-looking xenogenic space was thrown into turmoil. Blood, blood everywhere. There was the blood of slaves. The blood of the hell. Broken bodies littered the ground, and almost no one was left alive in that xenogenic space. 2 of them were still standing, though, their life forces flickering in the hellscape. One of them was the weird woman in her red armor. The other was Hell King. The strange woman didn't look to be in good condition. Her red eyes shone with a scary light. Her red armor was covered in cracks and punctures, and a piece of a sword blade was still embedded in it. There was a big bloody hole in her chest. It was impossible to guess which weapon had dealt that blow to her. She was bleeding, and she could barely stand. Hell King wasn't in great shape either. One of his horns had been broken, and one of his legs was gone. His belly had been cut open, and his guts and intestines were starting to spill out. Hell King's face looked enraged. All the inhabitants of that xenogenic space had been murdered by the strange woman. Aside from him, no one else had been left alive. I will make you die. Hell King opened his mouth and spat out a mass of blood. The blood drained away across the ground, revealing a small green sword. If Ningyu had seen it, he would have recognized it. It was the sword that had flown away when they opened that 3rd black rock. The woman saw the green sword, and her eyes lost their anger. She looked scared. Hell King roared. He picked up the green sword and ran at the weird woman. The green sword was aimed at her head. The woman blocked the little green sword with one hand and shoved her other hand into Hell King's chest to grab his heart. The green sword broke under the force of her grip, and her fist tightened around Hell King's heart. Dong! The little green sword fell to the ground, and the light in Hell King's eyes started to fade. Just as the fire of his life was about to be extinguished, Hell King roused himself. He would rather burn out the last of his strength than slowly wither away. He quickly grabbed the weird woman's neck. Han Sen stood on the Lotus Mountain, watching with great delight as the blood Kirin entered the fray. Han Sen guessed that the creature had finished consuming the black Kirin, because it was now half deified. On top of that, it was still inside the white bone hell. The ferocity of its attack sent Edward and Ice Blue Night King reeling back. After mere seconds had passed, the blood Kirin had already torn 2 King-class Ice Blue Knights to shreds. Joy sparked in Han Sen's chest as he saw the wretchedly wild face of the creature. You guys hold off this beast. I will go after Han Sen, Edward shouted. He rushed across the battlefield, headed for the Lotus Mountain with the intent of catching Han Sen once and for all. The blood Kirin was in a killing frenzy, and it paid no attention to guarding its flanks. It pressed the attack against Ice Blue Night King without sparing a glance at Edward. Han Sen felt depressed. This thing's intelligence needs to be increased. Although Fox Queen had whipped Edward and injured him badly in the process, his half-deified body wasn't to be underestimated. He circled the battle and arrived in front of Han Sen in moments. Han Sen knew that trying to outrun the man with simple speed would be impossible. Han Sen slapped the blood scorpion jade drum at his waist, sending a burst of scary sonic power toward Edward's forehead. The power flew out like a barrage of toxic needles. Edward grunted dismissively, and his whole body turned to a golden color. The blood scorpion's toxic needles struck the gold body and failed to puncture it. Edward's golden form shone like a sun, showering the entire Lotus Mountain in golden light. Han Sen suddenly felt incredibly heavy, as if he was now shouldering the weight of a mountain. He couldn't move much at all. Han Sen knew that he was struggling under the power of that special gold godlight. After dukes became kings, their elemental prowess increased dramatically. They could use their powers to blanket the land around them, laying claim to a large area. Edward's power was a heavy burden of suppression. It was a little similar to Ice Blue Night King's deep blue power. Edward didn't hesitate. He reached out to grab the currently suppressed Han. Senator Han Sen tried to fight it off, but the king-class suppression of the area was far too strong to compete with. Plus, Edward was half deified. Although Han Sen's elemental prowess was very good for his level, it didn't have enough raw strength to counter this attack. He couldn't beat the suppressing force that was coming down on him. Edward's hand had almost reached Han Sen's neck when suddenly, Han Sen's hand lifted a small bird's nest. In his other hand, he raised a big army spear and thrust it toward Edward's chest. Edward was shocked. He hadn't expected Han Sen to brush off his king-class area-off effect technique. They were too close together for Edward to block Han Sen's, but Edward didn't hesitate. He ignored Han Sen's strike and continued reaching out to grab his prey by the throat. Han Sen was just a duke. Even if his weapon was deified, it wouldn't do too much damage to Edward's half-deified body. If he was able to catch Han Sen at the same time, Edward had no qualm with accepting the strike. At the moment Edward's fingers closed around Han Sen's neck, the Thunder God's spike was plunged into Edward's armor. The armor stopped the Thunder God's spike dead, with only an inch of the weapon's tip embedding itself in Edward's breastplate. But the Thunder God's spike's silver lightning completely ignored the defense offered by that armor. When it discharged, it sent a current of electricity directly into Edward's body. Edward shook as the power ran through him, and his electrified body was sent flying away. Dong! Han Sen struck the blood scorpion jade drum again. Edward was still being ravaged by the silver lightning, and he couldn't gather his wits fast enough to summon power and repel the sonic attack. That sonic force was driven right into his forehead. Arg! Even for a half-deified elite, hearing the blood scorpion jade drum felt like being stabbed in the head. Edward couldn't help but let out a shrill cry. Han Sen put the bird's nest on his head as he continued to pound the drum. He had no intention of remaining idle, though. He teleported directly in front of Edward and used his Thunder God's spike to strike at Edward once more. Half-deified warriors deserved their reputation, and despite the dizziness and fierce pain, Edward tried to gather up power to block Han Sen's next attack. The Thunder God's spike's power wasn't very destructive, but the lightning energy it released could bypass any form of defense. The lightning surged into every single cell of Edward's body. Edward shook under the force. But Han Sen didn't have enough strength to use more than a tiny fraction of the Thunder God Spike's true power. Edward had only been numbed a little. If the Thunder God Spike was used by someone half-deified, a single hit would have left Edward shaking non-stop for an entire day. The blood scorpion jade drum's sonic power swept into Edward in a continuous stream, but Edward was holding strong against the numbness induced by the lightning. He raised his shield again, and the sonic attacks began bouncing off of him. I'm too weak. If I was stronger, the silver lightning would have kept Edward from gathering enough power to resist, Han Sen thought to himself. He kept moving, though. Instead of thrusting with his Thunder God spike, he resorted to beating Edward with it like some rod. All that electricity had Edward shaking on the ground like he was experiencing a seizure. He was like a normal person being struck by a stun rod. Ice Blue Night King and the others, who were still in the midst of combat with the Blood Kirin, were frozen. The half-deified Edward was curled on the ground as Han Sen beat the pulp out of him. It was difficult to imagine. They knew the extent of Edward's strength, and a duke should have had no hope of repelling the golden godlight. Han Sen didn't seem hindered at all as he pounded Edward. Edward's defenses couldn't withstand the lightning power emitted by the rod, and the man screamed continually and frothed at the mouth. It was too frightening to watch. "What, you won't treat me with respect unless I unleash my power?" Han Sen kept hitting Edward, wondering how he might kill the man. The lightning could bypass an opponent's defenses, but it couldn't actually kill anyone. And Han Sen couldn't do the job himself. He was too weak to break the man's armor, so he couldn't kill Edward with his strength alone. The Blood Kirin, Han Sen thought. Then, he beckoned for the monster. The Blood Kirin was still chasing the others, but Ice Blue Night King and his group didn't dare to engage the beast. They were keeping it busy by baiting it back and forth. The Blood Kirin's intelligence was low. They lured it left and right, to and fro, and it hadn't managed to kill any of them. At the sound of Han Sen's voice, though, the beast turned to look at him. When it saw Han Sen slamming his fists into Edward, a light came into its eyes. It ran over, chomped down on Edward's head, and catcha. The armor was destroyed. Edward's head was bitten off. Severed arteries in the man's neck sprayed blood all over the Blood Kirin. It swallowed the head in a single gulp. The sight made Ice Blue Night King and the others shiver in fear and anger. Han Sen jumped onto the Blood Kirin's back. Then, the Blood Kirin roared and flew towards Ice Blue Night King and the others. "Ignore those other guys and kill him first," Han Sen instructed, thrusting his Thunder God spike toward Ice Blue Night King. Instead of answering, the Blood Kirin simply kept roaring as it headed for Han Sen's target. "Charge!" Ice Blue Night King called to the Ice Blue Knights as he swept his great sword at the Blood Kirin. The Blood Kirin paid no mind to the other knights, though. The knights had previously exploited the Blood Kirin's stupidity to land a few blows, but now that the creature was following Han Sen's commands, they found themselves having to give the creature an even wider berth. "Han Sen, if you keep this up, you will never be allowed back into the Ice Blue Knights." Ice Blue Night King shouted, watching an Ice Blue Knight get torn to shreds by the Blood Kirin. "I've already quit the Ice Blue Knights. Do you really think I plan to return after all this? When you guys decided to fight with me, you should have said your prayers and readied yourselves for death." Han Sen shot back. Ice Blue Night King did not speak again. He had treated Han Sen as Isha's student. He thought of Han Sen as a junior, and he had never thought he would have to take the young man as an enemy. Even though Han Sen had betrayed the knights, Ice Blue Night King only wanted to teach him a lesson as a senior knight. He wanted to grab Han Sen, take the slate, then haul Han Sen back to his rightful place in the Knights. It was only now that Ice Blue Night King realized he had been wrong about Han Sen since the beginning. He never considered Han Sen as an equal, and it never crossed his mind that Han Sen would see him as an opponent. Or a competitor. Han Sen wasn't a junior who required protection or could be ordered around. Han Sen was a mighty elite who had exactly what it took to survive and thrive in that cruel world. He was holding his own despite the many powerful enemies that wanted him dead. Ice Blue Night King's realization might have come too late. If he had considered Han Sen as a real threat in the beginning, he wouldn't have given Han Sen any chance to escape the base. He would have taken Han Sen down as soon as possible, and he wouldn't have chased after Han Sen alone when he first made his escape. The Blood Kirin chased the group back to the hellish skeletal gate, killing everyone but Ice Blue Night King, Crime, and one other Ice Blue Knight along the way. Han Sen and the Blood Kirin didn't dare draw too close to the gate, though. Han Sen allowed the 3 survivors to escape. Then, he went back to the Lotus Mountain where the Blood Kirin lived. I was foolish. I should have treated him like a genuine opponent. Ice Blue Night King stared at Han Sen, who was riding away atop the Blood Kirin. His face was expressionless, showing no hint of anger or sadness. From that moment on, Ice Blue Night King was going to treat Han Sen like a genuine opponent. To go against a strong opponent, though, he'd need more than the few students he had. Crime looked grim. Is that guy really Isha's student? He seems scarier than Isha. I fear we may have underestimated him. You cannot blame us for that. Who would have assumed that a marquise could pose such a threat? Asked the other Ice Blue Knight, whose name was Harder. Harder was feeling rather conflicted at that moment. He and Edward had been very close, so he knew just how terrifying the man had been. Although Edward was just a hybrid extreme king and his attack power wasn't too strong when compared to the rest, his powers of observation and his movements were splendid. Harder again envisioned Edward lying helpless under Han Sen's attack, and the Ice Blue Knight struggled to find words to describe what that horrible sight had done to him. Although Han Sen was just a duke, no one dared treat him as a duke anymore. Fox Queen met Ice Blue Night King and the other two at the gate. She frowned and said, "Where are the others?" Ice Blue Night King told her what had happened. He spoke plainly and without exaggeration, describing Han Sen and the Blood Kirin's power. And he did not hide the fact that his group had well and truly failed. Interesting. Very interesting. The Blood Kirin became half deified that quickly. And Han Sen was riding it in battle. Fox Queen squinted her eyes. She didn't blame Ice Blue Night King. After a moment, she said, "You guys can stay here to aid Mr. White in breaking the restrictions of this place. When I break the chains binding me here, I can go and take him down myself." Back in the Blood Kirin's valley, Han Sen allowed Bauer and the others to leave Destiny's Tower and relax for a bit. He also wanted to discuss their game plan for the coming conflict. Han Sen had used the Blood Kirin's power to defeat Ice Blue Night King and the others for the time being, but he didn't think they were safe yet. And that made him even more worried. Edward and the others had been able to find the palace and bend the restrictions to gain entry. That meant one of them understood the structure of the palace, at least to some degree. Fox Queen hadn't sent Mr. White after them, and that was probably because Mr. White knew the most about the palace's composition. If he was able to break Fox Queen's restrictions, then Han Sen would be in big trouble. Han Sen stood no chance of defeating an unhampered deified elite, even if he had all sorts of deified items to use against her. And now, Han Sen was stuck in the White Bone Hell. The palace was his only means of escape. Unless he wanted to stay there forever, he would have to leave through the skeletal gate. But the Blood Kirin is only half deified. If I could make it deified, it would be easy to ride it out and slaughter whatever got in our way, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen's team talked for half the day, but they didn't come up with anything that seemed really promising. Han Sen decided to focus his efforts on absorbing all the ghost bone power he could. He hoped to get the story of genes to Duke class. The more power he had, the better his chances of survival would become. Even if Fox Queen really does manage to escape, she won't kill me if she can't find what she wants. That means I might still have a chance. As Han Sen rested, he fidgeted with the stone plate. He kept thinking about how things might play out. The Blood Kirin and Han Sen were very comfortable with each other by this point, but only Han Sen could get close to the beast. The creature's presence was too menacing. It looked at everyone else like slabs of meat. The Blood Kirin looked likely to jump forward and gobble them up at any second. Han Sen kept practicing with the story of genes. A month went by, and the story of genes was progressing quite well. It was still a long way away from becoming Duke, though. Suddenly, the whole of White Bone Hell began to shake, and Han Sen heard Fox Queen's voice coming through the hellish skeletal gate. "My good little brother. Your big sister is coming to find you." Fox Queen stood in front of the gate, and the metal shackles were still visible on her neck, arms, and ankles. The metal chains that connected to the shackles, however, were gone. Mr. White, Ice Blue Night King, Crime, and Harder stood behind Fox Queen. It was like they were now her people. Fox Queen's aura spread across the white bone hell, searching for Han Senator, but suddenly, two shadows appeared from the mountains. It was Han Sen and the Blood Kirin. That surprised her. She had expected Han Sen to try to escape, not come looking for her. My good little brother, are you really that naive? Surely you don't think that the Blood Kirin's power is sufficient to challenge someone like me? Fox Queen smiled at Han Sen and the Blood Kirin as she stood before the mountain. Big sis, you're far too suspicious. Have you forgotten about the close bond between us? Why would I ever want to attack my big sister? When I realized that you'd been freed, I wanted to come and celebrate the occasion with you. I just thought I would bring along the Blood Kirin, Han Sen said. If you've come here to celebrate with your big sister, you should have brought her a gift, isn't that correct? Otherwise, your big sister would be made rather angry, Fox Queen said, maintaining her smarmy smile. Han Sen knew what gift Fox Queen was referring to. He moved without hesitation, pulling out the item and holding it up. Of course, this is your big day. As a little brother, I want to give you the best gift I can. Fox Queen looked at the item in Han Sen's hand, and then she looked at Mr. White and asked, "What do you guys think of the gift my little brother is offering?" "We have no idea." Only Edward knew what the item was, Mr. White confessed, looking slightly ill. Fox Queen held out her hand, and Han Sen placed the item in her palm. Fox Queen looked at the crystal tablet carefully, but there did not appear to be anything special about it. "Is this really the item you retrieved from Ghost Bone Town?" Fox Queen directed a piercing stare at Han Sr., the one and only, Han Sen assured her. Fox Queen gave Mr. White the stone tablet. "Mr. White, what do you make of it?" After a brief moment of thought, Mr. White said, "I don't know what exactly is special about this item, but I can tell you that it is very old. It must be truly ancient, in fact. Its age alone makes it interesting." Mr. White was making it clear to Fox Queen that he didn't know if the tablet was the same item that Han Sen had taken from Ghost Bone Town. It was too old to be a forgery, though. Han Sen thought to himself, "Of course it is old. I went back to the Alliance and took it from a crystallizer ruin." Fox Queen smiled and looked at Han Sr., "Since you've been so nice to your big sister, come and walk alongside me." "Of course, my big sister." Han Sen smiled. Fox Queen found it suspicious that Han Sen would give up his prize so easily, and she couldn't be certain if the tablet was genuine. She had to take Han Sen with her to the Holy Monument. Then, they could find out whether or not it was the real deal. Fox Queen cast a spell, and one of her cords of power tethered Han Sen and the Blood Kirin to her. She smiled and said, "Please don't blame me for this precaution. You have been misbehaving recently, my little brother, so I'm afraid I have no choice." "Oh, I'm so sorry that I've made you worry, big sister." Han Sen smiled coldly. "What was that bird's nest that I saw you use earlier?" Fox Queen looked Han Sen over, but she saw no sign of the bird's nest. The item had melted her cord of power, which made quite an impression on her. "I hid it someplace in the White Bone Hell. If you can find it, I can give it to you as a gift." Han Sen smiled. Fox Queen wasn't in the mood to look. She couldn't find the bird's nest when she searched Han Sen's body, but that was fine by her. Hiding the nest in the White Bone Hell was like lobbing it into her personal warehouse. She would have plenty of time to seek it out later. Fox Queen led Han Sen and the others out of the White Bone Hell and locked the hellish skeletal gate behind them. Then she ripped down the palace's gate, and the group left the palace. "It has been so long since I've had the chance to breathe fresh air." Fox Queen stood under the sky, looking out at the stars as she spoke. Han Sen and Mr. White stood together, but they didn't speak. Mr. White and Ice Blue Night King weren't in any better of a situation than Han. Senator Fox Queen's temperament changed with the wind, and there was no telling who she might be ready to kill 1 hour from then. Let's go. We will head for the Holy Monument. Let's see what the sacred leader chose to leave behind, Fox Queen said, looking at Mr. White. Crime, you lead the way, Mr. White ordered. Sir, Crime said, his face pale. What are you thinking? Right now, surviving is our priority. Mr. White gave a wry smile. Mr. White, you are very smart. Don't worry, though, I do not like killing. Once I have collected the legacy items of the sacred leader, you will all be allowed to return home safe and sound. Fox Queen smiled. Ice Blue Night King and the others were too smart to believe Fox Queen's promise to them, but they were in no position to gainsay her decisions. They had to do as Fox Queen told them. Even if they didn't tell Fox Queen the monument's location, she would find it at some point anyway. Withholding the information would only delay the inevitable. Harder and Ice Blue Night King both looked at Mr. White. It had taken them a second to realize that Mr. White was the only one who knew where the monument was. Harder thought quickly as he walked. Amidst the people there, he was the only one who knew that Han Sen had stolen a stone tablet from Ghost Bone Town. The crystal stone that Han Sen had presented to Fox Queen wasn't the same item he had taken. Han Sen has guts, I'll give him that. He has actually dared to present a fake relic to Fox Queen. It is fake, though, they are sure to find that out once we reach the Holy Monument. And when that happens, I wonder what he is planning to do. Has he found a way to escape? Harder looked at Han's senator. If Han Sen behaved strangely, Harder would notice. Han Sen's chances of running away didn't seem very good. Fox Queen had a cord of power tied around him and the Blood Kirin, and she was being very careful to keep an eye on him. There was no way he could escape. With Crime leading, they quickly traveled through the mountains and entered a primal forest. Many xenogeniacs wandered across their path, but Ice Blue Night King and Crime were able to cut them all down quickly. None of their foes were too strong. They walked through the primal forest for 4 days. Eventually, Mr. White pointed forward and spoke. Here it is. Everyone looked where Mr. White was pointing. They all looked shocked, and even Han Sen furrowed his eyebrows in suspicion. This is the Holy Monument. Fox Queen frowned at the sight. Mr. White was indicating an old tree. The tree was very thick, it would require 4 people holding hands to encircle it. But other than that, it looked quite ordinary. Not to mention the fact that it was dead. There was not a single leaf on it, and many of its branches were broken. It stood alone in a small clearing in the forest. In a primal forest like the one they were standing in, such trees must have been a dime a dozen. Mr. White told them it was a holy monument, but the unimpressive sight before them made it difficult to believe his claim. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to scan the tree, and he could discern nothing special about it. The sacred leader didn't want to put his treasure somewhere obvious. If you look a little closer, though, you are sure to see the truth of this amazing old tree, Mr. White said quietly. Fox Queen moved closer to get a better look at the tree, but she soon started to frown. Is there something inside the tree? Is the holy monument inside the tree? Mr. White stepped forward in alarm. Please do not touch it. Why? Fox Queen and Han Sen both looked at Mr. White. Mr. White said, this tree is very sturdy, and it has been infused with a special magnetic force that repels all xenogeniacs. Inside the trunk, however, is a shatter space crystal. Shatter space crystal. One of Fox Queen's eyebrows rose. Yes, Mr. White confirmed gravely. Han Sen asked, what is a shatter space crystal? It is a material that is used to construct teleportation devices, Harder explained. Using one of those crystals in a device will greatly extend the device's range. It is the best-known material to use when crafting teleportation devices. That means there is a teleportation device inside that tree. We can use it to visit the holy monument. Han Sen asked, starting to catch on. That's the theory, Mr. White nodded. But you must open the tree to gain access to the teleporter that is located inside it. With our big sister's power, tearing down the tree to reveal the crystal should be easy, shouldn't it? Han Sen questioned. It's not that simple, Fox Queen replied in a distracted tone. Shatter space crystals are unparalleled in their use for teleportation technology, but they are also very fragile. And the tree and the shatter space crystal have been integrated very carefully. They are one with each other. If we use force to bring down the tree, the shatter space crystal on the inside will be broken. That would completely ruin the device on the inside. It's fortunate that you have the key, then. You simply need to use the key to open the tree's door, Mr. White said. Han Sen felt worry descend on him. He hadn't known that the stone tablet would be the key required to open that device. The piece of crystal he had given Fox Queen was little more than the makeshift paperweight. It was going to be impossible for her to gain access to that device. How do we use it? Fox Queen looked at the brick in her hands, then back at Mr. White. If our theory is correct, then there must be a keyhole. Mr. White looked hesitant as he spoke. But there is no hole in the tree's surface that is this big. Fox Queen looked at Han Sen, the suspicion clearly visible in her eyes. She already thought that Han Sen had given her a fake. I really did take that item from Ghost Bone Town. Keep looking, you should be able to use it. Han Sen pretended to observe the tree, feigning innocence. Over there. Han Sen suddenly pointed to the crown of the tall tree, looking very excited. Fox Queen and the others looked at where Han Sen was pointing, but they couldn't see anything special. As the others were distracted, Han Sen leaped back onto the blood kirin. A bird's nest appeared in his hand, and he held the nest out to protect himself from Fox Queen's attacks. The blood kirin roared and streaked toward the tree. Fox Queen was the quickest to react. She threw her hands forward, sending countless cords of power chasing after Han. Senator Han Sen put his hand into the concave part of the bird's nest, and suddenly it began to grow larger. It became a giant shield that stopped the pursuing cords of power. As the blood kirin arrived at the old tree, Han Sen brought out the real stone plate. He shoved it into a moon-shaped indent in the surface of the tree, and the stone plate slotted into it perfectly. Catcha! The old tree suddenly broke open to reveal a large frame contained within the trunk. A shining orb of twisted space hung in the center of the frame, filled with spiraling, fractalic patterns. It was so bright that it was barely visible through the light. The blood kirin carried Han Sen into the orb. Space seemed to fold around them for an instant, and then they vanished. Fox Queen leaped after them. The dimensions of space were twisted, and she too disappeared with Han. Senator Ice Blue Night King gritted his teeth and ran inside, as well. Mr. White, Crime, and Harder also decided to follow. They didn't want to give up on claiming the sacred leader's legacy here, after everything they had been through. Han Sen set the bird's nest atop his head. When the space around him untwisted and deposited him back in reality, he found himself standing in a palace. The stone tablet was back in his hands. He quickly activated his purple-eyed butterfly and looked around. He was standing in a jade stone palace. There were many strange statues around him, fashioned in the images of animals, gods, and demons of all kinds. The walls and the ceiling were covered in strange paintings. They didn't look like drawings or precise script, but they did seem to be symbols of some kind. Behind Han Sen, the teleporter began to shift again. Run! Han Sen shouted. It appeared as if someone else was coming. He nudged the blood kirin, urging it to hurry toward the palace gate. The palace gate was open, and a white light was shining through it. It seemed like the light had been placed there intentionally to block any view of what lay beyond, and not even Han Sen's purple-eyed butterfly could pierce that veil. Han Sen was so desperate to get away from Fox Queen that he ignored the possibility of encountering traps. He and the Blood Kirin raced through the light. The Blood Kirin carried Han Sen through the palace's front gate, and both of them felt space twisting in the same manner it had with the teleporter. When Han Sen's vision returned, he found himself inside another palace. He was standing before its teleporter. It was different from the first palace, though. This palace didn't have half as many statues or paintings. In the middle of the palace, however, there was a fruit tree. The fruit tree only stood about 2 meters high. Its body was like a plum tree, but it was wrought of twisted black steel. The branches seemed crooked and crudely made. The leaves on the tree were silver, and the fruit hung like egg-sized silver slices. Han Sen counted 8 silver slices on the tree. They were all of the same size, and they all looked silver-white. At the bottom of each slice was a unique pattern that appeared to have been branded into it. Silver treasures. Han Sen had a closer look. Words were woven into the pattern. Is this tree man-made? Han Sen looked at the teleporter behind him. The teleporter remained silent and inactive, which made Han Sen feel uneasy. With Fox Queen's speed, she should have caught up with him by now. How was it possible that she was not there yet? When I traveled through the palace gate, did the light there send me someplace else? Han Sen thought to himself. Aside from that, he couldn't think of another reason why Fox Queen wouldn't have caught up with him. He was happy about this turn of events regardless of the reason, though. Without her on his heels, he felt a lot safer. Han Sen decided to look at the silver treasure again. He hesitated for a moment, then put on his galactic lobster armor. He walked directly to the tree and pulled out his knife to cut down one of the silver treasures. The ghost teeth knife shrieked across the steel surface of the tree. Instead of severing the twig, the knife had only left a light mark upon it. The mark did produce some blood-like sap, though. This tree is alive. Han Sen looked rather surprised. The sap welled with energy. Han Sen used his purple-eyed butterfly to observe the silver treasure fruit tree. He quickly confirmed that it really was a living tree. It had been there for many years, growing from a small sapling to what it was now. With the purple-eyed butterfly, Han Sen was able to observe a timeline that spanned 1 billion years. The steel twig was unexpectedly tough. It took Han Sen a long while to cut through it so he could claim the silver fruit for himself. When he finally sawed through the twig, the silver fruit dropped from the tree. Han Sen reached out his hand to grab it. But the moment the silver slice touched his hand, Han Sen's eyes widened. His face twisted, and his muscles trembled and shook. His blood surged through his veins like lightning, and his entire body turned to ice jade. He roared. He struggled to raise the hand that was holding the silver slice, his other hand clutching his waist as if he was about to have a hernia. Han Sen summoned all the power he could. His hair flew around like mad, and green veins bulged across his head. Pat-ong! The silver slice continued to fall to the ground, taking Han Sen's hand with it. Han Sen had to half-kneel on the ground. What kind of fruit is this? It is so heavy. If I swallowed this, it would tear straight through my stomach. Han Sen stared at the fruit in disbelief. He wanted to get his hand out from under it, but it was pinning his hand down. He pulled away with all his might, but the fruit wouldn't budge. Han Sen took out his knife and hacked away at the silver fruit. The loud shrieking noise of metal on metal assaulted his ears, but the slice remained completely undamaged. The fruit was harder than the tree it had come from. After a moment of thought, Han Sen decided to dig into the ground instead. The floor of the palace was also incredibly hard, though. Han Sen's cuts only left light scrape marks behind. The blood Kirin used its own claws to help dig through the stone near Han Sen's hand. The creature actually managed to leave a few proper scratch marks, but whenever it pulled its claws away, the scratch marks would disappear. The blood Kirin kept digging, but the floor continued to miraculously recover. Han Sen's hand remained motionless under the silver sai. Grab that fruit and lift it away. Han Sen barked to the blood Kirin when he realized that digging into the floor was a futile endeavor. The blood Kirin, upon hearing Han Sen, locked its jaws around the silver sai. It yanked upward with all of its might, but the silver sai remained still. What is this thing? Han Sen was frozen. It was just a fruit, but not even a half-deified being could move it. The sai didn't even twitch. Even more strangely, Han Sen's hand hadn't been crushed. The sai was keeping him pinned in place, but if the fruit was really as heavy as it seemed, his hand should have been crushed and broken. In truth, his hand was only suffering a bit of pressure. It definitely hadn't been injured. Just as Han Sen was about to use Purple Eye Butterfly to take a look at the fruit, the teleporter rippled with movement. Someone was coming. Han Sen looked over as Mr. White and Crime emerged. Their presence made him frown. Although Crime was king class instead of half-deified, Han Sen had witnessed his talents in battle. He was no worse than the half-deified Edward, by Han Sen's estimation. Han Sen, what are you doing? Mr. White looked at Han Sen with interest. The blood Kirin interrupted his question with a roar. Then, it leaped towards Mr. White and Crime. Its claws wielded a blood air as they slashed as Mr. White like blades. Mr. White stepped forward like he was teleporting. He appeared right beside the blood Kirin and pressed a hand against the creature's head. Mr. White's hand flashed with a strange symbol. That symbol sank into the scaled forehead of the blood Kirin like a brand. Boom! The blood Kirin's body suddenly became heavier, and the increased weight almost took the creature to its knees. The symbol glowed gently from the creature's forehead, and the blood Kirin seemed to struggle against the encumbrance. The blood Kirin roared and jumped towards Mr. White again, but this time, it was far slower. Mr. White moved with eerie grace, and every step looked like he was teleporting. His power was similar to Huangfu Jing's. He was far stronger than her, of course. The blood Kirin continued to chase Mr. White, all the while roaring in rage. It was angry at being tricked, and even more furious that it was unable to bring harm to Mr. White. Mr. White had played it for a fool. The blood Kirin's intelligence really is quite low. Han Sen sighed. The beast had plenty of brawn, but it was severely lacking in the brains department. Mr. White lured the blood Kirin to a side hall, and Han Sen could do nothing to stop him. Meanwhile, Crime headed for the pinned-down Han Senator. He looked at Han Sen and said, "We have no grudge with you. Give me the stone plate, and we will leave. We will pretend we did not see you." "Come and get it, if you have what it takes," Han Sen replied flatly. "You are strong, but regrettably, the fruit seems to be holding you in place quite easily. You can't escape as you are right now. How do you expect to fight me?" Crime drew his knife. They had paid the price of underestimating Han Sen before, but now, Crime considered him to be an equal opponent. Crime and Mr. White were not going to underestimate him anymore because he was a duke. Even though Han Sen's hand was held firmly in place, which left him unable to run, Crime was still going to use all his power when he attacked. Crime's knife was very creepy, although it was only 1 foot long. It was made of black metal, and the blade was shorter than the handle. It looked like the blade had been broken. A ring protruded from the base of the handle, and a chain was attached firmly to the ring. The other end of the chain connected to Crime's strong arm. As Crime slashed toward him, Han Sen didn't speak. He simply tapped the bird's nest on his head, and it widened to shield Han Sen's entire body. The bird's nest caught Crime's strike and reflected it in complete silence. No sound was heard, and the nest remained perfectly intact. Crime was surprised. He gathered up all his power and slashed a few more times. Nothing he tried seemed to work, though. Han Sen wasn't worried that Crime would break the bird's nest. Even Fox Queen hadn't been able to damage that thing. There was no way Crime could do what she could not. It was a shame the bird's nest couldn't be used offensively. However, he was currently more frustrated by his inability to get the fruit off of his hand. Han Sen tried a few different powers, but nothing seemed to work. Aside from using his super god spirit body, he didn't seem to have many options. Suddenly, Mr. White's voice came from the side hall. Han Sen, if things continue like this, none of us will benefit. Why don't we try to cooperate? What do you suggest? Han Sen asked after a moment. Make this blood Kirin stop, firstly. At least then we might be able to talk, Mr. White said. Okay. Han Sen called the blood Kirin back to his side. Mr. White also removed the mark he had placed upon the creature's forehead. How about this? I'll help you escape, and in return, you'll give me the stone plate, Mr. White said while looking at Han Sen. No, I will figure out how to get out of this by myself, Han Sen said coldly. Mr. White shook his head and smiled. That is no ordinary fruit, as you should be able to feel. It has you locked in place with no hope of escape. Even the strength of the blood Kirin wasn't enough to free you. You know about this thing? Han Sen frowned. Mr. White looked at the fruit tree and said, this tree is known as the Silver Treasure Fruit Tree. It is one of the 3 treasure fruit trees. It is a deified plant xenogeneic. The legends say that all 3 treasure fruit trees are located in the sacred leader's own gardens, and those 3 are the only ones in existence. I cannot believe that we're standing right in front of one of them. After pausing, Mr. White went on to say, the 3 treasure fruit trees I've been talking about are the Bronze Treasure Fruit Tree, the Silver Treasure Fruit Tree, and the Gold Treasure Fruit Tree. They each have their own unique powers. The only one that matters right now is this one, the Silver Treasure Fruit Tree. As you can see, it has silver slices that are capable of suppressing one's soul. They exert force directly on the soul, bypassing the body completely. Because your soul is being locked down, it doesn't matter if you use every ounce of strength you possess, your body will not be able to throw off the suppression. This does not just apply to someone like you either. And that doesn't just apply to people of your power level either. Even a deified being couldn't free themselves from that suppression. After saying all this, Mr. White smiled. Of course, this effect only activates once the silver fruit has been touched. A deified elite would have the sense not to make physical contact with them. This thing cannot be eaten. Han Sen felt depressed. If he had known all of this sooner, he wouldn't have gone and picked up the silver fruit with his bare hands. Eaten? Mr. White looked as if he was going to burst out laughing. Unless you want your soul to be locked down forever, why would you ever think about eating one of those? Crime laughed, too. You want to eat the silver fruit? I'm afraid I have to tell you that you are the only person in the entire universe who would think like that. Then what do the other fruits do? The bronze and gold ones, Han Sen asked. Han Sen didn't ask out of idle curiosity. If they had found the silver treasure fruit tree in this palace, then the others might be nearby. That doesn't matter. What matters is that you are currently suppressed by the silver slice. Without my help, you will be stuck here forever. The palaces here are all connected in one way or another. It is only a matter of time before Fox Queen finds you. Do you think she'll let you leave this place alive? Mr. White chuckled. Give me the stone plate, and we can explore this place together. I am only after one additional item. I will gladly share the rest. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to pry any more information about the bronze and gold fruits out of Mr. White, Han Sen had to ask, then what do you want? I can't tell you that. I will need first pick after we find the items. It will not be a great loss to you, and it is better than Fox Queen finding you and killing you. Isn't that right? Mr. White said. If that's your offer, then you guys can leave. There is no need for us to cooperate, Han Sen said firmly. Mr. White frowned and said, do you really think Fox Queen will spare you? The shape-shifting foxes are known to be capricious. She might have been nice to you at one point in time, but that won't stop her from killing you now. I know that, but I have my own plans. There is no need for you two to worry about it, Han Sen replied confidently. Crime wished to say something, but Mr. White stopped him. Mr. White looked at Han Sen and said, I am good when it comes to restriction and prediction skills. I can help you avoid many risks, and I can also find the sacred leader's treasure quickly. Even if you aren't afraid of Fox Queen, being stuck here won't do you any good. You will have no choice but to sit there and watch Fox Queen treat herself to all the spoils. We can cooperate, but I must have the stone plate. I'll offer you the same deal but in reverse. I get to choose what I want first. Han Sen smiled. Mr. White went silent and smiled. Okay. I will accept your terms. Han Sen was shocked. He didn't expect Mr. White to agree so quickly. Crime was shocked, as well, and he said, Mr. White. How could you? It's okay. Without the stone plate, we cannot access the real treasure, anyway. Mr. White waved his hand. If you guys wish to cooperate, can you tell me how to get rid of this silver fruit? Han Sen asked, looking at Mr. White. It is not difficult. The silver fruit has the power to suppress souls. If it cannot feel your soul, then its suppressing power will be lifted. I have a Geno art that can seal a soul. I will need to seal your soul so that the fruit cannot feel you. If we do this, you will be free from it, Mr. White said. I see. The more I struggle, the harder it becomes to get out, Han Sen realized. If you understand, then we should not waste any more time. We need to get to the treasure before Fox Queen does. I will use the sealing soul technique to get you out of here, Mr. White said as he began walking forward to Han Sr. Hang on. Han Sen held up a hand. The blood Kirin slid in front of Han Sen and presented its teeth to Mr. White. Don't worry, I'm not that treacherous. If I said we will cooperate, I won't betray my own words and do something bad to you, Mr. White said. Mr. White, you worry too much. I trust you, but I don't actually need your help. Han Sen suddenly stood up. He lifted his hand easily, picking up the Sai-Si and holding it before his eyes. Mr. White and Crime looked at Han Sen in shock, finding it difficult to believe their eyes. Han Sen was ignoring the silver Sai-Si's soul-suppressing power completely. They found that hard to believe. Han Sen didn't know exactly what the silver Sai-Si did, but learning that the fruit suppressed a person's soul had changed things. Avoiding the soul-suppressing effects of the silver Sai-Si was actually quite easy for Han Senator. The Sea of Soul was different from the will of most ordinary creatures. If a creature lost their will, it would be as if they were dead. Their control over their body would be lost. Han Sen would be affected similarly if his Sea of Soul shut down. But ordinary people only had one soul. Han Sen's Sea of Soul, however, had many spirits and beast souls. Han Sen reduced his soul and let a beast soul power rise to the surface. The silver Sai-Si then suppressed the beast soul. Instead of Han Senator, his soul immediately became light and buoyant. We said half and half. Are you interested in the silver Sai-Sis? Han Sen asked casually, playing with the silver Sai-Si as he spoke. I could have sealed your soul to free you, but your body would have shut down. I cannot touch the silver fruit myself. Mr. White shook his head. If you don't want these, then I will take them with me, Han Sen stated happily. He swung his knife to cut down the other 7 silver fruits. With the help of the blood Kirin, he cut down the other 7 slices with ease. He pocketed all of them. Mr. White and Crime were still frowning in consternation, which made it clear that they didn't understand how Han Sen had done what he had. They looked at each other, realizing that they were equally confused. They grew even more suspicious of Han Sen. Creatures in the Geno universe only had one soul, but Han Sen's sea of soul held many beast souls. Since each silver slice could only freeze one soul at a time, Han Sen used 8 beast souls to neutralize the slices. Han Sen played with a silver slice in his hand and stroked the blood Kirin's head. He looked at Mr. White and said, "Which way should we head now?" Mr. White went silent for a moment. "I don't know what these palaces are made of, but not even Fox Queen could force one open. We have to travel around the palaces using their installed teleporters. Each palace seems to possess 4 teleporters. The front gate and each of the side halls have a teleporter. The back hall has 1, 2. That means every palace has 4 exits. What we don't know is how many palaces there are. I think there might be a way to find the right path to the leader's hidden stash, though." "Well, you're very good when it comes to calculations and restrictions, Mr. White. You must have the answer." Han Sen smiled. "I have a few ideas, but I cannot be certain my assumptions are correct." "We can give them a try, however," Mr. White said, then he turned to the back hall. Crime followed Mr. White, and Han Sen and the Kirin brought up the rear. Just as Mr. White had explained, the place was practically a maze. Han Sen wasn't very good with these sorts of puzzles, and it would have been very difficult for Han Sen to find the sacred leader's treasure by himself. If he walked around aimlessly, he would probably never find the treasure. And if he bumped into Fox Queen, that one encounter could be the end of him. Mr. White teleported out via the back hall. When Han Sen stepped out of the teleporter on the other side, he found himself in a big hall. The hall was just like the one Han Sen had come from. There were many statues and paintings there. Mr. White made a calculation, and he went to the side hall's teleporter. Han Sen wondered just how many palaces there were. This maze was far too complicated for him to navigate by himself. Mr. White made a calculation every single time they reached a new palace. It took them 4 hours to move through 100 palaces, and they still hadn't reached the end. "How long is it going to take for us to reach the treasure?" Han Sen couldn't help but ask. Crime snorted in annoyance and said, "Do you think calculating the right route is easy? If it wasn't for Mr. White leading us down the correct road, we would be teleporting into the wrong palaces and exposing ourselves to a great deal of danger. It wouldn't simply be a long trip, at that point. We would struggle to survive whatever trials those other palaces threw at us." "I wasn't complaining. I was just wondering how long it will take for us to get to where the treasure is hidden," Han Sen said in exasperation. Mr. White laughed and said, "If I'm guessing correctly, we'll be reaching the first checkpoint soon." "What does that mean?" Han Sen asked. This was the first he'd heard about a checkpoint. After thinking briefly, Mr. White said, "Even with us going down the correct road, there will be a few defensive systems that we'll have to bypass. For a treasure like this, there will be multiple protective measures in place. Our path is correct, yes, but we must also open the many locked doors to gain entry. I estimate that there will be 4 to 7 of them. I don't know exactly what form these checkpoints will take, of course. The defensive systems will be a touch more threatening than actual locked doors. We have to tread carefully." After saying all that, Mr. White returned his focus to the path ahead. Han Sen followed the man silently. After going through another 3 palaces, Mr. White arrived at a palace's main gate. It was there that he told Han Sen, "If I'm correct, the next palace will be the first checkpoint of this maze. You are going to have to be a little bit more careful." After that, Mr. White traveled through the light. Crime followed him, as well. The bird's nest was still sitting on Han Sen's head, and he also summoned the gold demon bug king by Sima before walking through the light. Just like before, Han Sen appeared in a palace after teleporting. This palace looked far different from the other 100 palaces they had visited, though. This palace was circular, and the roof was shaped like a shield. A giant statue stood at the center of the hall, looking like some massive god that was clad in protective armor. Its head almost touched the roof above. Even though it was just a statue, the mere sight of it was terrifying. Looking at it made the observer want to submit to this deific figure, as if he was the center of the entire universe. Is this a statue of the sacred leader? Han Sen wondered, as he observed the statue. Fox Queen had told him that the sacred leader always wore armor, and no one knew for sure whether it was a man or a woman. Mr. White and Crime had stepped out of the teleporter, but they did not go forward. When Han Sen and the Blood Kirin caught up with them, Mr. White said, "Although it looks safe, we still need to exercise caution. The correct exit here is the front gate. We will have to walk past the statue." Mr. White stepped towards the statue, but Crime quickly ran in front of him. "I will ensure the path is safe for you first." Han Sen really admired Crime. There were not many people left in that day and age that could remain so loyal and committed. Han Sen followed Mr. White, while Crime led the way from ahead. As they approached the statue's eyes suddenly lit up. The eyes gleamed like lanterns, showering the entire statue with light. Han Sen's group was suddenly standing in a spotlight. But while the light was bright, it didn't seem to be destructive. "Hello children, welcome to my treasury," the statue boomed. Han Sen jumped slightly. "Don't be afraid. This statue is only an extension of my will. It is not really me." The statue then went on to say, "If you've made it this far, then that means I am already dead. The items here are now useless for me. I can give them to you, but first, you must pass a test. Only those that successfully pass the test will be allowed to claim my treasures. Anyone who fails, even if they are a deified being, will not be permitted to take so much as a single grain of sand." "What test?" Crime asked. The statue's voice was robotic. There were no emotional fluctuations in its tone, and it was impossible to guess its gender. It said, "This test is very simple. If you can break this, you will pass the test." After that, the statue moved. It reached out its hand and bent lower. It put an item in front of the group, then returned to its original position. The statue's eyes started to dim, and its appearance reverted to that of an ordinary statue. Han Sen looked at the item the statue had placed in front of them. It was a 40-centimeter long rock. It didn't really look special in any way, and it was made from green stone. Crime tried talking to the statue again, but the statue didn't respond to his questions. "Stop asking. It only has pre-programmed responses." "Now that he is gone, there is nothing special about the statue," Mr. White said. Crime approached the statue from the side, but it gave no reaction. So, Crime walked in front of the main hall's gate. Nothing weird happened there either. "Mr. White, if it isn't affecting us, should we just ignore it?" Han Sen looked at the stone. Mr. White shook his head. "The sacred leader left this item here on purpose. Maybe we will require it later on, and it could be difficult to come back to get it. And Fox Queen might take it if we leave it here." "You are right, but isn't it possible that the sacred leader is trying to play us? There might actually be a trap inside the stone," Han Sen said. Mr. White was momentarily silent. "That's possible, but I still think we should try. If the sacred leader wants to trick us, we might have to spring the trap in order to find the treasure." "Let me give it a try," Crime said. He gathered up a surge of black light within his knife and swung it at the stone. Dong! A strike that could split space came down on the stone. It made a loud clanging sound, but the stone wasn't damaged. And there wasn't even a mark left behind. Crime's face became grim. The black light rose around his body and turned into a dark fire. His body looked as if it was wholly shielded by demons. The disturbing light danced around the hall. The dark light surrounded Han Sen, and he could not see or feel anything. It was like he was stuck in absolute darkness. Han Sen was shocked. He expanded the bird's nest to shield himself and the blood Kirin, in case Crime was preparing to attack them. Crime's area of effect ability can muffle all 7 senses. It kind of resembles my Dongxian aura. While Han Sen was thinking, the darkness dissipated. Crime hadn't tried to attack them. When the room brightened again, he was standing beside the rock, looking defeated. He shook his head to Mr. White. He had tried his best, but he had been unable to break the stone. "Mr. White, would you like to give it a try?" Crime offered politely. "No thanks. If not even your power was able to leave a mark on it, then this stone isn't something that can be opened by brute force," Mr. White said, then walked over to the stone to examine it. Han Sen put away his bird's nest. He walked closer to the stone and used his purple-eyed butterfly to check the stone out. The history of the stone began to scroll back in Han Sen's vision, and after a minute or two, Han Sen jumped in surprise. The stone had originally been a bucket of viscous liquid, like cement. A demon-like creature was thrown into the liquid. No matter how much the demon struggled, it was unable to get out. The demon and that liquid were dumped into a mold. The liquid hardened over time until it became the stone in front of them. Han Sen raised his eyebrow at the stone. Mr. White looked at it for a while and frowned. "This stone seems to have a will of its own. A very scary will, at that. Perhaps that will is the key to breaking the stone open." "Mr. White, what do you propose to do?" Crime asked. Mr. White thought and said, "Let me use my soul sealing technique. I'll see if I am able to seal the will that's inside this thing." After that, Mr. White lowered his hand onto the stone, a strange symbol glowing on his palm. The symbol pressed against the stone, and the quiet stone was suddenly shaking like mad. A demonic, roaring noise came from it. It was terrifying. Under the glow of the symbol's light, the green stone started to bleed. The stone turned red. Pat! The symbol that Mr. White had branded onto the stone cracked and shattered, and then the stone returned to normal again. Mr. White was pale and trembling. Crime immediately moved over to put a hand on his shoulder and ask, "Sir, are you okay?" "I am fine." Mr. White shook his head. "The will inside that stone is so strong that not even my soul sealing technique worked. I'm afraid that this will belongs to a deified being." Upon hearing those words, Han Sen smiled and asked, "Mr. White, if I am able to break this stone, can I have whatever is inside?" "We are cooperating, so we will have to share, of course," Crime said coldly. Mr. White, however, seemed to have thought of something. He smiled. "If Han Sen can open it, then it would be a waste to leave it here. If you can open it, then the item inside is all yours. If it is useful, I hope you will use it to help us when the time demands it." "Of course." Han Sen walked in front of the stone. He pulled out a silver sai and placed it on the stone. Then he stepped back. Han Sen used his mind to self-destruct the beast soul he had linked to the sai. After the beast soul was destroyed, the silver sai-ci's suppressing power was directed into the stone, instead. The stone started to shake again, and a scary roaring noise came from it. Drops of blood appeared on its surface. The silver sai was vibrating as well, but it did not fall off the top of the stone where Han Sen had placed it. It looks like the leader left the silver treasure fruit tree in the palace earlier on purpose. It was not a random placement, it was put there so that this stone could be broken. It is fortunate Han Sen brought the silver sai with him. Otherwise, we'd have had no hope of opening this stone, Mr. White said. While they were talking, cracks began to spread across the stone's surface. The raging noises of its interior became even worse. Pang! Suddenly, the stone exploded. Chunks of red rock flew in every direction. When the dust had settled, Han Sen walked over to the site of the explosion and picked up an item. It was a green crystal orb. There seemed to be smoke inside it, and the cloudy mass swirled with a magical allure. Han Sen could even see words flashing within the murk. "What is it?" Crime asked Han Sen, who was still holding the orb. Han Sen grinned and put the orb in his pocket. "Didn't Mr. White say that the contents of the stone would be mine?" Crime grunted and turned away from Han. Senator Mr. White smiled graciously. "Well, now you have it. Let's get moving." Han Sen doubted that Mr. White and Crime would keep their promises. They had come there prepared, and they were going to betray Han. Senator. He was very firm in his suspicions, so he had to claim as many rewards as he could for as long as he was able to. Han Sen followed behind Mr. White, examining the orb as he went. The orb was very misty, and the cloudiness almost hid the words inside it. When Han Sen looked closely, he was given a surprise. The content of the text was similar to the Blood Pulse Sutra. Han Sen was shocked. Ghost Bone Town had a statue of the human emperor, and now he had found a Geno art that had a connection to the Blood Pulse Sutra. What was the relationship between the human emperor, the sacred leader, and Blood Legion? Han Sen couldn't figure it out, but reading the Geno art inside that red and misty orb made Han Sen happy. Since Han Sen had begun practicing the Blood Pulse Sutra, he had thought that it had little utility in the arts of combat. The most useful aspect of the Geno art was the mere fact that he could pass on his stronger genes to his descendants. But as he looked over the Geno art inside that orb, Han Sen could see another branch of possibilities shooting off from the Blood Pulse Sutra. The Geno art inside the orb was of the same type as Blood Pulse Sutra, but it wasn't identical. It was like a comparison between a flower and the individual leaves on the stem. They might have grown together, but they were different from each other. If the Blood Pulse Sutra was the flower, the Geno art inside the orb was a leaf. The duty of the flower was to bear fruit. The leaf, however, was for breathing. The metaphor might sound beautiful and gentle, but the Geno art was actually very cruel. The Geno art inside of the orb could steal the blood of other creatures. The skill could plunder the blood pulse of an opponent to provide nutrition for the user. The opponent would lose their own blood pulse power and end up as a dull creature, sapped of vitality. But to Han Sen, that savagery was merely a part of life. The Geno art functioned on the same rules of natural selection that governed the sanctuary. In the sanctuary, life was about plundering what other creatures offered in order to make oneself stronger. The Geno art was obviously a more direct approach to that goal. Han Sen thought of Dragon 8, whom he had once fought. If Han Sen wanted the man's gold dragon body, he would only have to use this new Geno art to steal the dragon's blood pulse. By doing that, Han Sen would steal the gold dragon body for himself. It was a very simple process. If that Geno art went public in the universe, Han Sen would be an enemy in the eyes of all. No race would allow their blood pulse to be stolen by another. Han Sen memorized the Geno art, which was called Blood Pulse Plunder. He swore to himself that he would never allow anyone else to learn of the Geno art's existence. If anyone learned that he possessed such a dangerous skill, no one would come near him. Because Han Sen had the Blood Pulse Sutra as a base, he didn't need to practice Blood Pulse Plunder. He could use it immediately, although his lack of experience with the skill would keep him from being very adept with it at first. Both of the skills were the same at their core. Pat! Han Sen memorized all of Blood Pulse Plunder, searing it into his memory. Then, he crushed the green orb in his hands. Keeping it with him would be dangerous. It was best to destroy it now and not leave any evidence behind. But when the green orb was crushed, the blood smoke ran into the tips of Han Sen's fingers. The smoke sank through his skin until it reached his blood vessels and blood. Han Sen tried to stop it, but nothing seemed to work. The Blood Pulse Sutra's power and the blood mist were one and the same. They melted together immediately, and they refused to separate. Blood Pulse Plunder started to run. The process was so smooth that Han Sen felt as if he had already practiced it 1,000,000 times. Whoever left this item behind was a very scary person. He seems to have known that the person who found the orb would destroy it. The red mist was prepared to aid a learner with the practice of Blood Pulse Plunder. Even if the person that found the orb hadn't learned the Blood Pulse Sutra, this would allow them to understand Blood Pulse Plunder very quickly. Han Sen was shocked. Whoever designed the orb had clearly understood psychology quite well. After all those eons had passed, the person had still anticipated what Han Sen was going to do. But that means whoever prepared the orb didn't expect the person who collected the orb to know of the Blood Pulse Sutra already. In that case, this must not be an item that Blood Legion prepared for their own people. Maybe the sacred leader actually has nothing to do with Blood Legion, and he just acquired this through random happenstance. Han Sen continued to think to himself. Mr. White and Crime were still leading the way. Han Sen had the Blood Kirin follow behind him. Han Sen had been following Mr. White for a very long time now, and no danger seemed to cross their path. They walked through another 100 palaces, and then, they arrived at a checkpoint. But this time, what they saw at the checkpoint froze them in place. There was a big hole in the middle of the circular palace. If that checkpoint was the same as the first one, there ought to have been a giant statue in its place. Mr. White's eyes widened. It looks like someone got here before us and decided to destroy the hall, Mr. White said. He rushed down to examine the hole, and Han Sen and Crime followed. They stood near him and looked down into the darkness. What they saw seemed to imply that it was a natural cavern formation. Pieces of floor and broken statue lay at the bottom of the cave. It was just as they thought, a statue had stood there, but it had been destroyed. Let me go down and take a closer look. Han Sen was curious. He didn't know who might have come there first and made such a mess. Han Sen went down to check out the cave carefully. He discovered that the cave had another 3 paths, which all led different directions. Crime and Mr. White ventured down, as well. Mr. White looked at the pile of rubble that once formed the statue. The statue has been broken, and whatever gift it had for us is gone. I cannot be sure who took it, though. The broken statue can no longer speak either, so whatever message it had is lost to us. What do we do now? Should we stick with the plan, or check out where these tunnels might lead? Han Sen stared down one of the stone tunnels. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion erupted from the cave. The cave began to shake as if there was a thunderstorm raging. It felt like their eardrums were going to break. Going into the caves is too risky. We should stick with the plan we have already established. If someone ventured this way before us, they would have to come back, even if they got the sacred leader's treasure. We can still stand a chance. Mr. White didn't look too cheery. He flew out of the cave. Han Sen used his purple-eyed butterfly to examine the broken statue. He was unable to learn anything. He then looked down the tunnel that seemed to be experiencing a thunderstorm. Hearing more thunder, Han Sen decided to go back with Mr. White. Perhaps it was because someone had already been there, but Mr. White calculated the next route much faster. It seemed as if he wanted to catch up with whoever was ahead of them. Over the next few palaces, Han Sen and the others were able to confirm that someone had come there before them. But Mr. White quickly discovered that the mystery man didn't seem to know the proper route. He had tried every single door of light, and he had made many mistakes. He had entered into some dangerous palaces before returning and taking the correct routes. This guy doesn't know the proper way to the treasure, but he keeps trying and trying. He has made it an impressive distance into this maze. That means the person is very strong, and he has been here for a very long time, Mr. White said with a frown. That should be impossible. Before we entered the portal in that tree, the door was locked. Without Han Sen's stone plate, how did he manage to gain access? Crime asked with suspicion. Mr. White merely shook his head. He didn't know. Han Sen didn't say anything either, and he just followed Mr. White. Reaching the third checkpoint took them an hour less than it had taken them to reach the second checkpoint. Han Sen carefully entered the third checkpoint and stopped dead. His eyes opened wide, and he almost screamed. The third checkpoint was completely different from the two prior checkpoints they had visited. Although it was a palace, too, it was much larger than the others. The floor of the palace wasn't covered in stone, but water. It was a large lake, with many bridges running across it. The jade bridges were in the shape of a crescent moon, and there were 13 of them. They spanned the entirety of the palace, and each one seemed to connect to a separate teleporter on the opposite side of the lake. Each of the 13 bridges was made of a different type of jade. Stone statues stood along the railings of each bridge. Some of the statues seemed to depict devils, whereas others seemed to depict angels. Some were in the shape of vicious beasts, and others looked like gentle creatures. Han Sen was now looking out across a purple jade bridge. Its railings had a line of evil-looking stone statues, but that wasn't why Han Sen was observing it. Han Sen was looking at the highest point of the purple bridge, where there was a 10-meter-tall statue that looked like a devil. It was squatting in the middle of the bridge with its wings folded. The devil's eyes were looking down, as if they were scanning the area below for something to eat. Purple and blackish nails adorned its fingers, and they were long and sharp like talons. A woman was clutched in its hand, and the woman was quite familiar to Han Sr. Shah. Han Sen almost screamed out. The purple devil's stone hand gripped Isha firmly. Although her body was covered by its fingers, her face was clearly visible. She was very pale, and blood dripped from her mouth. It looked as if she was in a coma, and her hair had turned bone white. Han Sen recognized her even so, and he was certain of her identity. She was in horrible shape, but her face still looked exactly the same as he remembered it. She was still that almighty queen. No one else could ever look like she did. Why is Isha here? I thought she had been swallowed by overbearing. Han Sen's heart jumped as he thought of something. Is this the palace that sits on overbearing's back? Thinking of this possibility, Han Sen's heart started to pound like mad. No wonder the sacred leader wasn't afraid of people stealing his treasure. He invested a lot to secure his possessions. My queen! Han Sen shouted to Isha from across the bridge, hoping to wake her up. He could tell that she wasn't dead. Han Sen imbued his voice with a sonic wave, but the call prompted no reaction from her. Stop shouting. Even if a deified elite was shouting at her, she wouldn't be able to hear the call, Mr. White said. Ah. I see. Han Sen looked at Mr. White and bowed. Mr. White pointed at the jade bridge and said, these 13 bridges contain 13 different powers. Stepping onto a bridge locks you onto it. This must be the other test that was left behind by the sacred leader. We are going to have to choose the right bridge if we are to go through this safely. What is the power of that bridge? Han Sen pointed at Isha's purple jade bridge. If I'm not mistaken, then the devil statues on the bridge are the legendary Hell Ghosts. The statue at the center must be Hell Ghost King. It represents hell power, Mr. White said, looking at the bridge carefully. Is hell power a death element power? Han Sen asked. Mr. White shook his head. Hell is where the dead go, according to the legends, but hell is not actually associated with the death element. It is another branch of space and time. You can understand it this way, hell is another dimension that exists separately from our world. The axis of space and time is different there than in our world. So, hell power comes from that difference in dimensional structure. It is not about death or darkness. Then how do we save her? Han Sen asked. Mr. White pursed his lips. Aside from forcing our way through, I cannot think of a way we can. Space and time are very mysterious elements that are extremely difficult to control. The legends say that the sacred leader mastered space and time powers. Knife was unlucky to select the jade bridge that is aligned with those energies. Han Sen frowned. If Isha had failed to force her way across the jade bridge, then that meant it would be even more difficult for him. After all, most of Han Sen's Geno arts were marquees. His fighting power wasn't as strong as Isha's half-deified abilities. Han Sen looked at Isha in the grip of the devil's hand, and when he looked closer, he saw that the devil's nails were actually digging into Isha's flesh. Ever so slowly, Isha continued to bleed. The blood ran across the statue's nails, and the tips of those nails were dyed red. If that continued, Isha wouldn't have much time left before she bled to death. The power of the Hell Bridge blocked Han Sen's connection with Isha, so he could not determine her life force. But he could see clearly that she didn't have much time left. Mr. White examined the 13 jade bridges and then came back. He made a number of calculations. Han Sen thought he must have been trying to pick the jade bridge they could all cross safely. But quickly, Mr. White's face started to look gloomy. These 13 bridges are dead ends. They all have a scary power guarding them, so none of them can be crossed safely. Did the sacred leader not plan on letting anyone leave this place alive? No. There must be a way. Mr. White started to sweat. His fingers flashed with a symbol as he continued to make his calculations. Han Sen's eyes kept drifting over to the purple jade bridge. The purple-eye butterfly in his right eye spun, analyzing the structure of the purple jade bridge. Han Sen knew that Isha was very brave and sometimes arrogant, but she was never stupid. There was no way she would have decided to take the most difficult path. Han Sen thought Isha selected the Hell Bridge for a specific purpose. He just didn't know why she had failed. The purple-eye butterfly's four-flower purple pupil kept spinning, but not much could be gleaned. The purple jade bridge was wrapped up in some sort of power. Han Sen could see a very complicated substance chain around it, woven like a bird's nest. Han Sen couldn't understand this. He couldn't tell what sort of power it was. This is it. If we walk this bridge, we can make it through alive. Mr. White suddenly pointed at a jade bridge triumphantly. Han Sen looked at where Mr. White was pointing. He was indicating a jade bridge that was pitch black like ink. The bridge featured some crow-like bird statues. A giant bird statue stood in the middle of the bridge on a stone pillar, coldly overlooking the entire bridge. Mr. White explained, that bird is called the death crow. It leads the living through the cycle of death. It might seem like a dead end, but it is certainly a road we will be able to survive. This is the only bridge, out of the 13 of them, that can lead us safely to the other side. Going through life and death, yin and yang, the sacred leader was a very unique individual. If I hadn't researched the sacred leader's life and learned that he was reborn 9 times, I would have never have assumed that this was the correct path to take. You are very smart, Mr. White. Even the sacred leader's secrets are known to you, murmured a woman's voice. Han Sen and Mr. White both jerked in surprise. They turned around and saw Fox Queen approaching from behind. She had caught up to them very quickly. Mr. White's face looked glum. Clearly, he had never imagined that Fox Queen would catch up with them so quickly. If she didn't possess Mr. White's skill at calculating the correct path, it shouldn't have been possible for her to simply guess the correct way each and every time. There was no way she should have been able to follow them. Suddenly, Mr. White seemed to understand something. He looked down at his own body. Fox Queen laughed. You don't need to look. I left a spray on you, a specific scent that only a shape-shifting fox could follow. Fox Queen then ignored Mr. White, who was now looking green in the face. She stared at Hans Sr., "Good brother, we meet again. Did you miss your big sister?" "I sure missed you." Han Sen was gripping the bird's nest tightly as he started to step away. He was next to the Hell Bridge. He smiled at her. "I missed you, big sister, but I would have been happy never seeing your face again." Fox Queen smiled and said, "In that case, you must be disappointed. But since we're both already here, shouldn't you do something nice for your big sister who cares so much about you?" "You want this, you mean?" Han Sen pulled out the stone plate. He held it comfortably in one hand. Fox Queen's eyes brightened, and she smiled. "Little brother. You really do understand your big sister so very much. You are so cute. I really didn't want to brutally murder you. If you give it to your big sister, how about I keep you alive?" "Sure, but if you want it, you will have to chase me." "If you catch me, I will give it to you," Han Sen said, then he stepped onto the Hell Bridge with the blood Kirin. The muscles in Fox Queen's face tensed, but it was too late to stop Han Sen now. She flashed forward to the bridge, but she didn't have the guts to step on it. Mr. White was shocked, and he shouted, "Come back. You cannot go across the Hell Bridge." Mr. White knew he was wasting his breath, though. The Hell Bridge meant hell power, and just like he had explained, it was a force from a different dimension. The moment Han Sen had stepped onto the bridge, he had entered a new dimension. No matter how loudly Mr. White shouted, he knew Han Sen couldn't see or hear him anymore. "Mr. White, is there any way we can walk this bridge?" Fox Queen was staring at Han Sen and the blood Kirin. "Even deified elites might die there. Do you really think he can pull through?" Mr. White had a wry smile. "What a shame." Fox Queen looked at Han Sen and sighed. She didn't know if she was feeling remorse over the loss of Han Sen himself or the stone plate she coveted. "Mr. White, you can go on ahead," Fox Queen said distractedly, gesturing dismissively at him. Mr. White felt glum. He looked at crime, then at the Black Bridge of Life and Death. Fox Queen watched Han Sen for a while longer, then stepped onto the Life and Death Bridge. When Han Sen had stepped onto the Hell Bridge, his vision changed almost immediately. He had been able to see the end of the bridge clearly, but once he set foot on it, things changed. The bridge stretched on and on without an end in sight. Aside from the bridge and the lake, nothing else occupied his vision. Han Sen couldn't see the other 12 bridges or any of the teleporters. He couldn't see Fox Queen or Mr. White. It was as if the bridge was residing in a plane of existence, all on its own. Furthermore, the Hell Ghost statues on the bridge came alive, and they all looked like real devils. They hunched atop the rails, and their purple eyes glared at Han Sen as if they were going to swallow him alive. Their bodies were wreathed in purple fire, and there were so many of them that the whole bridge was wreathed in a chain of purple flames. It was an unsettling sight. Han Sen held up the bird's nest as he went along. He looked as far down the bridge as he could, but he couldn't see the grand Hell Ghost statue and Isha in the middle anymore. Han Sen gritted his teeth. He clutched the bird's nest tight and moved forward with the blood Kirin. Han Sen believed Isha must have had a reason for selecting the Hell Bridge. Plus, Fox Queen was there. That meant Han Sen didn't really have a choice in the matter. Walking across another bridge with her on his heels might have been more dangerous. Han Sen moved slowly down the bridge, holding the bird's nest defensively. The Hell Ghosts atop the rail continued to stare at him, their eyes following him as he walked. They leered at Han Sen and the blood Kirin. Perhaps they were scared of Han Sen's bird's nest, and that was why they had decided not to follow. They simply stared at the pair. Han Sen walked along the bridge for a while, but he soon started to feel poorly. Han Sen had the bird's nest protecting his body, but he noticed that something ominous was still happening to him. The bird's nest is unable to block the Hell Bridge's power. Han Sen looked down at his body, and also the body of the Blood Kirin. He frowned. He and the Blood Kirin were dyed purple. The further he walked, the deeper the color became across his skin. The Blood Kirin had previously looked red, but not even it could block the dyeing effect of that purple color. Although Han Sen couldn't tell how the purple air might affect their bodies, it obviously wasn't something that boded well. Han Sen stopped. He used his Blood Pulse Sutra and his jade skin, but he couldn't remove the purple air from his skin. And although they had stopped, the purple air continued to grow stronger. Han Sen summoned his gold demon bug king by Sima, but that proved to be useless, too. The purple air was still able to penetrate the gold demon bug king by Sima and dye him and the Blood Kirin. Han Sen looked at the egg that the little red bird had turned into. There was no purple air permeating it, and that made Han Sen feel a little relief. If the little red bird's egg wasn't infected, then that meant there might be a way to deflect the force. It wasn't invulnerable. Han Sen looked back and noticed that he could no longer see the way he had come. There was no end, and Han Sen gritted his teeth. The Hell Ghosts on both sides stared coldly at Han Sen and the Blood Kirin. They were like a crowd gathered to watch a funeral procession. It didn't seem as if they wished to do anything to stop the intruders, though. As Han Sen continued to walk, he thought about his situation. Those who are outside of this bridge can see what is actually going on, so the Hell Ghosts really are just statues. They only appear to be alive because I am on the bridge. It could be just a feeling or the adverse effect of some type of power that gives them the appearance of life. The Hell Ghosts aren't attacking us, but they might be configured to release power of some sort. If this line of thinking is correct, then how did Isha end up in the clutches of that menacing statue? Does that mean there is one Hell Ghost statue that is actually a living being? Han Sen wondered. He and the Blood Kirin continued to walk across the bridge. The purple stain in their skin deepened as they went, but the way ahead of them was still clear. The purple jade bridge reached on without an end in sight. That purple air didn't seem to be affecting their bodies, but it made Han Sen rather worried all the same. These purple airs might be part of a process to build up power. The more that is gathered, the stronger the inevitable explosion would be, Han Sen thought to himself. Because the jade bridge's length had been extended by the distorted dimension, Han Sen rode the Blood Kirin as it sprinted at top speed for over 100 hours. Only then did they finally see the middle of the bridge coming up. Just as it had appeared on the outside, Isha had been grabbed by a giant, evil Hell Ghost. The sight was quite different now that Han Sen was standing on the bridge, though. The giant Hell Ghost wasn't a statue in this place. It was an actual creature. It had purple skin and wings, and its head had a pair of purple horns that looked like bull horns. Its body was like a wild monkey. It gripped Isha tightly, and its eyes were shining with purple light. "Queen!" Han Sen shouted at Isha as he rode closer to her on the Blood Kirin. When Han Sen had called to her from outside the bridge, Isha had been unable to hear him. Now that they were in the same dimension, Han Sen thought he might be able to get her attention. Isha slowly started to open her eyes. She rolled her head over to look at Han Sen, but it was clearly a struggle in her weakened state. As she saw Han Sen coming across the bridge, Isha's expression became strange. She stared at him for a while, as if she was trying to determine whether Han Sen was real or just a delirious fantasy. "My queen, are you okay?" Han Sen shouted as he came toward her. The statue that held Isha didn't behave as if it had heard Han Senator. It just continued to hold Isha as if it hadn't noticed Han Sen and the Blood Kirin. "Why are you here?" Isha whispered. Han Sen could tell that she could barely summon the strength to speak. "It's a long story, we can talk about it later. But tell me, how can I help you?" Han Sen asked. Isha shook her head. You should find a way to save yourself. Your body has collected a lot of that hellish air. If you don't leave, the hell ghost will soon see you. And when that happens, it will be too late for you to run. Get off of this hell bridge, and you might find a way to survive. You selected the hell bridge for a specific reason, yes? Han Sen asked. It didn't look as if he intended to leave anytime soon. Do not waste time talking to me about this. Get lost. Isha scolded him with a frown. I'm not the only one here. There is a deified elite waiting for me, and she is my enemy. Even if I do make it out of here, I'm just going to end up dead, Han Sen said with a shrug. Isha looked surprised. She quietly said, You are a magnet for trouble. Whatever, then. Since you are here, let's try something out. Maybe we can both live through this. My lady. You have a way to get out of here? Han Sen asked. Isha smiled and said, I selected the Hell Bridge so I could use the Hell power to activate my rebate elder blood. That way, I could become deified. But I failed. Since you are here, perhaps you can help me try again. The success rate is low, but it is certainly worth a try. How do I help? Han Sen quickly asked. Isha took a deep breath and slowly said, I told you before, our rebate elder used to be a servant for an important person amongst the extreme king. That man was called Hell King. He had a hell god body, and it possessed an intense hell power. Isha began coughing and had to take a deep breath before continuing her speech. Because he treated our elder very nicely, Hell King put some of his Hell King blood into her body. So, that way, our elder could one day become deified and create teeth power. It was all because of Hell King's blood. Regrettably, the Hell King blood I possess is too weak. The rebate elder was given a powerful gift, but she didn't possess the blood naturally. When it was passed from child to child, it became weaker with every generation. After so many years have passed, the Hell King blood is so light that it might not even exist anymore. I wanted to use the Hell power to activate the Hell King blood, but it proved to be too difficult. Either that, or the blood has vanished completely. Isha looked at Han Sr., but now, even though this is a 1 in a billion chance, we have to take it. However, I have no power, and so I will have to make use of your power. If it doesn't work, you and I will die here together. If you don't want to take this risk, you should leave now while there is still time. How can I help you? Han Sen repeated. If Han Sen didn't save Isha, it wouldn't matter if he made it to the other side of the Hell Bridge alive. Fox Queen would be waiting. If he was able to help Isha become deified, things might turn out differently. Isha was his teacher. If he saved her, Isha would probably help him get the sacred leader's legacy treasure. And with a deified elite next to him, he would no longer have to fear Fox Queen. Isha sighed. She looked at the hell ghost that had grabbed her and told Han Sen, this ghost statue is the key to this entire Hell Bridge. All the power of the Hell Bridge stems from this. If I can get its blood, perhaps then I can become deified. Isha took a deep breath and went on to say, it is not living, by the way. It is just a statue with hell blood. It is currently attracted by my power, and so most of its power is focused solely on me. You can use this opportunity to break its body and collect the hell blood. Help me become deified. The success rate is so low, though. Plus, I know that there is hell blood in the statue, but I don't know where it is concentrated. And since you are still so weak, I'm not even sure you can damage it. On top of that, even if I do get the hell blood, the success rate of activating my own hell blood is low. That is why I have told you it is a 1 in a billion chance. If you have a method of escape, I suggest you make use of it now. By the time Isha finished speaking, her face had grown even paler. Han Sen turned to face the statue, then he activated his purple-eye butterfly. If he wanted to live, he needed Isha. He didn't want to watch her die, either. If there was a way to save her and resolve his own dire situation by extension, he wanted to try. It was killing two birds with one stone. But as Isha had said, it was a dangerous thing to attempt. If they failed, there was a very high chance he could die. If Han Sen's strike didn't work, the ghost statue might attack him in return. Fortunately, Han Sen had the bird's nest to defend himself. With a shield like that, he didn't have to be afraid. Plus, he had the blood Kirin. Even if his own power couldn't break the body of the ghost statue, the blood Kirin's strength might be enough. But before he could allow the blood Kirin to attack, Han Sen first needed to locate the hell blood inside the ghost statue. And when he had located it, he had to ensure success in a single hit. He didn't know if he would be given a second chance. The purple-eyed butterfly kept analyzing the ghost statue. Han Sen detected many mysterious substance chains wrapping around and through the statue. Those substance chains were very complex, and they were difficult to understand. But Han Sen didn't have to understand how the ghost statue was made. All he had to do was locate the point where the hell blood was stored. Through the Dongxian aura and purple-eyed butterfly's combined analysis, Han Sen's eyes eventually brightened. It's there. When Han Sen looked at the ghost statue's eyebrow, he noticed there was an extra tight substance chain. The purple substance was so thick that he could not detect a single seam. Blood Kirin, attack here. Han Sen lifted his Thunder God spike and took aim at the ghost statue's eyebrow. The blood Kirin was carrying Han Sen, and the beast glowed with red light. Blood air swirled around to cover its entire body. It loosed a thunderous roar before leaping up at the ghost statue's eyebrow. Isha was surprised as she watched her student. She was too weak to participate, and it was only now that she noticed the beast that Han Sen was riding. It was a scary half-deified being, she could tell. It wasn't an ordinary half-deified creature either, it had to be at the very top of what was achievable in that class. Isha was surprised Han Sen was able to command such a powerful mount. The sight gave her a little bit of hope to cling to. A xenogeniac that was almost as strong as her might be able to crack the ghost statue and retrieve the hell blood she required. While Isha was mulling this over, the blood Kirin's claws were tearing through the fabric of space. The beast lashed out at the ghost statue's forehead, sending a vicious attack against the statue's brow. But suddenly, the ghost statue shone with purple light. Before Han Sen and the blood Kirin could react, the statue's other hand grabbed the blood Kirin, just as it had Isha. Its sharp nails dug into the blood Kirin's flesh. The blood Kirin let out a horrendous screech. The statue's talons easily punched through the creature's tough scales, and they were digging in deep. Han Sen was saved by the fact that the ghost statue's claws only went for the blood Kirin. He tumbled to the surface of the bridge. Looking up at what had occurred, he was given a shock. Without a doubt, the ghost statue's power was deified. Even the blood Kirin couldn't fight it off. The powerful creature was in the statue's hand, and no matter how much the blood Kirin tried to struggle, it could not pry itself free from the claws. The blood Kirin kept squirming in a bid to get free, but that only made the claws sink in deeper. Blood seeped out in greater and greater volume. Isha looked depressed. She had underestimated the statue's cunning. She thought she was pulling the attention and power of the ghost statue's power, but now, she realized that the ghost statue had more power than she initially assumed. The power it had used to attack the blood Kirin was as great as anything she could unleash herself. Blood Kirin, don't move. Han Sen shouted up at the blood Kirin from where he stood on the bridge. The blood Kirin, upon hearing Han Sen's voice, stopped squirming and resigned itself to the pain it was already feeling. When the blood Kirin stopped fighting the ghost statue, the powers of the ghost statue's claws seemed to lessen. D***it. Now I understand. It wasn't because Isha and the blood Kirin weren't strong enough. The thing attacked them because they have hell power already. Han Sen looked at his own purple body and the purple air. The ghost statue wasn't a creature. Just as Isha had said, it was indeed a statue. And inside its body was a pocket of hell blood. That was the source of its strength. While it did have a lot of power, it lacked intelligence. It didn't make plans or schemes, it did the job it was programmed to do. It was the hell power inside Han Sen that would cause the statue to act. If Han Sen used his power, the hell power that was now inside his body would be triggered. And the ghost statue, in turn, would be prompted to make its move. The events would play out like falling dominoes. Unless Han Sen could get rid of the hell power, not even a deified elite could block the ghost statue's attack. Once enough hell power accumulated within Han Sen's body, the ghost statue would attack him even if he didn't act first. Just as it had been for Isha. When she walked across the bridge, she hadn't attacked the ghost statue, but the statue still grabbed her. That was why she was unable to evade it. Han Sen and the Blood Kirin hadn't activated the ghost statue when they walked near it because of the bird's nest. Han Sen had thought that the bird's nest was ineffectual against the hell power, but it actually had gotten rid of some of it. That was why the hell power in Han Sen and the Blood Kirin hadn't triggered the ghost statue to attack the moment they walked up to it. Han Sen suddenly felt a headache coming on. The problem was no longer getting the hell blood from the statue, it was the fact that he couldn't even hit the ghost statue. If Han Sen used a certain amount of power, then the hell blood that had accumulated in his body would be triggered. Then, the ghost statue would come after him. He wouldn't be able to escape if he was struck by it. Just go. Isha was smart, and she understood the issue as well. She knew she couldn't escape her predicament. Once their bodies were infected by hell powers, all hope of defeating the ghost statue was lost. The same would be true even if a deified elite joined them. Han Sen stared at the ghost statue and did not speak. He didn't want to simply leave. He hadn't saved Isha yet, and now the Blood Kirin had been captured as well. There was no way Han Sen was going to throw in the towel and call it quits now. Han Sen was holding the Thunder God's spike. The wings on his back flashed, and he teleported in front of the ghost statue. But the instant he got close enough to strike, the fist that was holding Isha slammed into him. Pang! Han Sen used the bird's nest to protect himself, but he was still sent flying. He flew in a long arc that ended with a crunching impact with the hard surface of the bridge. Han Sen's body was like a meteor thudding into the earth. He might not have broken the bridge, but the same could not be said for his body. He coughed, and blood sprayed the ground in front of him. Because Han Sen had used a fair amount of his own power, it activated the hell power in his body. The ghost statue came to life and flapped its wings. It rose above Han Sen, then dropped like a hawk, its feet outstretched to grab Han Senator. There was no way he would be able to dodge. The ghost statue was drawn toward Han Sen's hell power like a magnet. When its feet came down, they were going to smash Han Sen into a pulp. The statue fell, and its claws closed around Han Senator Dong. The ghost statue's claws grabbed the bird's nest and tried to crush it. They failed. Hidden safely under the bird's nest, Han Sen felt a modicum of relief. If the bird's nest was able to withstand the attacks of the ghost statue, then that meant he had a chance to fight back. Perhaps being under the cover of the bird's nest calmed Han Sen's hell power. Regardless of the reason, the ghost statue released the bird's nest and returned to its spot atop the pillar. Han Sen spent a while thinking. He cast his Jade Skin power and threw a punch at the ghost statue. Jade Skin's power might be perfect for this work. Perhaps using that power wouldn't trigger the hell power within Han Senator. Maybe he could avoid waking up the ghost statue. But that line of thought soon proved to be naive. As soon as Han Sen teleported, he was sent flying again. Fortunately, he had the bird's nest to absorb some of the blow. With its help, he was able to avoid death once more. But even so, Han Sen was still bleeding a lot by this point. Teeth power. Suppress evil. Turtle skill. Under the sky knife skill. Lone bamboo's sword skills. Thunder power. Fire power. Ice power. Han Sen used all the powers he could remember, but each one proved to be useless. No matter what power he summoned, the ghost statue would break it. Han Sen couldn't touch the horrid thing, and it kept tossing him aside like a toy. If it wasn't for the aid of the bird's nest, he would have been killed many times. Even with the bird's nest for protection, his impacts with the bridge had injured him. His wounds might not have been as bad as they looked, but they did look very bad. Stop trying. Just go. Isha growled. She was feeling a complex mixture of emotions. Han Sen had that bird's nest for protection, so he had some measure of protection from deified attacks. If there was a deified elite around, though, his ability to escape wasn't guaranteed. But Han Sen was taking so many risks in his attempts to free her that Isha couldn't help but feel touched. Isha didn't believe she had treated Han Sen all that well. She had simply given him resources. And she had only taken him as a student because of a bet she had once struck with a psychic. It was only afterward that she realized that having Han Sen as a student wasn't all bad. When she realized that she had a student who would fight for her in a situation as dire as this, it was difficult not to feel touched. Isha would never have considered that Han Sen might be doing this because he didn't want to lose an advantage. Her life being at stake was only a small part of it. Han Sen wasn't going to lose Isha and a half-deified blood Kirin. That was why he kept trying and trying. He didn't want to lose so much. Han Sen had the bird's nest, so he wasn't going to die easily. That's why he kept trying. But the results of his attacks were not encouraging. Han Sen tried every trick in the book, but none of his powers could overcome the ghost statue's power. The ghost statue responded to hell power far too well. It was like cause and effect. If Han Sen had hell power, it meant he was going to get hit by the ghost statue. There was no other possible outcome. In all his attacks, Han Sen hadn't touched the ghost statue's forehead once. Thinking about getting the hell blood out of the ghost statue's forehead was useless, because he couldn't. As Han Sen kept trying and getting knocked back, even his armor was dyed red by the blood that spilled from him. Isha's expression looked pained. The ghost statue struck Han Sen again and sent him crashing down into the bridge once more. This time, though, he stayed hidden beneath the bird's nest for a while. Are you dead yet? If you're not, then get lost. Isha shouted angrily. But her eyes shimmered. Han Sen didn't move. He was hiding under the bird's nest, thinking about how he might break the hell power, or the connection between it and the ghost statue. I have used all of my powers at least once, and even so, I haven't been able to land a hit. The only possibility remaining is to use my super god spirit body. By using my super god spirit body, I can remove the hell power and avoid being harmed by the ghost statue. But if I do that, then Isha will know that I am Dollar. This is bad. Han Sen felt depressed. After everything he had been through, though, seeing Isha and the blood Kirin get killed was the last thing he wanted. He needed to try this, even if it meant exposing his identity. As Han Sen was thinking, Isha shouted, Han Sen, are you dead yet? Get out of here if you aren't. My queen, why would one like myself die so easily? You underestimate the fortitude of your students. Han Sen placed the bird's nest on his head like a hat as he spoke to Isha. His body and face were drenched in blood, and with the bird's nest on his head, although it was a very sober situation, it looked rather funny. Isha's lips were shaking, but after a brief while, they returned to a cold stare again. She looked at Han Sen, opened her lips, and sprayed spittle at him. Drops of blood fell down on Han Sen like rain. Han Sen was surprised, and he wasn't quite sure what Isha was doing. Dong-ong. Within that sprinkling of blood, something landed on the bridge in front of Han. Senator Han Sen took a closer look. It was a red sewing needle. It was thinner than a hair, and it was around the length of a finger. What is this? Han Sen picked it up. He thought that something about the sewing needle was very unusual. It felt like it was made of bone rather than metal. It was very small, but it was hollow inside. It was more like a needle for injection than a sewing needle. When Han Sen lifted the bone needle, he felt it summon power inside his body. His energy started to circulate. Han Sen stared with wide eyes. The power that was running was blood pulse plunder, which he had learned not so long ago. Isha said quietly, "Most of the items I brought along with me were destroyed. This is a small item I managed to obtain from a broken statue. Take it as a souvenir and go." Upon hearing that, Han Sen suddenly became very happy. "The statue you mentioned, is that the one in the ruined palace? Stop wasting King time. Get out now. Even if I die, you have to reclaim Planet Blade. Take care of my palace, because I don't want anyone to touch my stuff," Isha snarled. "If you weren't there, what would be the point of me staying in that palace of yours?" Han Sen asked distractedly as he turned the needle over in his hands. "That is my business, just do as you're told," Isha said. Han Sen smiled at Isha. "I must apologize, my queen. I am a guy who would rather have his freedom and be able to relax as he chooses. I'm not a fan of staying put and looking after something. You should really go and take care of your own palace." Isha returned his smile with a wry one of her own. "If I could return, I wouldn't be talking to you right now, would I?" She started to say something more, but suddenly, Han Sen froze. He was staring at the ghost statue, and with a flick of his wrist, he tossed the needle toward it. Isha sighed. She had spent some time researching that bone needle. It was almost completely indestructible, but it had no power. She had been unable to feel any power residing at its tip. If she had been able to use the bone needle and any power it possessed to break the ghost statue, she wouldn't have been bound there when Han Sen found her. But Isha stared with a slack jaw as the bone needle sailed toward the statue, completely unimpeded. The ghost statue had knocked Han Sen to the ground countless times, but it didn't react to the bone needle at all. It merely watched the bone needle strike its forehead. How is this possible? Isha's eyes were wide. She gazed at the strange scene with disbelief. When the bone needle pierced the ghost statue's forehead, the needle lit up red. It shone brighter and brighter, and before long, the ghost statue started to shake. The noise of breaking rocks began to rumble around them. Pang! The next moment, the statue fell to pieces. The grip holding Isha and the blood Kirin was suddenly released. They fell to the bridge, the shattered remains of the statue's hands falling around them. The blood Kirin was injured, but it hadn't lost much strength. It gathered itself back up, and its signature red cloud swirled around it. Isha was close to death, and the blood in her body had almost run dry. She was very weak, and she didn't have the strength to react. She fell to the ground limply. Han Sen caught her in his arms to prevent her from hitting the bridge. He smiled and said, "My queen, it looks like you are going to have to tend to your palace after all." The purple air across the entire jade bridge began to spread and thin. Giant rocks began to fall. Isha was held in Han Sen's arms. As she looked up at Han Sen from below, her heart started to feel strange. She had never seen a man from a lower angle. She was always the one up high. She had never felt like this before, and suddenly, she started to feel even weaker. As the last pieces of the ghost statue fell, the purple air across the bridge began to evaporate. Han Sen, the blood Kirin, and Isha started to return to normal. The jade bridge that had seemed endless now looked as it previously had. They could see the other 12 jade bridges around them and the 13 teleporters in front of them. Fox Queen and the others, however, were gone. They must have traveled through the teleporter and left that palace. Because the Blood Kirin was injured, Han Sen opted not to ride it. He was still holding Isha as he strode across the jade bridge. "You're not going to go through the teleporter?" Isha asked weakly from where she was cradled against Han Sen's chest. "Of course I will, but before that, I want to walk across the rest of the jade bridges," Han Sen said with a smile. Han Sen wanted to walk the 13 bridges for one simple reason: he wanted to get each statue's power. After Isha gave him the bone needle, he realized that the bone needle was a xenogenic treasure that combined with Blood Pulse Plunder. If he used Blood Pulse Plunder by itself, he would need to beat the enemy first. He couldn't use Blood Pulse Plunder to take away an opponent's blood pulse until the enemy didn't have enough power to fight back. If Han Sen was squaring off against an extra strong enemy, though, there was always the chance that he might not be able to beat them. During times like that, Blood Pulse Plunder wouldn't be very useful. But with this bone needle, things were different. Han Sen could imbue the bone needle with the powers of Blood Pulse Plunder. After that, he only had to put the bone needle into an enemy's body, and the bone needle would plunder the enemy's blood pulse. Han Sen only needed to stick the needle into a foe. That being said, the bone needle wasn't powerful on its own. Han Sen would have to use his own strength. But piercing a needle into an enemy was still far easier than trying to beat an opponent that had him bested. The statues on the 13 bridges were each prepared for the combination of Blood Pulse Plunder and the bone needle. The bone needle could easily pierce the statues and take the hidden blood pulse power that resided within them. Han Sen would basically have to repeat what he did to the ghost statue. The bone needle had a concentration of power now, too. It was just a drop, but it was a blood pulse hell power. It was a deified power. There had to be something similar on the other 12 bridges. That was something Han Sen was most assuredly not going to miss out on. Han Sen switched positions and carried Isha on his back. He walked to another jade bridge, and just as he had expected, the first half was safe. When he approached a statue in the middle of the bridge, he used the bone needle to absorb the blood pulse power inside the statue. The statue then fell, and the bridge lost its protection. It became an ordinary jade bridge again. Han Sen walked through the rest of the bridges and took the blood pulse power from the statues. Isha's surprise was written plainly across her face, making it obvious that she had no clue why the bone needle was so powerful in Han Sen's hands. Isha had picked up the bone needle, but she had no idea that the needle had to be used in conjunction with Blood Pulse Plunder. She didn't have Blood Pulse Plunder, so aside from its sturdiness, the needle had no utility in her hands. The second Sacred Leader statue had been destroyed for some reason, so Han Sen hadn't been able to retrieve the bone needle personally. Yet it landed in his hands anyway when Isha volunteered it. The Sacred Leader had blocked all the routes, but something had been left on each path for those that traversed it. The items were connected with each other in ways that Han Sen hadn't yet figured out. The Sacred Leader's full plans were still a mystery. The Silver Saises, Blood Pulse Plunder, the Bone Needle, 13 Blood Pulse Powers, they were all very rare and valuable treasures. At this point, he could easily start a fight with a deified being. The treasures were meant to be obtained through tests given by the Sacred Leader. No one had realized how scary the Sacred Leader's treasures could be. "My queen, are you afraid of needles?" Han Sen asked Isha. Isha was shocked, and she did not know what he meant. "I mean, are you afraid of being pricked with a needle?" Han Sen blinked and asked. "Are you going to give me a shot?" Isha looked at Han Senator. Han Sen lifted his bone needle while he smiled at Isha. "Close your eyes if you are afraid. The pain will be over in a second." After that, Han Sen thrust his bone needle into Isha's chest. A drop of hell blood came out, and it blended into Isha's own blood. If he wanted to survive, he had to get rid of Fox Queen. And unless another deified elite challenged her, it was unlikely Fox Queen could be defeated. Even with Han Sen's deified blood pulse, his actual power wouldn't be deified. Isha, however, was different. She was half a step away from being deified herself. Getting the Hell blood pulse would give her a boost towards the lofty goal of becoming deified. This was their best chance of taking the sacred leader's treasure. The Hell blood pulse blended into Isha's body. Suddenly, a plume of purple air burst out of Isha. It solidified into a purple substance chain and wrapped around her, loop upon loop. Everything she had, her clothes, her accessories, her armor, and all sorts of other things, disintegrated into nothing but dust under the power of that substance chain. As the chain surrounded her, Isha curled her long body into a ball, like a fetus in the womb. Once Isha was safely encased within the purple cocoon, all became quiet. In a giant palace, Fox Queen, Mr. White, and Crime were traveling forward. Fox Queen suddenly stopped. She looked around her and said, "Mr. White, is this the correct path? Why have we been walking for so long, and yet we are still in the same palace?" Mr. White slowly said, "This must be the 4th checkpoint for the treasure. We have to travel through here to get to where the treasure is." "How do we get through here, then?" Fox Queen asked Mr. White. "This palace seems to have a space power restriction. My powers are weak here, and so I am afraid I might not be able to break the restriction." "Perhaps this is something you will have to do," Mr. White said after a think. "And how would I do something like that?" Fox Queen asked with a frown. "Judging from the calculations I have made, we can start right there." Mr. White pointed at a stone pillar as he spoke. Fox Queen looked at the stone pillar and groaned. She didn't move. Han Sen stared at Isha with a look of surprise. The whole process had gone far better than he expected. The Hell blood pulse activated the Hell King blood she had inside her body. They fused with Isha's already considerable strength. She had broken through and become deified with no trouble at all. When she emerged from her cocoon and ascended, Isha was wearing a set of purple armor. Her regal presence blanketed everything around them as if she was the queen of the entire universe. "If you dare to tell anyone about what just happened, I will kill you." Isha stared daggers at Han Sen as she spoke. "My queen, I didn't see anything." Han Sen blinked innocently. But deep inside, he was thinking to himself, women are weird. Moments ago, she was begging to be deified. And now, after becoming deified, she still isn't happy. Does she really care about a small and inconsequential detail like being naked? Her naked body is quite nice. Why is she so upset? Isha only stared at Han Sen in response. She turned silently and looked to the 13 teleporters. Then, she said, "Which teleporter do you think we should use?" Clearly, Isha wasn't very good when it came to this sort of maze. It seemed as if she had forced her way through the palaces by trial and error. "I'm not very good at figuring out the path either. If I was to guess, though, I would assume they went through the teleporter at the end of the life and death cycle bridge. But even if we select the right one this time, we won't know where to go next. We'd have to try every single one we come to." Han Sen stopped to think for a moment, and then resumed talking. "My queen, how did you come this far in the first place?" Isha thought and said, "I was with the Ice Blue Knights. While I was exploring a planet with a group of knights, we accidentally woke up a deified xenogeniac called Under Overbearing. I was swallowed by it. At first, I thought I was dead. I had been swallowed, and I knew that its stomach could digest anything. Even deified creatures would melt in there. Just when I lost all hope, I found a seam that allowed me to escape the stomach. I wiggled through the crack and got out. After traversing many caves and passing by a shattered statue, I ended up entering a palace. It must have been one of the palaces on under Overbearing's back. Wait a minute, are you saying that you aren't the one who destroyed the floor in one of the palaces? And you didn't break the sacred leader statue? Han Sen asked Isha with shock. Of course not. My power wasn't strong enough to destroy anything in the palace, Isha said. If you didn't break the palace, then that means someone else entered the palaces before you did. That crack in under Overbearing's stomach might have also been his work, Han Sen mused quietly. Isha nodded. It is certainly possible, and he might indeed be around here someplace. What makes you think that? Han Sen asked curiously. The crack in the under Overbearing's stomach couldn't have been there for very long. With how quickly the beast heals, the wound must have been made less than a week before. After a week, the damaged stomach would have healed completely, Isha said slowly. Han Sen frowned. Then he might really still be in these palaces. But how could he leave no trace in the palace? If he was here, he would have left behind some indication of his presence. But aside from that one ruined palace, the rest of the trail was left by you, yes? Isha nodded and said, yes. And while I was exploring, I didn't see any sign of someone else having entered. Plus, he broke the statue, but he didn't take the bone needle inside. That's just weird. Was he too careless to find out what it harbored? But then again, how could such a powerful elite be that careless? It doesn't really make any sense, Han Sen said. Isha sighed. Maybe he just doesn't care about the items in this place. Han Sen was stunned by the suggestion, but as he considered the idea, it made sense. That might indeed be possible. He must be a very powerful person to create a hole in under Overbearing's stomach. Maybe his real target is the final treasure of the sacred leader. If that is the case, then that doesn't bode well for us. Han Sen walked across the bridge of life and death. They arrived at the door of light and walked on through. The teleporter deposited them into a palace, the same as usual. There was a main hall, 2 side halls, and a hall in the back. All in all, there were 4 different teleporters. Han Sen looked around and spoke to Isha. I think they left via the back hall. How do you know that? Isha asked in surprise. I can see the auras left behind by their bodies, Han Sen explained simply. He was suspicious too, though. The more powerful a person was, the less of a trail they would leave behind. And that trail didn't last forever. Mr. White and the others had been gone for a long time by this point. Under ordinary circumstances, it should have been hard for Han Sen to detect the trace elements they had left behind. In fact, Han Sen didn't see any traces of Fox Queen or crime. But he could see molecules that Mr. White had left lingering in the air. That didn't seem normal. Perhaps Mr. White made his trail visible on purpose. Han Sen guessed to himself. But how could he know that Isha and I would survive? Why is he leaving me clues? Or is this all just a trap? Han Sen and Isha were unable to make the calculations to determine the correct path. But instead of marching ahead recklessly, they could follow the traces left behind by Mr. White. In the end, that proved to be a very effective solution for navigating the palaces. Han Sen, Isha, and the Blood Kirin followed Mr. White's tracks through each teleporter door. Han Sen was the guide. Thankfully, they didn't encounter any dangers along the way. They went through a few palaces, and their journey remained uneventful. It was an entirely safe course to follow. What is Mr. White planning? Han Sen wondered. He didn't know why Mr. White was taking this risk. It didn't make sense for Mr. White to believe that Han Sen had the strength to stand up to Fox Queen. It also didn't seem likely that Mr. White would leave a trail behind just to cause Fox Queen trouble. Using the evidence of Mr. White's passage as a guide, Han Sen and Isha made quick progress. It wasn't long before they arrived at the 4th checkpoint. What they saw there made Han Sen and Isha frown profusely. The hall was half collapsed. Broken pillars and remnants of a destroyed ceiling lay strewn across the entire place. Han Sen looked across the hall, but he found no hide nor hair of a sacred leader statue there. In fact, there was nothing of any remarkability there. It looks like Fox Queen managed to make it through this checkpoint, Han Sen said when he found nothing of interest in the palace. I wonder what the sacred leader left behind here. Whatever it was, Fox Queen must have made off with it. Han Sen frowned. The sacred leader's items were all linked. If they were missing an item, they might run into a lot of trouble further down the line. Han Sen and Isha had no choice but to keep going. When they went through the next teleporter, though, what they saw gave them a shock. They hadn't arrived at another palace. When they stepped out of the teleporter, they found themselves on the shore of an endless ocean. Under overbearing was as big as a planet. It wasn't really surprising to see an ocean on such an entity, but the sight still made Han Sen feel depressed. Mr. White and the others must have begun crossing the oceans, but the ocean wind had destroyed all traces of Mr. White's trail. It's such a big ocean. I'm afraid it might be too difficult to locate Mr. White and the others, Han Sen said sadly. Isha looked around. After a while of thought, she said, this could be where the sacred leader hid his treasure. Perhaps they haven't even gone very far, but they're exploring someplace below the waves. Han Sen had thought of this possibility, as well. If the treasure was in the water, finding Mr. White and the others might be even harder. I guess we have no choice but to take a look, Han Sen said. Isha nodded and dipped into the sea. Her body unleashed a purple smoke, and when the smoke came into contact with the water parted. Han Sen and the Blood Kirin moved next to Isha. They headed deep into the sea, surrounded by the sphere of dryness provided by Isha. Isha's purple smoke kept the water about 10 meters at bay. After they started their dive, they descended deep into the ocean. They walked 100 miles beneath the sea, and in all that time, they didn't catch sight nor sound of any other creature. The ocean looked dead. It was like a long dead sea that was no longer fit for any living thing. Suddenly, a giant shadow moved in the water. Isha stopped and stared at that giant shadow in the sea. The shadow was approaching them quickly. Han Sen was given a proper fright when he saw what the thing was. It was a giant xenogeniac that looked like a whale. Its body was pure white. The white whale was more than 1,000 meters long, and every move sent devastating shockwaves rolling through the sea. Many small vortexes popped up around it. Deified creature, Isha said quietly. I didn't expect under Overbearing's body to be the home of other deified creatures. I'm afraid that, aside from the sacred leader, no other being could do something like that. Han Sen had a wry smile. The big white whale noticed the three of them. After all, there were no other creatures in that ocean, so their presence was rather noticeable. That was especially true of Isha and the Blood Kirin. One of them was a deified elite, and the other was full of blood air. It was difficult not to notice their presence. When the big white whale was 1,000 meters away from them, it suddenly opened its mouth and released a high-pitched sonic wave. At the same time, its mouth produced a strong force of suction. Many giant vortexes swirled to life within the water. They snared everything within range and pulled it all into the whale's belly. Wisps of Isha's purple air began to flow into that vortex, and their sphere of air suddenly started to feel the force of that suction. More and more of the purple air was pulled away through the water, taken in the direction of the creature's mouth. Isha frowned. She used her hand as a knife, and the purple air suddenly gathered up into a large swathe of knife air. She lifted her arms above her head and slashed towards the vortex. The knife air became a roaring purple air demon. It was headed right for the giant white whale. It broke through the vortex that the big white whale had generated, but the demon-looking knife air didn't stop there. It continued on, going right for the white whale's head. The big white whale showed no indication that it was going to dodge the incoming blow. In fact, its mouth widened even further. It looked like a gaping black hole. Its powers of suction increased, and it swallowed Isha's demon knife air effortlessly. Gudong. The giant white whale swallowed the demonic knife air whole, then let out a satisfied burp. It then spat out some air and created loads of bubbles in the sea. Han Sen was dumbfounded. Isha had just become deified, and she was filled with hell power. She also had the teeth knife skills. Her talents were famous among many races, and her wrecking abilities were widely renowned. The big white whale, however, had swallowed her attack easily. The power that the giant white whale possessed was truly scary. Isha frowned. Purple substance chains rose from her body and began to align in mysterious patterns. They created a purple knife air around Isha's body. Isha's entire body was now full of a knife mind. It felt to Han Sen as if she was a cruel knife herself, that she could wreck anything at any time. Isha raised the full extent of her power and prowess, but the giant white whale still didn't seem to be afraid. It opened its mouth, and the black hole power returned. It sucked everything nearby into its mouth. Sand and water came rolling in like they were being pulled into a bottomless pit. Seeing the giant white whale open its mouth again, Isha coldly shouted. Her arms swung at the big white whale. The roaring demon headed for the big white whale once more, dispersing the sand and shattering the rocks as it went. It left a trail of devastation behind it. The purple knife air and the big white whale's black hole collided with each other. The black hole was destroyed, and the purple knife air was shattered. The shockwave of the collision exploded the entire sea. Huge waves surged across its surface, and it was like the entire ocean had been turned upside down. The two strikes were balanced, though neither had the upper hand. The next second, Isha and Han Sen's eyes widened. The big white whale's mouth was still hanging open, and suddenly, something flew out of it. It wrapped around Isha, Han Sen, and the blood Kirin, then pulled them into the big white whale's belly. It was a big bronze bell that had covered Han Sen, Isha, and the blood Kirin. Isha's purple substance chain became a knife air. She waved her hand to strike the surface of the bell, but it only made a loud, tolling noise. The bell showed no sign of damage. What is this bell? Why was it in the white whale's belly? Can xenogeneics make use of xenogeneic treasures? Han Sen was shocked. Dong! The bronze bell landed on something, and then it stopped moving. Isha continued to strike the bell with her knife air, but the bronze bell suddenly lifted away from them. It flew to the side, freeing them. Isha immediately surrounded Han Sen and the blood Kirin with her power to protect them. Based on the direction that the bell had moved after it covered them, they should have been standing inside the white whale, probably in its stomach. A deified xenogeneic's digestion system wasn't something an ordinary creature could hope to withstand. Even king-class elites would dissolve quickly inside such a stomach. But when Han Sen and Isha looked around, they froze. This was not a stomach. It was a control room of high-end technology. The tech around them equaled any that might be found in a classy battleship's control room. The most unbelievable thing was that everything in the control room was transparent. They could see outside of the room, and the feelings that the sight elicited were difficult to explain. Although it looked like a whale from the exterior, it was actually governed by machinery. Every piece of the whale's interior was made of crystal of various colors. Humming generators, pounding pistons, and spinning every movement could be seen from where they were. What is this thing? This time, Han Sen was really shocked. The white whale had looked like a deified creature from the outside, but it was actually a technological marvel. It was hard to believe that such an amazing machine actually existed. Isha looked around in shock. Their eyes soon turned to a platform of that primary control room. A man had been sitting in a chair behind the control platform. It was little more than a skeleton at this point, with a few white bones still wrapped in the clothes he had been wearing. The man's clothes looked like a high-tech product, not some treasure armor. Judging from the style of the silver and black clothing, it was possible to determine that the skeleton had been a man. After bringing Han Sen and the others into the room, the bronze bell had drastically reduced its size. It was now about the size of a man's fist, and it rested there in the main control room. Does this sort of technology exist anywhere else in the Geno universe? Han Sen looked at Isha. He had no idea what race might have constructed this marvel of technology. Isha shook her head. There are many technological wonders that have the destructive powers of a deified being, but not many can actually be used in combat. They take far too long to aim and fire, so they can't be used in actual deified fights. They are mostly useful for attacking planets, since planets cannot be moved. The Mechas bio-armor is also technological in nature. They have very powerful weapons, but again, they are different from what we're seeing here. Clearly, Isha was just as clueless as Han Sr., this has to be another one of the Sacred Leader's creations. Sacred achieved a lot when it came to technology, Han Sen pondered aloud as he looked around. Since the white whale's master appeared to be quite dead, how could the white whale continue to move without someone at the controls? And what had prompted the behemoth to swallow them? Isha walked toward the skeleton. She waved her hand, and one of her purple substance chains dissolved into a purple mist. The mist flowed over the skeleton and began to poke around it. She was looking for some lead or clue they could follow. But before Isha's purple air touched the skeleton, the bronze bell rose from its resting platform and covered up Isha's purple air at once. Huh! This old bronze bell defends its master automatically. Is it a piece of technology, as well? Han Sen looked at the old bronze bell in shock. Suddenly, Han Sen and Isha heard a boy's voice. You are a technological product. Your entire family is a technological product. Who is that? Han Sen and Isha were shocked. They looked around them, but neither of them could sense any presences. There was just that soul skeleton sitting on the primary control deck. It made Han Sen and Isha feel very uncomfortable. No way. Have we encountered a ghost? Han Sen muttered as he stared at the skeleton. He used his Dongxian aura to scan the skeleton multiple times, but there was no life force. It couldn't have been any more dead, so there was no way that the voice was coming from it. Han Sen could only think that they must be talking to a ghost. You are a ghost. Your entire family is a ghost. The little boy's voice was heard again, and it sounded pretty mad. This time, Han Sen and Isha located the source of the voice. It came from the little bronze bell. The bronze bell shook. Strange symbols glowed across it, and it opened shiny green eyes. Below its eyes was a gap. It looked like a mouth that kept opening and closing. Han Sen stared at the bronze bell that was shouting at him. The body of the bell seemed to be vibrating with rage. What is this thing? Han Sen didn't know how to react. He hadn't displayed any signs of a life force, so he thought it must be a xenogenic treasure. But now that it was talking, it certainly seemed to possess all the traits and characteristics of a living creature. You are a thing. Your entire family is a thing. The bronze bell was becoming even angrier. It was jumping up and down as it shouted. Are you an AI? If you are, it seems like you are a very cheap one. You can only say the same thing over and over, Han Sen said, looking at the bronze bell with curiosity. The bronze bell started to yell, you are a... It trailed off halfway through its shout. If it continued, people really would believe it was an AI. So, after its half-shout, the bronze bell stopped and settled down a little. With a very cocky look, it said, You stupid low-life creature. Listen up. Your master's name is Big King Bell, but you guys can call me either Master or Big King. After that, Big King Bell thought of something. It looked at Han Sen and said, "Your master is not some sort of AI." Han Sen looked at Isha. They were confused. What was this thing? It was sort of like a treasure, but it wasn't a treasure. It was sort of like a creature, but it wasn't a creature. The jade drum was a creature, but the jade drum was created naturally. It wasn't something that was man-made. Words were scrawled across the little bell's body, though, and that suggested it wasn't a natural being. "Okay, Big King. Why did you snatch us and bring us here?" Han Sen asked the bell. Big King Bell rolled its eyes and jumped. He said, "What do you mean by snatch? I was saving you guys. Couldn't you tell? Don't talk big if you don't know sh*t, kid. You were saving us." "How?" Han Sen looked at Big King Bell with confusion. "Ugh, you guys don't understand anything. And yet here you come, waltzing into the Holy Spirit Sea. You must have a death wish. If it wasn't for me saving you guys, you too would have ended up like him. You know, with only bones left." The bell jumped up to land atop the skeleton's skull as it spoke. "Who is he?" Han Sen asked with curiosity. He had originally thought that the skeleton was Big King Bell's master, but now, that didn't seem to be the case. "Ha! This piece of garbage. How do you expect me to remember who he was? He was just another pawn, like a background extra in this tale," Big King Bell proclaimed, lifting his lips in disdain. Han Sen didn't believe the bell. There was no way that an unimportant person would have been in charge of controlling a technological marvel like the white whale. Even if the man hadn't been very powerful personally, he could have used the whale to hold his own against a deified being. "How did he die?" Isha asked Big King Bell. Big King Bell rolled its eyes. He thought that since he had this strange machine, he could cross the Holy Spirit Sea and take the sacred leader's treasure. He had no idea of the power of the Holy Spirit Sea. This thing didn't stand a chance of repelling the sea's power. Not in the least. He died before he even made it to Holy Spirit Town. Only his bones remained. After that, Big King Bell jumped onto the control platform and cockily said, "But this thing was quite interesting, and so I decided to hold on to it as a keepsake." Han Sen knew Big King Bell was talking about the white whale. He looked at the skeleton and told Isha, "This guy must have dived a long time ago. He didn't get here recently." "What? Another creature was here?" Big King Bell asked before Isha could respond. He seemed startled as he stared at Han Sr. "Yeah, there's a few of them." Han Sen looked at Big King Bell and asked, "You came here, too? What is so strange about that?" "Ha, I was here." Big King Bell trailed off as a thought crossed his mind. He stopped talking. "Hear what?" Han Sen asked. "Huh." Big King Bell grunted and said, "That is none of your business. Don't you have the relic with you? How were so many other creatures able to reach this place? Or is Under Overbearing now so old that people are reaching the palace through his mouth?" Han Sen was shocked that Big King Bell knew he possessed the relic. This bell seemed to know things that it shouldn't, so perhaps it was connected to the sacred leader's treasure somehow. "Let's not waste our breath. Give me the relic, and when I open the holy town's treasury, you will receive what you are owed." Big King Bell hovered in the air before Han Sen as it spoke. "You can have the relic, but I will have to see if you have what it takes." Han Sen smiled. "I was born deified. I have beaten billions of people in this universe. I am the strongest in the sky or on the land. Even the sacred leader, when he met with me, would refer to me as Big King Brother. Are you honestly trying to compete with me?" Big King Bell looked at Han Sen with actual surprise. He hadn't expected Han Sen to be so ignorant. Big King brother, even if you are so strong, you should demonstrate that strength. Otherwise, how am I honestly supposed to believe that you are as strong as you claim? Han Sen put out his hands as he spoke. I pulled you guys in here on a whim. Wasn't that enough? Do I have to kill you idiots to show you how strong I am? Big King Bell looked at Han Sen coldly as he slowly rose higher into the air. He looked as if he was going to kill Han Sr., Big King brother. It was a powerful demonstration when you grabbed us. But that isn't enough to make us want to hand over the relic. Will you show me again? If you can convince us, I will give you the relic without argument. Han Sen smiled at Big King Bell. He thought that the Big King Bell was quite interesting, and that was an impetus for Han Sen to trash-talk it. The bronze bell had shielded them as it pulled them inside. But that was because they hadn't been prepared for its sudden arrival. Isha still hadn't shown off her true strength, so Han Sen wasn't worried about annoying the bell. Big King brother looked down on Han Sen with utter disdain. Even a small fraction of my power would convince you to obey me, but I have way too many powerful Geno arts. Let me think of a weaker one I can show you. Just in case my Geno art is too strong, and I accidentally end up killing you all. Big King Bell spun in the air twice, looking as if he had made a decision. He jumped onto the control platform and punched a few buttons. The white whale then rose to the surface and opened its mouth. The front of the control room looked out through the white whale's eyes, letting the operator see what was going on outside. Idiots! I am going to open your eyes to my power. I am going to show you the techniques of a real and invincible elite, Big King Bell said. His body began to glow green and spin as it grew bigger and bigger. The bell turned onto its side, aiming its opening out the white whale's mouth. Then, they heard a loud chiming noise from the bell. A scary shockwave blasted out of the bell. Boom! The whole sea was cut in half by the bell's sonic blast. The waters were parted down to the seafloor and all the way to the opposite shore of the ocean. Oh, D***MN. This guy really does have a lot of power. Han Sen was frozen. Big King Bell's power really did seem to exceed that of Isha and Fox Queen. Isha looked shaken, too. The power that Big King Bell released was truly magnificent. Holy Spirit Sea wasn't just a vat of ordinary seawater either. Isha didn't think she could split that much of it. So, how about that? Do you guys believe me now? Give me the relic at once. Follow me, before I decide that I don't like you. If you do come, you guys will benefit greatly, Big King Bell said to Han Sen with a lot of pride. While they were talking, 3 shadows appeared above the sea. It was Fox Queen, Mr. White, and Crime. When Fox Queen saw the big white whale, she shook her fox tail. An invisible cord of power lashed around the white whale, and she lifted it out of the sea. Big King Bell quickly leaped atop the platform and hit the buttons on the panels. The white whale opened its mouth and created a black hole, then sent a force of suction towards Fox Queen. But Fox Queen's hand tugged on the cord of power, binding the white whale's mouth. The white whale was unable to open its maw, and so the black hole died inside it. Han Sen was waiting to see how Big King Bell disposed of Fox Queen. If she was killed, they'd lose a dangerous enemy. But when Han Sen turned around, he saw Big King Bell pulling out a big bag seemingly out of nowhere. The bell was going to flee out of the whale via the back door. Big King brother, aren't you going to kill her? Han Sen asked with confusion. I am busy. I will let her live for now, but I will surely remember her. The next time I see her, I will blow some air at her to kill her, Big King Bell said firmly. Then he left through the back door with his big bag in tow. Han Sen and Isha were frozen. They weren't sure about how to react. That guy seemed very spirited. What would make him run away in such a hurry? Han Sen looked at Isha with confusion. Isha sighed and said, Maybe its power takes a long time to regenerate. That strike he unleashed might have cost him most of the power he had gathered. Now Han Sen was able to understand. It was like the Red Mist King that depended on the 7 Red Mist Minks for energy. It took a very long time for such power to be gathered. If Big King Bell had failed to bluff Han Sen and Isha, it knew it had to run once Fox Queen showed up. What do we do now, then? Han Sen asked, looking at Isha. Isha didn't answer. She teleported to the back door. Han Sen knew what she meant by that. He mounted the blood Kirin and followed after Isha. Big King Bell was a big phony, but he was familiar with the surrounding area. Getting information from him could be quite useful. After they rushed out of the white whale, Isha's body flashed away. The blood Kirin was unable to catch up with her. It was like a human having a foot race against a sports car. Half deified had the word deified in it, but they were still king-class beings at their core. Real deified beings were in another league entirely. Han Sen. Isha had chased after Big King Bell, quickly disappearing. Upon seeing Han Sen emerge from the white whale's belly, Fox Queen called out in surprise. Before Han Sen could think of escaping, Fox Queen flashed before him and the blood Kirin to block their path. Good timing. Give me the relic, and I will spare your lives. Fox Queen narrowed her eyes at Han Sen, but it looked as if she was smiling. Pretty sister, you are giving me more trouble. I don't have the relic on me. Han Sen looked troubled, and he said, Did you see that person that just ran off? That was my master, Knife Queen. I gave her the relic. In that case, let us see if your master or the relic is the most important thing in your heart, Fox Queen said coolly. Many cords of power slid out of her, and they came slithering over to wrap around Han Sen and the blood Kirin. But Han Sen patted his bird's nest, which grew bigger to shield him and the blood Kirin. It blocked out Fox Queen's cords of power. Even so, the cords of power locked tightly around the bird's best. And that meant Han Sen was now unable to escape. My good little brother, you think having this bird's nest will keep me from doing anything to you? Fox Queen smiled, and then she pulled something out from her waist. Han Sen saw the item, and when he did, his heart fell. Fox Queen had brought out a small jade flute. It was less than 1 foot long, and it was a translucent, creamy color. It looked very small and fragile. Fox Queen, are you proficient in sonic powers? The bird's nest might not be able to filter out noise, so I don't know if it can withstand sonic powers, Han Sen thought to himself. The bird's nest was not a Bysema, and Han Sen couldn't trigger its full power. He used the bird's nest's power as a protective force, but it was difficult to tell if he could block a sonic attack. Fox Queen brought the small jade flute to her lips. She smiled at Han Sen, and then, she opened those red lips. The jade flute began to produce sweet music. The flute wasn't particularly loud, but a very vague chord of power came out of the flute. The chord was coming for the bird's nest. Han Sen was shocked. He realized that the music of the flute could seep through the dry grass of the bird's nest, and that realization made him depressed. He had received the approval of the undying bird's nest, and so he was able to make use of the bird's nest. But that usage was limited. Since he couldn't activate the bird's nest's power, he couldn't utilize its defensive properties. Fox Queen's flute sounds were able to sink into Han Sen's bird's nest, and there was nothing he could do to prevent it. That music of the flute sank into the bird's nest like silk strands coming to tangle up Han Sen and the blood Kirin. Han Sen and the blood Kirin did their best to free themselves, but they were ultimately unable to get rid of the flute's music. Under the influence of the flute, Han Sen couldn't control himself. He lifted the bird's nest and began crawling out like a puppet on strings. Oh no! Oh no! Han Sen felt terrible. Seeing Han Sen slowly moving out of the bird's nest, Fox Queen's expression was beatific. But when Han Sen saw the smile, he did not feel good. Just as Han Sen was pulled fully from the bird's nest, Fox Queen's expression became surprised. She waved her jade flute. Dong! A purple knife air roared through the air. It was like a demon coming forward to strike Fox Queen's jade flute. That endless purple knife air slashed the jade flute repeatedly, then struck Fox Queen's body and sent her flying 10 kilometers away. Fox Queen broke the knife air and stood still. Isha's body flashed next to Han Sen, and her phoenix eyes moved to meet Fox Queen's beautiful eyes. Fox Queen felt as if she could feel the spark between them. You are Han Sen's teacher. Fox Queen smiled like a flower, but her eyes looked cold. Not bad, Isha answered coldly. Perfect. Han Sen said you possess the relic. Give it to me now, and I will let you both walk free, Fox Queen said coldly. Isha responded seriously, I do not recall having a queen like you to obey. Upon hearing those words, Fox Queen looked furious. She swung her jade flute, and some sad sounds came at Isha. As this occurred, she hissed, How dare you! Han Sen knew something very bad was about to happen. He didn't say anything and just maintained his hold on the bird's nest, moving toward the fallen white whale. Two deified beings were now having a fight. Ordinary creatures would not be able to endure the shockwaves. Han Sen didn't want to stay there and be reduced to dust. Fortunately, the white whale was ownerless now that Big King Bell had departed. Han Sen planned to hide inside and see if he could operate the thing. The white whale could block the attacks of a deified elite. Isha and Fox Queen had been unable to destroy its body. That thing must have been very tough, so if Han Sen was able to drive it, the whale would be far greater than a top-class battleship. When Fox Queen came for Han Sen, she had given up trying to bind the white whale. The white whale had fallen into the sea, and half of it was just floating atop the surface of the sea. The blood Kirin dove and took them into the water. Han Sen planned on going to the back door and making his way to the white whale's control room. As soon as he entered, he noticed that Crime and Mr. White had followed him. Boom! Han Sen was about to say something, but a scary sound cut him off. And then, the white whale suddenly flipped and started to sink. Many forces of horrible powers lashed the white whale, and each strike was like the crack of thunder. Fortunately, the big white whale was pretty solid. The shockwaves of combat coming from Isha and Fox Queen were not enough to break the hull. But even so, the impacts were driving it deeper into the sea. Boom! The whale shook under their feet as if it had just hit something, and after that, they heard the sound of something large being destroyed. Then, there was only silence. The white whale was no longer being tossed about. Looking out the white whale's eyes, they couldn't see anything except seawater and piles of rock. It looked as if the big white whale had been crushed under an enormous pile of rubble far below the surface. The sea around them was swirling like mad. Even though they were far enough underwater that they could hear the fight overhead, they still saw occasional shockwaves rolling through the water. The turbulence had, however, slowed down a lot. The white whale was now buried by the stone, and it could no longer move. That made Han Sen feel better, at least. This white whale is a machine. Crime looked around the control room in shock. The revelation had obviously caught him off guard. Mr. White was also looking about the big white whale with interest. Big King Bell, who wasn't the original owner, had been able to control the big white whale. Han Sen figured that Mr. White probably could as well. Anyone could control a machine like that, as long as it wasn't locked down. It should work on essentially the same principles as any other machine. Don't move it. Mr. White shouted, just as Han Sen was about to move the skeleton on the command chair. Han Sen stopped and waited as Mr. White and Crime came to the control deck. What have you learned, Mr. White? Han Sen asked politely. Mr. White looked at the skeleton and said, "If I understand the situation correctly, this skeleton is the key that makes it possible to control the white whale." Han Sen was shocked. He had previously watched Big King Bell jump around on the platform, but he didn't think much of it since the bell was able to control the white whale. But Han Sen now saw the thing he had missed earlier. Big King Bell must have used the white whale for a long time, but the bell had never moved the skeleton. There must have been a reason for that. "Mr. White, where do you think this technology came from?" Han Sen asked Mr. White. Mr. White shook his head. "This is the first time I have ever come across something like this. I don't know how to control it either." After pausing, Mr. White looked at the skeleton and said, "But judging from its clothing, this person must have been connected to the control systems. His remains must be the key to controlling this entire machine. I cannot tell what might happen if we were to remove them." Han Sen examined the skeleton's clothes and started thinking. The skeleton's uniform was silver and black, and aside from the head, the entire body was wrapped up tight. It wore a transparent mask that was connected to the uniform. There was no visible seam. Han Sen spent some time observing it, and although he couldn't find a connection between the chair and the uniform, he thought the uniform and the white whale must have been linked somehow. Han Sen activated the purple-eyed butterfly to examine the uniform, the platform, and the chair. There were many powerful relics that the purple-eyed butterfly could tell Han Sen very little about. But if the item in question was some sort of technology, the purple-eyed butterfly was incredibly useful in revealing how it had been made and what its purpose was. When the purple-eyed butterfly rewound, Han Sen could see the entire process of the white whale's creation. What he witnessed gave Han Sen quite the surprise. Without a doubt, the white whale was one of the most powerful technologies to ever exist in the entire universe. The process of creating it had been very complicated. It was even harder to build than a deified weapon. It was doubtlessly so complicated because there was a lot of science involved. Every problem that arose with each individual part of the machine had to be solved through science. If Han Sen could analyze every facet of the white whale's technology, leveling up the Alliance's technological advancement would be easy. That wasn't the most shocking thing either. As Han Sen watched the construction of the white whale, he saw the shadow of the beetle. Although the white whale was more advanced than the beetle, the concept of their creation was similar. The white whale was just on a whole new level. The technology of the white whale, in every possible way, far exceeded that of the beetle. Every detail was better than the beetle's, too. Is this crystallizer technology? Han Sen wondered in shock. The more he saw of the big white whale, the more accurate his guess seemed to be. Was the technology of the crystallizers ever this good? Could they make machines of a deified level? That's a very frightening idea, Han Sen mused. That would explain why the crystallizers challenged a higher race despite lacking deified elites of their own. Having such technology probably gave them the confidence to start a fight for a lantern. In the end, however, their arrogance and hubris had led to their failure and downfall. As a result, the race was almost entirely destroyed. What a shame. If the crystallizers had challenged a less powerful higher race, they could have definitely claimed a lantern. And then, they would have developed even further. They would probably have become one of the top races in the universe. Han Sen sighed. But Han Sen then realized that if the crystallizers had become a higher race, they would have continued to develop their technology. They wouldn't have wanted to change their genes and blood pulse. They might never have experimented with their genes, and if that was so, humans would never have come into existence. Han Sen, you still have the relic, right? Mr. White asked Han Sr., why are you asking me this? Han Sen looked at Mr. White. Mr. White smiled and said, I left a trace so that you could follow us, and that means I wish to continue our venture of cooperation. Before one of those two wins the fight above us, we should explore the holy town. What made you think I'd catch up with you? Han Sen asked Mr. White with a raised eyebrow. Because I believe in you, Mr. White said gently. Han Sen stared back at Mr. White. Han Sen hadn't believed that the two of them were very close, but Mr. White had just claimed to have an unbelievable amount of faith in him. He gazed into Mr. White's eyes and acknowledged the sincerity within them. This wasn't just another bargain for Mr. White. But for some reason, when Han Sen looked deep into Mr. White's eyes, he had a familiar feeling. It was as if they had already met a long time ago. That familiar feeling was only present for a single second. When he looked closely at Mr. White again, the man was like a stranger once more. He no longer seemed like anyone Han Sen already knew. Whatever Han Sen might have momentarily felt, Mr. White was of the Extreme King. Han Sen didn't know much about the Extreme King, all in all, and there was no one amongst them that he was actually close with. No one would ever claim that Mr. White was a close friend of his either. Thinking of this, Han Sen considered Mr. White's suggestion. To be honest, Mr. White's suggestion greatly tempted Han Senator. After all, Han Sen wasn't entirely sure Isha could defeat Fox Queen in combat. And even if Isha won and continued traveling with him, he would have to share whatever treasure he found with her. They had a good relationship, and they were close enough to practically be considered family. But at the end of the day, their relationship was still built on the foundation that Isha had no clue Han Sen was the almighty dollar. If Isha found out that Han Sen was dollar, there was no telling what she might do. After all, dollar had not been kind to Isha. Han Sen decided to go ahead and explore the sacred leader's treasury with Mr. White. He didn't have to plan out everything in advance. He could betray whoever he needed to whenever he wanted to. He could take any item he required when the time to do so arose. If Han Sen needed to leave these two behind, he would do it without a second thought. It was a very businesslike mindset. They were all striving for personal benefit, and they would only cooperate when they needed to use one another. Han Sen needed Mr. White to guide him safely to where the treasure lay. Mr. White needed the relic Han Sen carried. They were both using each other for their own purposes. And when Han Sen found the treasure, even if Han Sen didn't betray them, it was likely that Crime and Mr. White would be the ones betraying him. Of course, the most important thing was that Han Sen would be capable of betraying Mr. White. He just couldn't do that in front of Fox Queen and Isha. We don't have time to wait around. If there is a winner of that battle, neither of us will have the chance to explore that city, Mr. White said to Han Senator. Han Sen went silent. He looked at Mr. White and asked, "You guys destroyed the fourth checkpoint. Did you find anything there?" Han Sen cared about the item in the fourth checkpoint a great deal. There was a high chance that whatever item was retrieved there would prove useful when they reached the treasure. Mr. White went silent, then said, "When Fox Queen destroyed the 36 stone pillars there, she found the jade flute inside the last pillar. That jade flute didn't belong to Fox Queen originally." Han Sen remembered that Fox Queen had been locked inside Ghost Bone's palace for the longest time. Han Sen had seen no evidence of the flute there, so why would she suddenly possess it now? It made sense that she had gotten it from the fourth checkpoint, but Han Sen was unable to see how the jade flute connected to the other checkpoints and the items they had yielded. Mr. White didn't say anything. He just waited for Han Sen to make a decision. Han Sen was thinking. He used a finger to point at the skeleton in the chair. This sea seems special. He dived into this deep sea with the intent of reaching its holy town. That is how he became like this in the first place. "I know," Mr. White said simply. "That is why we need the relic you have. It will allow us to reach the holy town safely." "Okay. In that case, we will go and explore the holy town." Han Sen made his mind up. Han Sen didn't know where the holy town was, but Mr. White obviously did. Han Sen followed him and Crime. They left the white whale and dove deeper, going so far under the sea that they reached the deep sea. The sea waves down there were incredibly strong. Clearly, Fox Queen and Isha were still engaged in combat. It would take a long time for one of them to emerge victorious. Han Sen wasn't worried about Isha's well-being. With her abilities, even if she was unable to triumph over Fox Queen, he didn't think Fox Queen had what it took to kill Isha. And if Fox Queen couldn't defeat Isha, then he might as well head for the holy town. Han Sen had already learned of a way in which he could commandeer and pilot the white whale, but he saw no reason to use it just yet. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future. With Mr. White's guidance, Han Sen went deeper and deeper. The further they went, the quieter the sea became. The shockwaves Isha and Fox Queen were creating didn't reach those levels. If my calculations are correct, then the sacred leader's treasure should be someplace inside this trench. Mr. White pointed to a large underwater trench in front of him. Han Sen looked down into the trench and saw nothing but darkness. It was like a bottomless abyss. Even using the power of the purple-eyed butterfly, he still couldn't see what lurked within. Without too much hesitation, though, Mr. White and Crime continued to swim down. Han Sen rode the blood Kirin after them. They all headed into the darkness of the deep trench. A little ways down, Han Sen felt as if something was amiss. The stone plate in his pocket started to burn. Han Sen pulled out the stone plate, and when he did, the plate glowed with a holy light. It lit up a small pocket of brightness amidst the suffocating dark of that place. Just as I thought. Only people who have the relic can enter the place that holds the true treasures of the sacred leader. Mr. White seemed to have expected this, and he eyed the stone plate as he spoke. The three of them and the beast continued to venture down. The water around them was very dark and creepy. No matter how strong their vision was, they could only see within the small pouch of light that the stone plate provided them. Everything else was pitch black. Nothing else could be seen, as if the entire world had gone black. They didn't know if this was the work of an illusion or not, but Han Sen could feel countless eyes peering at them from beyond the black. Time passed. Han Sen had no clue how deep they had dived by this point, but the trench was like a bottomless abyss. No matter how deep they went, there appeared to be no end. When he looked up, he found that it was pitch black above him, too. The light couldn't penetrate the sea to such depths. They created small waves in the water as they swam, but there was no other movement. Isha and Fox Queen's fight didn't reach them at all anymore. Because it was too dark there, even the blood Kirin started to feel nervous. It kept releasing quiet moans and groans as it swam. Han Sen used his hands to stroke the blood Kirin's neck and bring it a bit of comfort. The blood Kirin had always been so moody and angry, and telling him to be quiet would be harder than making him bleed. Mr. White, however, looked calm. Crime was a little nervous, though. It looked like he was feeling the same fear as the blood Kirin. They felt as if they were being watched by phantom eyes in the dark. Han Sen knew for sure that something bad lurked out of sight. If it wasn't for his hands holding that relic, their small group would have already ended up like the master of the white whale. Suddenly, it looked like a blurry halo appeared around Han Sen's feet in the dark. He focused on that little halo. But the halo was too blurry, and he couldn't see it clearly. Mr. White and Crime also saw the halo. They looked down and checked it out. As their bodies descended, that blurry light became clearer and larger. When Han Sen finally got a good look at what was in that halo, he opened his mouth. In that strange deep sea, everything around them was pitch black. But at the bottom of the ocean, there was a quiet city lying in the dark. The city was nestled in the darkness like a jewel. It glowed like a beacon of holy light. This underwater town was far different from the one Han Sen had seen before. This holy town actually looked like a statue. All the buildings were pieces of a single structure. There were statues that were a few dozen stories high, and every brick was made of jade. The town looked like a jade statue that came from another world. What shocked Hansen the most was the shape of the giant underwater town. The statue was shaped like a sleeping beast with the end of its tail tucked under its head. And the face of the beast startled Hansen badly. The nine-life cat. Hansen almost screamed aloud. The town was shaped just like the nine-life cat pendant Hansen used to own. Aside from the white color of the town, it was just an incredibly large version of the nine-life cat pendant. When Hansen and the others approached the jade town, the town started to look bigger in their eyes. And when they touched the holy light coming from it, the stone plate's light suddenly exploded. Tiny cracks spread across the stone plate. Not long after, the stone plate crumbled away in Hansen's hands, leaving behind a crystal that had rested in the center of the tablet. The crystal was shaped like a water drop, and it rose into the water. It shone with a holy light. It left Hansen's fingers and drifted towards the jade town. Hansen reached his hand out to grab it, but the water drop crystal was too fast for him. Hansen snatched at empty water behind it. The crystal flew towards the cat statue's head. In the nine-life cat's forehead, there was a jade statue. The jade statue looked like a sleeping nine-life cat as well, although a smaller one. That nine-life cat statue's forehead had a water drop slot in it. It looked like the socket of a third eye. The crystal fitted itself perfectly into that water drop-shaped slot. The fit was so tight that it was practically seamless, and the nine-life cat statue suddenly looked complete. It then underwent some weird changes. The sleeping nine-life cat statue suddenly opened its eyes. It laid there lazily for a minute, and its paws moved to run its sleepy-looking cat eyes. It raised its head to look at Hansen and the others floating over the jade town. The three of them wondered if they should enter, but the nine-life cat suddenly raised its paw and waved at them like a lucky cat charm. They felt some irresistible power come upon them. All of them, including the Blood Kirin, were then sucked into the jade town as if by magnetic attraction. They used all their powers to resist the pull, but their efforts were in vain and they were still pulled down anyway. Pang! 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 For loud booms rang out as they dropped into the town. They landed in front of a palace that stood before the jade cat statue. "Welcome to Holy Town, you poor guys." The nine-life cat statue was now looking at them from above. Its teeth were bared in something like a smile, but the face didn't seem to possess much mirth. The three of them looked at each other. They didn't know what this was all about, but they made sure to remain alert. They stared at the nine-life cat statue. "Don't be afraid. I am just a guardian spirit that protects the town. I will not hurt any of you." The jade cat still possessed that smile that wasn't actually a smile. Then, the tone of its voice changed. "But since you guys are in the holy town, if you cannot pass the tests of the sacred leader, they will probably kill you. Why do we even have to accept your tests?" Crime asked coldly. Despite being a statue, the nine-life cat seemed to have no trouble thinking for itself. It smiled at Crime and said, "It is okay if you don't want to take the test. That means you give up, and you can die right now." Crime frowned. He started to say something more, but Mr. White stopped him. Mr. White looked at the jade cat statue and quietly asked, "What kind of tests are we expected to perform? And if we succeed, what will our rewards be?" The jade cat looked at Mr. White, smiled, and said, "It is simple. Live. Live in the holy town. If you can survive for 10 days, you can win something from the sacred leader surprise goodie bag. Good luck. Try not to die too soon." After the jade cat statue finished speaking, every palace and room across the town opened its doors. Many scary xenogeniacs began to slowly crawl out of their dens. The Blood Kirin scales straightened up like a dog raising its hackles. Its blood air rose. It growled in warning at the approaching creatures, but the growl warbled slightly as if the blood Kirin was scared. The xenogeneic beasts acted as if they hadn't heard the blood Kirin at all. All of them emerged from the palace and headed for the plaza. They approached without making any noise. They looked impassively at Han Sen, the blood Kirin, Mr. White, and Crime. So many xenogeneics had emerged, and they were of a variety Han Sen knew little about. A few of them looked familiar, but even that familiarity was vague and undefined. There was a feathered creature with 6 golden wings and a Ghana with draconic horns. But most of them were xenogeneics Han Sen had never seen before. They moved slowly and steadily across the ground. The power of the creatures was overwhelming, and simply sensing their presence made Han Sen feel as if he was shouldering a mountain. A deified thunderbird. A deified sky spirit. A deified 6-winged gold angel. A deified Ghana dragon, Crime screamed. Every name Crime shouted out made Han Sen's heart feel worse and worse. Seeing the creatures had raised a lot of questions for Han Sen, but as Crime spoke, those questions died on his lips. All of the xenogeneic beasts that were walking out of the palaces were deified. How is this possible? Han Sen was floored. There were around 100 of the xenogeneics circling the plaza. With that many deified xenogeneics, the entirety of the Geno universe could be conquered. Not even the combined might of the 3 most powerful races could fend off this army. Using such amazing power to conduct a mere test was like using a nuclear bomb to kill a mosquito. Not a mosquito, actually. Perhaps a flea. Or a mite. The combined power of these xenogeneics could destroy the whole world. This is a trick. It has to be a trick. Maybe some kind of illusion. Sacred cannot have this many deified creatures. And even if they did, the creatures cannot all be here. Han Sen couldn't help but rub his eyes. He summoned his purple-eyed butterfly to get a proper look at the beings in front of him. And when he did, Han Sen saw enough power to suppress every creature in the entire universe. When these creatures gathered together, they could destroy anything. Those xenogeneic creatures had all the casual power of demon kings. Han Sen suddenly felt like a little girl entering the throne room of hell. He felt weak and vulnerable, while malicious eyes watched him from the dark. Han Sen wondered if Sacred Leader had played a joke on them. They were surrounded by so many deified xenogeneics, and Han Sen had just recently become a duke. Not even the deified elites that Han Sen knew would have stood a chance against all the powerful xenogeneics that had gathered. It's a trap. Han Sen couldn't think of any way he could fight off the amount of power that had been arrayed against him. Even if he refined 13 deified blood pulses, he would only gain their blood pulse abilities. His own level wouldn't ascend to deified status, and he would still most likely be killed. On top of that, he didn't have the time to refine another 12 deified blood pulses. Is the jade flute in Fox Queen's hands the key to getting through this? Perhaps there is a song that can be played to soothe and lull all of the deified xenogeneics. It might subdue them without the need for fighting at all, Han Sen thought. It was pointless since they didn't have the flute, though. Mr. White and Crime were just as shocked by the situation they had found themselves in. There was no way for them to run. They were surrounded by too many powerful xenogeneics. Even if the ruler of the Extreme King came personally to save them, it wouldn't do any good. All of those scary creatures gathered in the plaza, and it became quite crowded as they filed in. The creatures watched the small group, and the weight of those eyes put fear into Han Sen and even Mr. White. The deified xenogeneics drew closer, pushing Han Sen and the others toward the center of the palace. There was no way to withdraw. And suddenly, the jade cat coughed twice. Cough! Cough! After the jade cat coughed, the deified xenogeneics halted their advance. They did not get any closer to Han Sen, but they did not walk away, either. They simply remained where they were, staring expressionlessly at Han Sen's group. The jade cat looked at Han Sen and smiled. Don't be afraid. They will not attack you just yet. You guys have one day to travel anywhere in this city you desire. For this one day, they will not be permitted to bring you any harm. If you guys are still alive after 10 days, then you will have passed the test. We'll be hounded by 100 deified xenogeniacs. How are we expected to survive 10 whole days inside the city? Han Sen wanted to bargain for some better terms. The Jade Cat smiled. They are not really deified xenogeniacs. They are just the clones of deified xenogeniacs that Sacred Leader created. Each of them can only unleash a single deified attack. After one attack, they will die. So, you guys still have a minuscule chance of surviving. Try your best. Oh, and right, I forgot to tell you guys, if you get into a fight with a deified xenogeniac clone, the others will back off. Only one can attack you at a time. The others won't interfere. Right. The test starts now. Try your best to survive. You have one full day to hide. You can hide anywhere you wish inside the holy town. The Jade Cat statue laid down after speaking, settling itself as if it was sleeping again. It looked like an ordinary jade statue. Han Sen could no longer sense any life force in it. Han Sen tried asking it a few more questions, but the Jade Cat statue did not respond. All that was left were the scary deified xenogeniac clones looking at them. Let's go. We only have one day. This is our one chance of surviving, Mr. White said, then he stepped into the crowd of xenogeniacs. The scary deified xenogeniacs clones parted to form a path for him. The creatures wouldn't stop them from leaving. Han Sen followed Mr. White out of the plaza. 100 scary deified xenogeniacs watched them walk away, but none of the creatures chased after them. Mr. White, do you have a plan that can help us escape this predicament? Han Sen asked. Mr. White shook his head. I am fairly sure that exiting the holy town is out of the question, to be honest with you. The only way we can get through the next 10 days is to hide somewhere that the deified clones cannot find us. But I doubt that the Sacred Leader created a game of hide-and-seek out of boredom. He must have some other purpose here. So, no matter where we hide, we can be sure that the xenogeniacs will find us. Sir, what are you saying? Should we hide or should we not hide? Crime asked with confusion. Mr. White had described the results of both options, and neither one sounded good. Han Sen laughed. Mr. White explained it so clearly. We need to hide for 10 days, but even so, we will be found. That suggests that there is only one way in which we can hide. And what way is that? Crime still didn't understand. Han Sen had no choice but to explain. Did the Jade Cat statue not tell you clearly enough? If we are fighting one xenogeniac, the others will leave us alone until the fight is finished. So, we need to fight one sole xenogeniac for all 10 days. If we do that, the other xenogeniacs might as well not even exist. I see. But how do we engage just one xenogeniac for that long? Didn't the Jade Cat statue say that the deified xenogeniacs here are cloned? After one strike, their bodies will break, Crime asked. That is something you will have to ask Mr. White about. Mr. White came up with the plan first. I am sure he's already thought of contingencies. Han Sen looked at Mr. White. I do have a few ideas, but ensuring our survival over the next 10 days will require the 4 of us to cooperate. Mr. White explained his plan. When Han Sen and Crime heard it, they thought the suggestion was way too risky. However, they couldn't think of any alternative courses of action, so they agreed to do it. The 4 of them didn't leave the plaza to hide. They tried to leave Holy Town just to see if they could, but after that, they went back to the plaza. Their day of waiting seemed to drag on and on. They could have spent the time hiding deep within the town, but they all knew that it would have been a pointless exercise. No matter how big Holy Town was, it was still just a town. The deified xenogeniacs could use the power of their minds to scour the entire town for their prey. There were more than 100 deified xenogeniacs there, so finding Han Sen's group would be easy. Mr. White's plan relied on using their single day of peace to prepare. What came next would be simple. Mr. White would familiarize himself with one of the deified xenogeniacs, taking advantage of the creature's temporary docility to use his sealing techniques on it. Once he had sealed the deified clone's power, it wouldn't be able to use its deified strike. That way, they could draw out the fight to last for the entire 10 days. The deified xenogeniac would still be exceptionally strong, of course. Although only one strike needed to be sealed, it was a deified power. Mr. White could not seal the power by himself. He needed the combined might of Han Sen, the Blood Kirin, and Crime to help him complete the seal. The three of them resigned themselves to the plan. As long as they didn't attack the other deified clones, the clones would just stand there in the plaza and stare at them. Remember, my 4 symbols seal requires 4 people to function. So, once the sealing begins, none of you can move. You have to keep sending power into the seal. If we lose anyone's power, the seal will break, Mr. White said seriously. Then he sent a wave of energy into Han Sen, Crime, and the Blood Kirin. Strange, new symbols of light appeared on their hands.